In this world of werewolves and magic, I encountered a delightful contrast. 29. Marcy made herself comfortable in the plush couch, sitting to face Jordan. Said man crossed his arms behind his head and leaned back, the gem on his ear gleaming from the ceiling light that fell on it. He was the perfect picture of a cool, casual wolf. To answer your question, we usually bite pups when they're misbehaving. Marcy rolled her eyes. So you mean to tell me he thinks I'm behaving childish? Unreasonable? Foolish? Yes, all of the above. Jordan finished, laughing at her predicament. Marcy glared. Childish. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading 𝐾𝐥𝐬𝐧 enthusiasm. How could Sebastian think she was being childish if she was only accepting his mother's wishes? He was totally over, reacting and bringing things out of proportion. She's the one being unreasonable. Which begs the question of what did you do? Marcy lifted her hands, feeling as though she were wrongfully framed for a crime. I didn't do anything. All I did was accept Maya's invitation to join you guys in an assignment. It's to some place called Everglades, and Sebastian didn't like it. He wants me to back out. Comprehension dawned on his features. She had a vague sense she wouldn't like Jordan's response either. That makes sense. I agree with Sebastian. That pack is not the best one to take you. Marcy smacked his arm. No, Jordan. You're supposed to be on my side. Don't agree with that angry wolf. She thundered. What was the big deal of her going to this specific pack? She heard Sebastian mention they lacked self-control, but he was probably exaggerating to convince his mother to change her mind. All of the werewolves in Dark Falls were appropriate and self-controlled. Aside from the cult, no one ever approached her or made any kind of move. The only person who lost their rocker was Keisha, and funnily enough she was a girl, not the male Sebastian was so concerned about. Jordan tugged her hair to placate her rising temper. Listen, if you end up going I won't be opposed to it. I'm just saying I see his perspective. I'm familiar with the Everglades pack and those men that follow the usual conventions of proposing to a girl. They usually just mark their fancy. It's extremely barbaric. Yet also one of the reasons they have more members in their pack than most. Marcy blinked, astonished. She assumed every pack behaved the same way they did. Maybe Sebastian's concern wasn't so unfounded after all. Seriously, wouldn't the girls leave if they don't want them? The shaggy-haired wolf shrugged, appearing to be just as perplexed as her. I would have thought so, but I guess they have their ways on convincing them to stay. They're a wealthy pack, and they certainly don't hide it. I've never marked anyone, but I heard it makes both parties attached. I imagine that plays a part in it too. Marcy supposed she should be more concerned for her well-being going there, but she honestly did not care. Even if the Everglades pack did have a barbaric reputation, she still wanted to go with them and get the experience. Mia was right. She should get a glimpse of what her life would be like if she pursued things further with Sebastian. Consequences be damned. Well, how do you propose I convince him? If you tell him you'll stick by us all the time and not venture alone, he'll eventually come to terms with it. You're very friendly, Marcy, and I can easily picture you making friends. But these men don't know the difference between a nice girl and a flirting girl. You're better off not talking to any of them. Yeah, whatever. Marcy waved off. They'll tell him that a couple times and it should be fine. Do you have any idea where he went? The last she saw of him was him stomping off in a puff of anger. Probably to his room. Jordan paused, becoming hesitant. I don't suggest you go there. You should wait until he comes to take you home. Marcy glanced at the clock. It's almost time to take me home anyway. Just show me where his room is. Jordan shook his head. Don't say I didn't warn you. His tone suggested he disagreed with her going there. But what was the big deal? All she was trying to do was speak with him. When Jordan led her to Sebastian's door, it was in a hallway she had never ventured to. The area looked completely unfamiliar. She took note of memorizing this route if she ever needed to find Sebastian again. Before leaving, Jordan gave her a mock salute and told her good luck. Mercy waved at his departing form. He disappeared so quickly that she knew he did not want the angry worm behind those doors to know who guided her here. The tall wooden door of 𝐨𝐥𝐼𝐸's room looked ominous, giving advanced warning of the dangerous creature that laid within. Her hand tentatively clasped the doorknob. Was he still annoyed with her? She really didn't want him to make things extra difficult. It was only when she opened the door that she remembered it was impolite to enter a room without knocking. Oh well, it was also impolite to steal a girl's tweezers, but here she was. Sebastian lounged on his bed, an opened laptop facing him. A kaleidoscope of colors bounced off the screen, but the moment he noticed her, he closed his laptop and sat upright. His posture was strict and erect. He looked very much a dark, brooding prince. His eyes gleamed dangerously. "What are you doing here?" Mercy flinched at the menace that filled his words. She felt as though she trespassed on private property. Was Mia sure Sebastian didn't have any anger issues like his daddy? She mentioned her son had more patience, but Mercy sincerely doubted that. Papa Saurus must have been a force to be reckoned with in his youth if he was worse than this. She closed the door behind her and approached him. "I came to talk to you. I want to convince you to let me go on this trip. Not happening. And get out of my room. It's inappropriate for you to be in here with me alone." Mercy groaned, exasperated. She could only imagine what kind of father he would grow up to be with his standards. Relax, Sebastian. I'm not going to ravish you. And then, to make him feel uncomfortable, she added, "Yet. But anyway, Jordan explained to me the pack were going to are very impulsive, so I promised to stay near you all times," she assured cheekily, giving him her best good girl smile. He rolled his eyes at her antic. "Their favorite hobby is preying on women like you, the ones who have mature. About 1/3 of the females in their pack have it. I have no doubt one of them will fix their eyes on you. And knowing your disposition, I wouldn't past you to give the wrong impression and have one mark you." Mercy scoffed dismissively at his assumptions. She may be friendly, but she made it obvious when she liked a guy. Didn't she tell him this already? Clearly this werewolf needs to pay more attention. "It will all be fine. We're not talking more about this today. Get out of my room." Mercy pouted. "Sebastian, don't be mean. You already hurt my shoulder. Don't hurt my feelings too." She winked, which was a lie. His bite had only elicited a temporary mild pain that was by now far gone. So she was truly hurt. However, a girl's got to do what a girl's got to do, and Mercy sure loved making things go in her favor. It worked just as she thought. His flaming temper immediately doused to concern. "Come here." Sebastian put his bed to let her know where he wanted her. Mercy had to force down the smile threatening to break across her face and continue her effade of hurt. She knew it was wrong to play him like that, but he was so furious and livid that this was the only thing that made him distracted. She climbed his bed and sat in the center, the shoulder he had bitten facing him. To her surprise, large hands gripped her waist and pulled her closer, placing her directly in front of him with his legs on either side. Her back was to him, and his arms stayed around her. His deft fingers lifted the cuff of his shirt and pulled it over her shoulder to expose the lightly reddened area. It didn't even have a bite mark. "This hurts?" he questioned. She could feel the skepticism leak off him, making a nervous tingle climb up her spine. "Okay, regular." Sebastian could not know he was totally being played. "Listen, woman," she started, crossing her arms for extra measure. "This is my body and only I know what pain feels like in this territory." Sebastian merely grunted but questioned her no more. She sighed in relief, only to tense once again when she felt him lick her in the appointed area. His tongue left a fiery hot trail where it perused, and she couldn't help but think that this was the second time his tongue was on her today. After going over the area a few times, that should make it feel better. Mercy leaned back into him. His body around her was a comfortable cocoon. She could stay here forever. "It feels much better." Sebastian did not push her away immediately as she expected. She felt his head fall into the curve of her neck, his nose sliding in a most questioning way. 𝐿 it is not good for a man to be alone in his room with a woman he is not marked yet. A woman who is not his. His voice was low, steady. To my agent 𝐿𝐤𝐼𝐴𝐿𝐤, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Daring, Mercy turned her neck, making her nose come in contact with his cheek. Maybe you should change that. Make me your girlfriend. Mercy almost covered her mouth after saying the last part. It was too forward for her taste, and she felt the idea should come from him, not her. Alas, you cannot take back what has already been released, and now she would burn for her mistake. And burn she did. Sebastian noticeably stiffened, and before she knew it he was off the bed and out of her reach. She felt like an abandoned survivor stuck in a lonely island, without him in it. The bed looked much larger. He regarded her harshly. I would never do something as foolish as to make you my girlfriend. And Mercy felt her heart burn. She tried to appear unaffected, but her frown could not be hidden. She took a deep breath and scuttled from his bed, purposely avoiding his face. She knew if she saw him she might start to cry, and that would not be good. Go home. That's the first priority. Then she would lick her wounds and figure out where to go from there. But for now, go home. I'm ready to go home, she told him, surprised at how steady her voice came out. You're upset. She felt his eyes trail over her, analyzing her body language and movement. Mercy wrapped her arms around herself, suddenly feeling cold. Or perhaps she just felt vulnerable. Lydia was right. It's dangerous to put your heart on a plate. But she did this willingly and did not regret it. Even though she tried to downplay her emotions, Sebastian still saw through her. I am why? Because you just said you would never make me your girlfriend. Of course I'm upset. Her sadness gave way to anger, and Mercy reveled in this. She preferred to be angry than sad. Woman, understand. This worldly way of girlfriend-boyfriend relationship is nonsense to me and useless. It sounds like both parties get the privileges of a mate without the responsibility that comes with having a mate. I will not partake in this. Thus, I will never make you, or anyone else, my girlfriend, he explained. His serious tone called her attention, and after digesting the depth of his words her mood shifted considerably. So he was shutting her down. Mercy's frown turned into a hopeful smile. Wait, does that mean you would only consider me as mate material? Sebastian gave her a look. You wanted to go home. Let's go. Glazing over her question, Mercy pouted. Why did he always avoid her serious questions? Then again, if he was a man in denial, she did need to give him time. You know, when you move away from me like that, it gives the impression you don't like being close to me, she pointed out, growing rather annoyed at how he left her so abruptly on the bed. It was all going so well until he felt the need to detach himself like that. It didn't feel nice at all, regardless of how it comes off. I meant what I said. It's not right for me to be so close to you when we're not mated. It's inappropriate. Now enough. Let's go. Mercy followed him out his room unenthusiastically. She hated the push back she received the closer she got to him. It felt as though she reeled him in, but then he spat her back out when she got too comfortable. Great. And this is what she signed up for. Mercy knew that even if she did want to back out, she cowered. At the end of the day, the heart wants what it wants, so as it determinedly stopped her, she would keep going. Mercy had to stop herself from jumping down in her seat with excitement. She would probably hit her head with the ceiling of the car if she did so she bounced instead. Even though Sebastian was driving in the front with Noah, she managed to convince him to switch the radio station from just to the popular hits. The catchy song along with the aspect of their activity had her more excited than her body could contain. Also the tons of candy her and Haley ate before she left the house. Beside her, Jaden tugged her hair. Why are you moving so much? He murmured lightly. Mercy almost laughed. She noticed the twins had a habit of pulling on people's hair when they wanted to complain, call someone to extreme attention, or were displeased about someone's behavior. She found it funny how Sebastian liked to bite and they preferred to pull hair. She saw the twins pull their younger brother's 𝐿𝐼𝐻's hair the other day, and she was starting to see there was more than one way to express displeasure over a pup's behavior. On the other side, she felt annoyed they sometimes viewed her as a pup. She was no pup. She was a woman, for goodness sakes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Ready to you, Mary Sebastian woman. Excited, she exclaimed, bouncing higher for extra emphasis. On the other side of her, Jordan rustled, but otherwise remained asleep. Whatever activity he had been doing last night must have had him beat, though not even the music and her movements shook him awake. Jordan regarded her silently. It appeared he was perplexed by her excitement. I don't see the allure of shopping for clothes. The purple-eyed beauty shook her head. Figures men would not be as animated. It was Saturday morning, and they were on their way to an out-town shopping center to shop for the outfit they would wear to the Winter Wonderland dance. Coming here had been Kristen's idea, who was at the moment a car behind them, following them with James as the driver. Dark Falls had poor fancy clothing options, so apparently everyone went out of town to get their things for the dance. The only males who seemed to not mind was Noah and James. Sebastian was unenthused about the whole thing, but it's a good thing Kristen was a convincing sister, and he didn't put up much fight when she requested this. The drive out of town had been over an hour, and they were now finally approaching what looked to be a gigantic shopping center. Mercy almost cowled and contained herself. She knew exactly the kind of dress she was looking for. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Flowing dress that would show off her figure magnificently and have some sexy back action. When they finally neared the parking lot, Massey began to shake Jordan awake. Wake up. We're here. Jordan blinked Dro's eye. 5 more minutes, he mumbled, before promptly closing his eyes. Massey huffed. No, come on, prom date. We have to look fabulous for the dance. She pulled on his hair to show her displeasure. The action seemed to work, for Jordan started stretching to wake up. We only do this for you girls. All I need is a dress shirt to match your dress. His words blurred in a yawn. His statement reminded her that she and Kristen were not the only females on the trip. 𝐾𝐥𝐲𝐬 egged along as well. She was placed in the other car with James. Their separation was most likely intentionally done, puffed during the long drive. How wonderfully convenient. The gorgeous 𝐿𝐢 gave her the evil eye when she noticed Massey was invited to the trip. In return, Massey gave her the wave she saw 𝐿𝐢𝐳𝐷 when they passed by their territory. Because that's what she was. A queen. Massey pushed Jordan at the door when Sebastian parked near the entrance. James parked at the empty slot beside them, and before she knew it they were entering the automatic sliding doors. She breathed in the cold. Air-conditioned air mixed with the smell of cinnamon pretzels. Us ladies first. So 3rd floor, Kristen declared. Moving to the elevator, Massey was immensely impressed by this mall. It was easily the biggest one she had ever seen. Even the elevator looked humongous. It easily fit 20 people. When it opened, there were already 3 people there, presumably coming up from the most bottom floor and heading higher like they were. When they all entered, it didn't appear as large anymore, but she knew it was because her friend group was taller and larger than the average people. Sebastian was beside her, and she looked up at him appreciatively. His beard had grown in from his most recent shave, which made him more roguishly handsome than usual. Feeling her stare, he peered down at her and lifted a questioning brow. Massey winked flirtatiously at him, and he grunted non-committal lie, deciding she wouldn't bother him too much for now. Her eyes strayed elsewhere and landed on a male stranger in the far corner on the elevator. He was average-sized, but what differentiated him was his bright red colored hair. Obviously dyed, of course. He was eyeing her, so focused on her that he was not blinking. Oh, so that's the game he was going to play. He has another thing coming if he thinks she'll back out of this one. She fixed him with a stare of her own, refusing to blink. She felt movement beside her. "Mercy, what are you doing? Stop staring," Sebastian ordered in his usual demanding tone. The man looked away and Mercy smiled, slapping Sebastian in the shoulder. "See that?" she whispered. "One what?" He gave her an incredulous look. "The staring contest. I play this game all the time. Enthusiasm in the queen at it," as though hearing her challenge. The man looked back. "Oh, see that? He wants a rematch." The elevator dinged and Sebastian grabbed her arm sharply to usher her out. "Or he wants to get in your pants." Rolling his eyes. When they reached the dress shop, Sebastian left her side and joined Keisha. Mercy viewed them with distaste. Gross. Why did Sebastian have to be such an honorable man and keep his year, old promise? She loved that about him. But in this case she wished he made an exception and took her. Now Keisha was looking up at him all lovey-dovey and saccharine sweetness that was uncommon to see in her usual sour character. Mercy figured she probably looked like that herself when she was near him, but still. Being jealous was so annoying. Deciding to distract herself with the true purpose of them coming here in the first place, she located Jordan's wandering figure and grabbed his hand. "You will come with me. You can be my second opinion on these dresses." Jordan nodded absently. The dresses were separated by style, so she guided him to the section where they were more flowy. The puffy, wide ones were way on the other side, and they reminded her of a Quincy era she went to freshman year for her past friend Xiomara. The poor girl had been forced to look like a puff doll while her mother happily took pictures the whole night. Mercy scanned through the dresses, pulling out the ones that caught her attention and dumping them over Jordan's awaiting arms. She was thankful he was there because he made an excellent dress holder. It's not like they had shopping carts in clothing stores. "What about that one?" With his elbow, Jordan pointed towards a purple dress, whose color was not too far off from the ones already in his arms. Mercy neared it. It was a deep violet, sequined body, contrast with a deep V, neck and unexposed back. She gasped. "Oh my gosh, Jordan. This dress is perfect." She pulled it from the rack and held it up. Who knew had eyes for great dresses? She added it to the mounting pile in his arms. "Honestly, Mercy, you're not hard to read. You always get something purple." He chuckled. Mercy put her hands on her hips. "That's not true. I am so open to trying other colors." To further prove a point, she grabbed a random white dress and added it to the pile. "See there, a different color." Jordan snorted. "I thought white was a shade, not a color." Mercy tugged his hair and he stopped his mocking, assessing her with mild amusement. She was really starting to like knowing their ways. Maybe next time Sebastian pissed her off she could bite him and see what he did. Serves him right for being so aggravating. After grabbing two more dresses purple, of course they headed to the changing room area. There were 3 changing rooms side with lounging chairs on the outside. She saw the rest of the cult sitting there, and judging by the 2 closed doors and shuffling inside, she figured Kristen and Keisha were already trying things on. There was 1 dressing room available, and she assumed it was next to Keisha's because Sebastian was sitting in front of it while James sat beside him to his left in front of the other changing room. They spoke quietly to each other, their tones so low Mercy could not grasp a hint of their conversation. When she neared, she noticed Sebastian's gaze draw to her as he continued to talk. She saw the hint of an amused smile when he took note of the bulk of purple dresses in Jordan's arms. Jordan kindly placed them on the hooks in the dressing room before comfortably sitting next to Sebastian. He leaned back against the fancy couch expectantly, as though he were about to see a good show. For the first dress, Mercy chose a simple floor-length dress. It wasn't backless like she wanted it, but it did have a slit on the side of her right leg that made it almost worth it. It was a safe dress, slightly plain in terms of what she was looking for, but if she didn't like anything else, she would choose this. When she stepped out, Jordan gave her a thumbs up. "I like it." Beside him, Sebastian surveyed her but otherwise remained quiet. Keisha chose that exact moment to step out of the dressing room. She wore a red 2-piece number that fit her nicely. Sebastian's expression turned to one of clear distaste. You know better than to wear something like this. Marcy then realized the problem was not really the dress, but the fact that it showed her stomach. That man was really iffy about the belly thing. 𝐸𝐲 looked put off by his comment, as though she wished for a different reaction, and angrily returned to the dressing room. Marcy giggled at 𝐸𝐲's failed plan to attract Sebastian and Ray, entered her room. She tried on a different dress, but when she put it on she was displeased with how it wrapped around her figure. It did her no favors whatsoever. There was no point in showing Jordan this one. Better to try another one. The next dress fit her too largely despite the ticket showing it was indeed her size. She shrugged it off and went to another dress. Depending on the angle it was viewed, this dress shifted from purple to a bluish hue. After pulling the zipper up, Marcy had to stop herself from laughing. It looked horrendous. She would definitely be showing Jordan this one, at least for fun. When she opened the door it was as expected. Jordan doubled over in laughter. "This is the one," he exclaimed, wagging his finger to show he wanted her to turn in a circle. She humored him and did just as much. Sebastian's eyes glittered with laughter, but he kept it in, shaking his head instead. Kristen stepped out with the most beautiful of their shoulder creamy dress. In the stomach area, it was slightly sheer. Marcy expected Sebastian to criticize her, but he oddly stayed quiet, disregarding his sister's choice. James' mouth dropped like a dog who found his favorite treat and nodded wordlessly. Kristen blushed. "I guess I found my dress." "Yes, you did. You look awesome," Marcy agreed, letting her know that she supported her choice wholeheartedly. "Thanks, Mass," she chirped, giving her a heart-warming smile. When Marcy returned in the room to change, she overheard Kristen and James telling them they would go ahead to the men's store for a dress shirt, and that when they were done to meet them there. The group separated and Jaden and Noah decided to join them, seeing as they didn't have dates to wait for. Marcy tried on her fifth dress and didn't know what to think about it. Odd and normal at the same time. Jordan wrinkled his nose when she showed it to him, so she took it as a sign he didn't like it. "Yeah, it didn't really convince me either," she admitted. The fabric also didn't feel the most comfortable. A moment later 𝐸𝐲 came out wearing a blue dress that complemented her eyes. Sebastian placed a grieved hand on his forehead. "That is way too short," he commented. And truly, with 𝐸𝐲's height, if the girl ever though to bend down, her entire touch would be exposed to the world, or the dress would rip. Marcy had to stop herself from laughing with glee. She loved how used Sebastian was about her vain attempts at seducing him. He did not look tempted at all. Returning to her dressing room, she tried another random dress. This one was very complicated. It had odd turns and sleeves she wasn't sure how to properly put on. Outside, she overheard Sebastian consenting to a dress 𝐸𝐲 wore next. But judging by the 𝐊𝐲Wolf's response, it wasn't exactly her first choice. 𝐸𝐲 eventually relented and went with the dress to please the disgruntled man. Enthusiasm, in the meantime, Marcy gave up on the twisting, tricky dress and decided to try the white dress she added to spite Jordan. It wasn't her preferred color, but there was no harm in trying. After putting it on, her mouth dropped. Well, this dress was certainly not what she expected. It was an elegant lace dress that hugged her beautifully, but had one flaw. It was positively scandalous. This had everything to do with the sheer material she hadn't noticed before. Very though in almost every sense. She smiled deeply before opening the door. If 𝐸𝐲 thought she could one-up her with that belly showing red dress and short number, she had one thing coming. Sebastian's even silent self will not be so unmoving when he sees her in this. "What do you think of this one, Jordan? Didn't you say I should try something new?" Her voice was light and innocent. When he caught sight of her dress, she saw almost for an instant Jordan blushing furiously. His mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water, very much at loss for words. "You are not going anywhere wearing that. That dress is see-through," Sebastian boomed, eyes wide with alarm. Beside him, 𝐸𝐲 looked furious as well. She clenched her fists and pressed her lips as though to contain her tongue from lashing out at her. Marcy smiled wickedly. feeling a strong sense of pleasure from garnering such a reaction. Sebastian had been quiet the whole time, and now he directed a word at her. "See through. This is so full coverage," she said smoothly, turning in a slow circle for extra measure. The action incited him even more. "There is nothing coverage about this dress." He passed an irritated hand through his hair, messing up their organized state. "Go change." Marcy casually leaned against the door of the changing room, her hands traveling along the soft material. "It's not showing my stomach much. I don't see the problem. Besides, Jordan is my date, not you. He gets to decide if he likes the dress or not." She lifted a defiant chin and turned her attention to the man in question. Jordan coughed and closed his eyes, as though he very much wished he'd disappeared. His blush had not lessened in the least. In 3 long strides Sebastian was in front of her, blocking her from every honest view. He stared down at her and she saw his teeth slightly sharpen. Her eyes widened. She knew this look. He was getting very furious, very fast, and was near biting her. "Jordan, to my 𝐸𝐴𝐺𝐸, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. Go meet up with James and the rest. I will stay with Marcy." His tone was leveled and left no room for argument. Jordan breathed a sigh of relief, and Keisha gave her a half-smug smile, as though satisfied that Sebastian's anger was now targeted at her. The two swiftly got up and left. Sebastian's voice was low and dangerous as he addressed her. "If you even dare wear this to the dance, you can forget about coming to the assignment, no matter what my mother says," he threatened. Marcy squeaked. "Okay. Yes, fine." She gave in, stepping back to close the door and change. She hadn't seriously considered wearing a dress like this. It wasn't her style at all. She just did it to get a reaction, and it proved more successful than she thought. Sebastian's hand stopped the door from closing. "If you ever do a stunt like that again, we will be having serious problems. You don't have any idea what you're doing." Marcy felt her blood boil. Keisha did it too. She blurted, "How dare he get so strict with her when Keisha had worn so called inappropriate dresses before her." Granted, they weren't as revealing, but he didn't angry with her, only mild disapproval for the 𝐊𝐲-Wolf. His eyes darkened as he took a step closer, pressing up against her. She felt his large hands grip her thighs and squeeze. "This is not a dress. I cannot only see what is beneath, but I can 𝐾𝐿 feel. It's a ridiculously thin material. Jordan was getting severely aroused by your attire." He had to close his eyes. "What you did is unacceptable." Marcy bit her lip. She hadn't realized Jordan got turned on by her dress. She thought he was just being shy, getting his attention like that had not been her intention. "I'm sorry, Sebi." She apologized, giving him a puppy-eyed look. "Sorry doesn't fix anything. You're being reckless and foolish." Marcy clenched her fists. "I can't do anything else but apologize. Obviously I won't do it again," she argued. "You're the one who's coping the feel, not Jordan." The hand on her thigh squeezed tighter. "Is that what you wanted? For him to desire you?" His eyes glowed like embers from a brilliant flame. Fed up with his ridiculous ways, Marcy bit him on his neck. Sebastian's teeth became sharper. "What do you think you're doing?" His voice came out rough, as though he was struggling with something. "What does it look like you buffer on? In biting you because you're acting like a stupid pup. You're pissing me off. Woman, there's a reason I've never bitten you on the neck. It's an area to mark people, not bite. Who else have you bitten there so impulsively? I've half mind to prohibit you from going to this dance." Marcy felt like she wanted to scream. She was getting nowhere. If it's not one mistake, it's another. "No one. Just you. Keep it that way. Go change." He shoved her into the dressing room and Marcy fumed in silence. She felt like ripping her hair out. She took deep, calming breaths and snatched the purple sequin dress Jordan found and decided she would try this one. She had saved it for last, anticipating it would be the best one, and she sure hoped it was because she suddenly did not want to continue trying on dresses on any longer. Thankfully, The dress was exactly what she had been looking for. Massey beamed at the image before her. Her mood uplifted considerably. "I found the right dress. We can leave now," she called from the dressing room. "I will see it first." She didn't even need to step out. When she opened the door, Sebastian was right there, blocking the doorway like a rabid large dog. She didn't see the point in him doing that. It's not as though there was anyone else in the store. Besides, she already told him she wear a revealing dress like before again. "It's acceptable. You may get this one." Without another word, Massey closed the door and changed into her regular clothes. Her anger now abated. She realized Sebastian pretty much mentioned he had come to terms with her joining them when they visited the Everglades pack. At least he wasn't resistant about that anymore. As long as she behaved. She huffed. She always behaved. What the heck was he so concerned about? Sebastian ended up paying for the expensive dress, something she hadn't expected, especially since dark vibes continued to emanate from him. A young female in the cashier seemed to want to flirt with him, but when he gave her clipped, cold answers, she wisely backed off and drained them up quickly. Massey giggled beneath her hand, the tall woman hiding her from view. He was so anti-social it was funny. "Sebby, were you turned on when you saw me in that dress?" By now they left the store, and he was now guiding her to the men's place everyone was in. He held her hand as he led her, as though she were incapable of merely following him. She had a hunch he secretly enjoyed holding her hand. "I will not answer." Massey smirked. He so was turned on by that dress. Even though she knew the answer, she wanted him to admit it out loud. But for now she would let him get away with this. Besides, his birthday was tomorrow, and she had a very horrible surprise in store for him. She just hoped he wouldn't cut her when she did it. Massey felt her inner self tingling with excitement. Sebastian was right. She was reckless after all. 30. Massey stared at her prom dress with a mixture of awe and appreciation. Her hands trailed softly against the dazzling material, picturing exactly how she would look many weeks from now. It truly was a beautiful dress. She almost wished the dance would hurry up so she could wear it. Alas, she had to be patient and wait. From her peripheral view she saw her sister stroll down the hall, only to stop at her door and feast her gaze upon what had her so transfixed. Lydia's silent steps entered to better survey the ensemble. That thing is way too shiny and explosive. Figures you would get an outrageous dress. Massey was not surprised at her sister's comment. Lydia was such a bore when it came to picking outfits, always choosing the plainest thing to blend into the background and otherwise remain unseen. "You're clearly blind and lack good taste. This dress is amazing. I'm so glad I won't have to be in search of an outfit anymore. The stuff in Dark Falls is deplorable." Massey held it higher and smiled proudly at her choice. The only person who saw her it was Sebastian, and all he told her was that it was acceptable. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." This dress was more than acceptable. It was downright gorgeous. He was such a stone that his bland response did not surprise her. Then again, perhaps his anger at the time had something to do with it. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "So that's where you went to today?" Lydia mused, lifting a disparaging brow. "Are you going out for more shopping today?" Massey shook her head. "Nope. I'm done with shopping. You'll get shoes and accessories some other day." Massey gave her dress one last look before exhaling a joyful sigh and placing it in her closet ever so carefully. She had made space for it by taking out a handful of clothes. She wanted to make sure it wouldn't cramp and otherwise cause wrinkles. "So if you're not going anywhere, why is there a car outside waiting for you?" Massey's eyes widened with alarm. Crap. She rushed to her drawers and pulled out the first set of comfortable clothes she saw along with her intimates and stuffed them in a duffel bag she found tucked away in a corner. "Sebastian's waiting for me outside. I ate dinner at his house after shopping, and somehow Haley convinced him I should sleep over," she explained, reaching for her basic hygiene products. She grabbed the medium-sized gift bag she stashed near her dresser and placed it inside too. It held one of 𝐨𝐵𝐴𝐵's birthday presents. The other wouldn't require any type of covering. Just herself. He probably consented since it was the weekend and there was no school tomorrow. Also, since his parents were hosting a nice feast tomorrow to commemorate his birthday. Mercy could not believe she had been so immersed in her dress that she forgot Sebastian was waiting for her outside. The worst part is she told him she would be super duper quick about it. Hopefully he wasn't bad at waiting. Suddenly, Lydia began to walk around her room, poking her head through things as though searching for something. It must be here somewhere, she murmured, loud enough for Mercy to hear. Mercy eyed her curiously. It was a very bizarre action coming from her sister. What could she have possibly left in her room? What are you looking for? She finally asked. Lydia looked up. Your brain cells. I know you must have dropped them here somewhere. There's no way you'd be stupid enough to continue engaging these people. She conferred. Very funny, Mercy said dryly. Lydia was still as negative as ever when it came to the cult. This did not surprise her. Her sister was stubborn. Unnecessary so. Good luck to the mule of a man that had to deal with her. She zipped her duffel bag closed, but not before tucking in a modest black dress for tomorrow. It reached slightly past mid-thigh but was off the shoulder and looked classy and elegant. She had many more lucrative options to choose from, but since the entire pack was joining, she did not want to look too sexy. Sebastian would fly off his rocker, and she wanted to continue making a good impression. She'd save the more exposing dresses for future private dates she expected Sebastian to ask her out on. Eventually, how are you going to explain to Mom that you're sleeping over a boy's house? The purple-eyed beauty smiled slyly. Lydia, you have much to learn. I can say the same thing without it sounding alike. I won't tell her I'm sleeping over Sebastian's house. Otherwise she'll go on and on about the birds and the bees. In telling her I'm sleeping over Kristen and Haley's house. See what I did there? Mercy gave her a conspiratorial wink. Her mother probably wouldn't make a huge deal if she explained the whole situation. It's not like she was sleeping in his room. She'd probably share with Haley or sleep in the guest room. Nevertheless, with Sebastian waiting outside, she didn't have much time to delve into that, so she'd just give those details. Lydia placed the back of her hand on Marcy's forehead and tucked her tongue. Yep, it's official. You are sick with that horrible disease called love, a wolf. Side effects include idiotic decisions, delusions of a man liking her back, and wild behavior. Mercy licked her hand, causing Lydia to bounce back in disgust. 𝐸𝐸𝐻, she screamed. I hope it's contagious. Mercy laughed, grabbing her duffel bag and skipping cheerfully down the stairs. Her sister was truly something else. Lydia followed after her, her face twisted in a most unpleasant fashion. She hated germs and Mercy used that to her advantage. That was disgusting. Since you want to be all gross, I guess this is the best time to tell you Mom noticed his car and decided to go outside to greet him. I ever so happily stayed indoors, she said snarkily. Mercy froze in her steps and gasped. Oh no. No. Her mother thought she was dating that man, and if wrong words were exchanged, she would be in huge trouble. Taking note of her altered mood, Lydia's lips converted from distaste to a victorious smile. So much from Kristen and Haley's house. She taunted. This time she was laughing, regaining her senses. Mercy Power walked to the front of the house. Exactly how long had those two spoken? Now she had to do damage control and hope she came unscarred in the process. When she reached the door, she was surprised to find Sebastian out of the car and standing on the passenger side speaking casually to her mom. He stood straight with no slouch to his posture, completely towering over her mother, who was currently giggling over something he said. Mercy cowled and imagined what Sebastian could have possibly said to make her giggle, especially since he had his typical no-nonsense face on and didn't appear to have said a joke. As she hurriedly reached them, she heard the tail end of her mother's response. My daughter is a wild one. I'm so glad you've appointed yourself as her protector. That is so cute. Mercy sighed in relief. That didn't sound bad. Now she had to stop her talkative mother from continuing her babbling, otherwise she'd go on and on the whole night. "Hey Mom, done bothering Sebastian yet?" She started tugging her back into the house. "I was not bothering, sweetie. I just wanted to say hello. You've done a horrible job introducing, so I took it upon myself." Smiling in triumph, yet nevertheless allowing her daughter to take her back inside. "By Sebastian," she called, waving at him. Sebastian waved back, a rare small smile curving his lips. Okay, how come he was all nice and friendly with her mom, but it came to her he did not smile that often? "No fair." At the door, her mother leaned down to whisper, "He's so handsome, honey. Definitely a good pick. Way better than the last one you brought home. Much more mature and put together." Mercy laughed. The last boyfriend she brought home was some rich playboy she somehow managed to tame. He let go of all his side girls to be with her, but ended up being too childish for her tastes, so she let him go. She liked men who could hold her down, not the other way around. It's one of his best traits. Mercy agreed. She kissed her on the cheek and went off to join Sebastian in the car. Her mother waved from the doorstep and watched them go. Sebi, what exactly did my mother say?" Attempting to grasp information on the conversation they had. More specifically, whether or not her mother hinted at them being boyfriend and girlfriend. "She said you told her about me." And Mercy pressed. Why was this man so vague? Getting information from him was like pulling a splinter from a finger. "I told her you're sleeping over at my house. We talked about other things and I assured her in taking care of you, that I make sure you're safe." Mercy sighed in relief. Perfect. Looks like word of her lying to her mom was nowhere in the conversation. For now she was safe. Otherwise it would be awkward. Especially since she knew how against the whole boyfriend-girlfriend title he was. It was a huge no for him. "My lovely Sebi, you truly are the cutest." She kissed him on the cheek. He scrunched his brows in puzzlement. "Cute? Why do you women insist this is cute?" "I do not understand." Mercy giggled. He was so cluelessness. Then, changing the subject. "I have something to give you at home. It's a book. James found it in our library, and since you'll be joining us to Everglades, I thought it'd be helpful for you to read it. We're leaving 2 weeks." Mercy squealed. "Yay, this is gonna be so fun. How are we getting there?" Prior to coming here, she never heard of Everglades. Was it even in the same state? "It's one of the furthest packs. We'll be taking a plane there." Mercy nodded in awe. She didn't think it'd be like this. "For how long will we be there?" "More or less 3 days. It shouldn't take too long. We leave Friday after school." "I told your mom already." He smiled in an amused manner. She assumed it was a school trip. I did not correct her. Mercy laughed. Her mother would think that. The last school she went to was full of rich kids, and they often went on extravagant trips. How perfectly convenient. When they reached Sebastian's home, she settled her things in 𝐊𝐲's room, who was ever so excited to have her there. Mercy decided to go ahead and take a shower. Today was a long day, and she wanted to lightly pamper herself before joining the group in the living room. Late Friday nights were movie nights here, but Mercy never stayed long enough to enjoy them. Sebastian always dropped her home at a responsible time, and he was very against her staying out too late, even if it was with him. When she finished washing up, she settled for a modest piece made of satin. It covered her completely and even had long sleeves. The least she wanted was to incite Sebastian's temper, at least not before she gave him his birthday presents. Mercy barely finished putting on her favorite lotion when Haley pulled her arm. "Let's go. The movie's about to start." The living room was filled. She recognized the younger faces, and knew she'd seen them in passing in the hallways, but for the most part it was full of many people she hadn't met before. Haley easily maneuvered them through the crowd, and in the end she landed at a couch beside Noah. Kristen and James were also there. More towards the end. "Hey, princess." Noah enveloped her into a tight hug. When he pulled back, he tugged on the fabric of sleepwear, pressing it between his fingers. "Whoa, this stuff is soft." I like it. He grinned wolfishly. Mercy smiled smartly. So it's very smooth. Beside her, Haley tested the fabric as well. Then she ducked her head under her arms and cuddled beneath her. I like it too, she agreed. Their conversation was cut short by the movie starting, and soon the packed living room quieted. Mercy surveyed the crowd, looking for the rest of the cult. She found them on the opposite side. Jaden was on the couch, taking over half the space by Semi, laying down. Next to him was Sebastian. To her annoyance, Keisha was on his other side, looking rather pleased with herself at the arrangement. On the floor was Jordan, sitting next to Micah cross-legged. The movie of choice was Zootopia, and while it was a PG animation, it held 𝐿's attention the whole time. The plot was amazing, and judging by Haley as focus gaze, she was equally immersed as well. The movie was too long, and by the time it finished it was 11:30. The crowd dispersed, and a handful stayed to play some games. Mercy found her eyes trail back to where Sebastian was seated, and judging by his current proximity to the blue-eyed wolf, it appeared Keisha had slowly inched herself closer, and closer to him to the point of touching. All she had to do was tip over to her right and she'd be right over his lap. A bitter feeling of jealousy coiled within her, but before she reined it in, Sebastian stood up and abandoned his sitting. He disappeared into a hole and Keisha was left looking bereft, as though she expected him to stay and spend more time with her. Next to her, Noah stretched and pat his belly. I know we ate not too long ago, but I'm hungry again. He admitted. Mercy rubbed his stomach. You have a large appetite, honey bear. I do. In debating between making something to eat or going to sleep. I'm so tired. Noah yawned, looking very much beat. After going to the mall, Sebastian made them all do some training. He made it more intense than usual due to the cut time. Haley got up. I'm hungry too. I'll make some soup. She scurried off in the direction of the kitchen. Make for me too. Noah called after her, evidently making his decision now that he wouldn't have to put work into it. You want some? As though he were the one preparing the food. Any other time she might have said yes, but she had other things in mind. No, it's almost 12 o'clock and I want to be the first to tell Sebastian happy birthday. I also want to give him his presents. 𝐶's most likely in his room, which is code for don't bother him. Noah put an arm around her and winked timpishly. He'll probably let you in though, he said suggestively. Mercy giggled. Last time I went he said it was inappropriate for me to be there. Noah shook his head. Sebastian, if I were in his place I would be all over this. He looked at her from head to toe and howled for extra effect. Mercy shoved him and laughed. Noah was always so flirtatious, but she knew he was only joking. But seriously, the guy has it so easy. He have to put in work. He huffed in mock indignation. Please. You have so many girls in school pinning after you. They're terrified of Sebastian. They think 𝐻𝐸's very mean, so they easily flock to you and your good looks. And it was true. While the females appreciated Sebastian's aesthetic qualities, Noah was much more easily approachable. He radiated friendliness and was a jokester at heart. Out of the whole cult, he had the most friends in their high school. The buff man didn't seem to agree. He had a far-away look. Ironically enough, the one my wolf wants isn't terrified of him. Mercy thought about the implications of his words before gasping. Noah, please don't tell me you like who I think you like. He looked at his hands sheepishly and scratched his head. A light tinge of red coming on his cheeks. I can't help who my wolf is compatible with, he defended. His eyes drifted to a blue-eyed wolf. Keisha was currently resting on the couch, abstinently watching the screen as the men played. Noah's eyes moved in her direction. They were full of longing and hidden rejection. Mercy wrinkled her face in clear distaste, something which did not go unnoticed by him. You are such an amazing being. I just find it hard to believe you'd be attracted to her. She's not always so. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks to your unfailing 𝐾𝐥𝐬𝐧. Mercy finished, causing him to wince. Sensing the depth of his feelings, Marcy schooled her features into one of acceptance. To my authentic extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. You can't help who you fall for. It's not as though Sebastian were the most lovely bachelor. Sorry, I just don't have the best history with her. But if it helps, she is super strong and gorgeous. Can't deny that. She supplied. I've seen her soft side. He opened up. It's nice and I really love it. I can sense how Wolf is attracted to me too. But she's so attached to Sebastian for saving her. Not to mention, he has alpha blood in him. And no matter what, a female is always more receptive to mating an alpha. He said sorry. Mercy could tell he did not hold it against Sebastian, but rather he was morose of his situation. It must suck to see the girl you want pining after another guy. Her heart went out to him. Sebastian was always the most receptive of her own affections, but at least he was chasing after any woman. It gave her hope. Noah felt hopeless. She squeezed his hand for comfort. Honey bear, you're a great catch. If you chase after her, you have a chance. You have an advantage, you know her Wolf is receptive of you. Trail mat. She encouraged. Noah ruffles her hair, messing it up completely. Aren't you a cute, positive pup? But his eyes were still melancholic. Last year I attempted to have a relationship with her. Things only got so far before she went right back to Sebastian. Keisha is a very strong wolf. Even his wolf is slightly attracted to her and she senses this. That's what she told me. For that reason I never told my cousin I had feelings for her. He confided. Mercy felt her heart lurch. This sounded so sad. Does Sebastian still not know? Noah squeezed her hand. No. Time came and went and he never did anything. Sebastian is very focused on taking care of us and learning how to be an alpha from his father. He never made much of anything with her and always kept a respectable distance. Then you came along. At this he smirked. And I find it funny how 𝐻𝐸's very receptive of you. Mercy snorted. He had to be kidding. Receptive. You call that receptive? I feel like I'm crawling through mud. It's the most receptive I've seen him. Just now. I've never seen him bring a girl to his house almost every day, much less let her sleep over. There's a reason Mia invited you to 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐧. Whatever you're doing, just know it's working. Noah bared his teeth 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐧. Mercy patted herself on the back. Oh, I know it's working. I just wouldn't call it receptive. She laughed. But back to you. Since she's rejecting a relationship, maybe just be her friend first. I rarely see you talking to her. Noah gave her a look. But before he could say anything, Haley chose that time to quick into the doorway. Food is ready. The two of them got up at the same time. Noah would be following after Haley, and she would be giving Sebastian an ice visit. Mercy nudged him and gave a pointed look towards Keisha, who was blissfully unaware of them talking about her. He placed a hesitant hand at the back of his neck, but otherwise straightened up and approached her. Haley made some soup. You hungry? Keisha looked up at him dispassionately, looking as beautifully composed as ever. For a moment, Mercy was certain she would refuse. After a pensive pause, sure. Mercy felt like hollering for him right then and there, but she smartly watched from the sidelines. It was her imagination to see his previous sleepy state and lethargy go away, now replaced by contained excitement. He was adorable. She sincerely hoped things worked out for him, and not just because it would work in her favor. A glance at the clock showed her she had 1 minute left before Sebastian's birthday, so she retrieved his present and entered the wolf's den. Sebastian, sweetie, Mercy cooed, entering his room. I came by to tell you happy birthday, you big sexy dog. Sebastian rolled his eyes as he flipped the channels of his television, clearly bothered. I thought I told you my birthday is being celebrated tomorrow. Mercy almost laughed. He was too easy to annoy. You did, but I don't want to wait until then to give you your 2 presents. She held his gift bag up. He regarded the colorful bag with mild curiosity and held his hand out. Mercy went to the side of his bed and passed it to him. After shifting through the extra mesh paper, he pulled out a white dress shirt. He lifted it up as a way of question. Massey ran her fingers through his hair. Because I think you look really sexy in white. So I got this for you so you can wear it in our future first date. Humor glittered his eyes and his lips upturned ever so slightly. He made move to put it away, but Massey stopped him. No, you have to try it on, she demanded 𝐴𝐿. He pulled his black shirt over his head and Massey was struck by his amazing physique. The amazing view was to be short-lived, for he just as quickly put the dress shirt on, having no difficulty until he reached the top button, which was weirdly smaller than the rest. His fingers were too large to manage it in, so Massey took it upon herself to smack his hands away and do it herself. She then called him to the mirror atop his dresser. So what do you think? She already knew what she thought. He looked devastatingly handsome. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The shirt was a brilliant contrast to his skin, and fit him just right. On a regular person this would look like an average dress shirt, but on Sebastian it was worthy of a magazine's front page. She could only imagine how great he would look with the whole ensemble. I like this. It's more comfortable than the one I bought in the mall. Massey blinked 𝐿𝐲. You got one in the mall earlier today, when they arrived at the men's section to meet up with the others. He left her with Jordan and went back to 𝐾𝐤's side to find a matching dress shirt. She hadn't noticed what color dress shirt he got. Yes, 𝐾𝐤 chose a white dress, so for the dance I will wear this one instead. Thank you, Massey, he said kindly. Massey felt as if she'd just swallowed a sour pill and was left with a horrible aftertaste. No. Gross. You'll not wear this dress shirt to the Winter Wonderland dance, she protested. He assessed her, unbuttoning his dress shirt from the bottom up and slowly revealing more and more skin. Why not? Because it's my present. Sebastian chuckled at her reasoning, apparently finding it funny. No, it's my present. You gave it to me. Thus I get to decide how I want to use it. When he reached the top, he lifted his neck and gestured for her to unbutton it. She remained unmoving. It was time for Petty Massey to come outside now. She defiantly crossed her arms. He gave her one of his look, but she refused to help him with that small tiny button. Not until he succumbed to her requests. I will not help my competition, she sniffed. He rolled his eyes. Woman, she's not your competition. Yes, she is, she objected. He lifted his arms in surrender, seeming weary about where this conversation was going. I won't wear this to the dance. Now come here. He pulled on her shirt to bring her near. His hand then inspected the material. This feels nice, he noted. Then he relinquished his hold on the fabric. Having heard his agreement to not wear this to the dance, Massey released the tiny button near his neck. With his shirt fully unbuttoned, his whole torso was wonderfully exposed. She couldn't help herself from letting her hands wander from his neck to feel his chest. This feels nice too. Her eyes ate up the way the muscles of his shoulders moved as he pulled the dress shirt from behind. He truly was a sight for sore eyes. When his shirt was off, he looked down at her from his towering height. You will get your hands off my person, he admonished, promptly putting his shirt back on. Massey pouted. You are no fun, sensing her distress. He nuzzled her neck and kissed her cheek. Do not be upset. Thank you for the present. He went to hang the dress shirt in his closet. He returned back to her side and checked the gift bag. It is empty, he noted. Then, Massey realized he probably assumed his second present would be an item as well. But that was far from the truth. Yes, the second part of my present are birthday punches. Massey curled her hands and held them up. Sebastian enveloped her fists, his hands large enough to cover them completely. He raised a brow. But you can't hit. I've never seen you do so. Massey smiled coyly. I know. That's why I'm doing my version of birthday punches. In me they translate to birthday kisses. So I get to kiss your cheek 18 times. Immediately his guard went up and the hands around her fists tightened. Absolutely not. Massey groaned. She should have known it was too easy. She didn't see what the huge deal was. At the end of the day, she always gave him a kiss on the cheek anyway. With 17 more. Why not? She winned. Because if I allow you to do it on me, you will do it to the others on their birthdays. Mercy shook her head. No, Sebi. This is specifically your birthday present. Only you will get 18 kisses. No one else. His tense shoulders relaxed, and he released his hold on her fists. In that case, I will allow you. Giddy with excitement, she wrapped her arms around his neck and brought him close. Thankfully, since he was sitting at the edge of his bed, he was much taller than her, and she didn't have to reach up. They were eye level, and she could appreciate the beauty of his golden eyes as they appraised her. Once she began to give him kisses on his cheeks, and during her count she even felt his arms hug her waist. There was a finger that traced lazy circles on her back. The closer the number got to 18, the more nervous she got, but she was not backing down from her plan. 17. To my 𝐿𝐤𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐿, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And one more for good luck. Before she could back down, she grabbed Sebastian's cheeks and planted one on his lips. She almost lost herself in them, and wished nothing more than to keep her lips above his soft ones. But she knew the man before her, and if she wanted to come out unscathed, she had to put away. 𝐿𝐤𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐿. Mercy separated from him and ran out the door. Any moment now after the shock wore away, he would no doubt flip out and murder her if she stayed. His response was delayed, but there was a loud boom that came from Sebastian's room. To my 𝐿𝐤𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐿, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He yelled, and she shivered in fear at the deadly intent. But keep moving. In record time she reached the kitchen, immediately grabbing the keys from the holder. She ran to the first familiar person she saw. Me home now. Mercy whisper, shouted, using as few words as possible to not waste time. Noah cocked his head in silent inquiry. What did you do now? He was standing, slurping from a bowl of soup at hand. On the table, Keisha gave her a contemptuous 𝐿𝐤 type of glare, as though her presence were highly unwanted. Was that jealousy in her stare? Mercy decided there was a more pendant danger at hand. No time for questions. They'll tell you in the car. She pressed, urging him to move forward. Gosh, what was he, a bulldozer? It felt like she was pushing against a concrete building. It was comical of her to think her puny self could move a massive man towards a doorway that was a mere few feet away. To my 𝐿𝐤𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐿, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my 𝐿𝐤𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐿, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Furiously angry voice stopped them on their tracks. Mercy wanted to hide under a bed or inside a closet. She had even taken a damp basement to avoid this. Her futile efforts had only managed to move Noah a mere 5 feet forward. He looked very much lost and confused, also concerned for the sloshing soup at hand. Mercy squeaked and decided she would hide behind this massive wall of muscle. Just tell him I went to California for the weekend. Bye. She tried calling upon her non-existent powers to become invisible, but it was not working. She was no Violet from the Invincibles. Protect me from this beast, Noah. What is going on? He finally asked. Sebastian growled, but the menace was not directed at his fellow packmate. It was directed at her. I will handle her. Stay out of this. Somehow, he strategically managed to pluck her from behind Noah and drag her away. Mercy gazed back at Noah with pleading eyes, but he merely watched her retreating from apologetically, shrugging his shoulders in "I can't get you out of this" one sort of way. He led her to a private area. When she thought he was looking, she tried to run away, but his large hands grabbed her waist and brought her back, holding her in place. You said on the cheek. His lips formed a stern line. To my 𝐿𝐤𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐿, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. About but 𝐿𝐭 froze her from speaking further. You are not allowed in my room again. �:𝐵 gaped. You are overreacting. It's not enough, he responded, purposely mishearing her outcry. Next time you even knock on my door, I will bite your ass. She opened her mouth to speak, but his teeth sharpened, and he pressed against her. Bring them chest to chest. He did this to intimidate her, and this time it was working. One of his hands traveled dangerously low on her back, almost to reach her behind. The other went really high against her thigh. It was obvious which region he was bringing attention to, but didn't touch. Don't make me give you a sample. Unlike the last time I bit you, I'll make sure this really hurts, he threatened, voice full of promise and deadly intent. Do I make myself clear? �:𝐵 squirmed under his raging amber eyes and nodded meekly. Don't be mad. She whimpered. I just wanted to kiss you. He continued to stare down at her for a few more heartbeats. I don't think you know what kind of dangerous game you're playing. She felt his hands tighten and loosen in repeated cycles against her skin. Only her smooth pajama set a separator from his fingers. He released her and sauntered back to his room. It was only then that the air felt light enough to breathe. She gazed at the now empty space beside her, baffled. I swear, it's like male PMS on steroids, she cried, stomping her foot. Was it bad that she secretly wanted a part 2? She must have a death wish. I just turned down a super rich werewolf who was willing to build me an entire city. And yet all I want is to go back to my boring hometown. 31. Did you read the book? Yes, �:𝐵 replied, seamlessly slipping into a lie. 2 weeks ago, not many hours after her disastrous kissing fiasco, Sebastian ever so kindly went up to her and shoved a small book into her chest. It was black, with strong gold and ridges and a title she couldn't quite remember, but she knew by his quiet explanation that it had something to do with packs. 𝐿𝐭 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐂𝐮𝐧𝐼𝐻𝑒𝐼𝐵 enthusiasm. And something else. She hadn't managed to even read one page of it. 𝐿𝐿 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐂𝐮𝐧𝐼𝐻𝑒𝐼𝐵 enthusiasm. It was because she'd been kind of salty, okay. Very salty about the fact that he totally hated their kiss. So that was her passive, aggressive way of getting back at him. 𝐿𝐿 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐂𝐮𝐧𝐼𝐻𝑒𝐼𝐵 enthusiasm. The truth was she forgot all about it. In her excitement of going to Everglades and making sure all her homework was done ahead of time, it completely slipped her mind. As a matter of fact, now that she thought about it, she had no idea where it was. Even the previous one she'd gotten from the library mysteriously disappeared. She would also be lying if she said she actually took the time to look for it. It was a shame, really, because now they were on a 3+ hour plane, and she probably could knock out a good portion of it in the air. Oh well, the information shouldn't be too pertinent. She learned so much already just by being around them and taking note of their gestures and how they do things. What could possibly go wrong? The only obstacle that presented itself for this trip manifested yesterday. Late in the night, she was helping them pack when Matt truly sucked at folding. Keisha was the cause of the altercation. She complained about not being given the option to go. And despite her never previously consenting to an assignment before, she argued to take �:𝐵's place. �:𝐵 was more so curious as to why she never agreed to an assignment before rather than the fact that she sought to sabotage her sort of, but not, widdly vacation. Noah later privately told her Keisha 𝐿𝐿 for fear of encountering wolves due to her past even if there were no threat of them in some areas. It appeared �:𝐵 going sparked a rivalry in her and she was willing to override her emotions. The whole argument was squashed when Papa kindly reminded her she was still grounded, and �:𝐵 knew it was because of the time she tried to snipe her. Now that's just beautiful. Who would have thought Keisha trying to harm her would end up being so useful? Now she got to enjoy first-class eating next to her man, who unsurprisingly forced her to take the window seat while he took the aisle one to better stretch his legs. She had a vague feeling they paid for these spacious seats because they wouldn't comfortably fit in the economy one. It seemed Sebastian bought her lie, for there wasn't any suspicious in his eyes. Good, he acknowledged, evidently relieved she supposedly read the thing. Massey winced at the relief that laced his voice. Yikes. Maybe she should have read the thing. She wouldn't spend too much time dwelling on that mistake, though. It was too late now. Besides, how dare he ask her right when they're already on the plane and heading there? Sebastian brought out a black, velvety box from his pocket. He paused, as though to collect himself, and then met her eyes with a steady gaze. I told you before that in order to come we would be doing things my way. For your protection I need to ensure no 𝐊𝐳�𝐬𝐻 is rash enough to forcibly mate you. So to do this we will enter as an engaged couple who has not yet mated. Massey squealed and jumped in excitement. Oh my gosh. Are you proposing because the answer is yes? She wrapped her arms around his neck and gave him a long, extended kiss on the cheek. Sebastian sighed and looked up, as though he knew he would be in for a crazy next 3 days but had already accepted it. Woman, is my head on your lap? I am not proposing. I'm merely telling you we will appear to be engaged. Traditionally, there is a period of engagement before the wedding happens and a couple is mated. We will pretend to be in such a time for the entirety of this trip. Massey pouted. Doo-hoo. You ruined the mood, Sebby. Loud enough for the others around them to hear. Thankfully, the whole section was brought out by the cult. Jordan poked his head from in front of them. I'm assuming 𝐻𝐻 told you of his fantastic master plan. Laughing, Massey clucked her tongue in disapproval. Yes, he has. Then, wanting to annoy him. Hey, I have an idea. How about instead of me being engaged to you, I can pretend to be engaged to Jordan. I just don't want to burden you in any way. You are the one who will be speaking to them more frequently after all. She smiled, sweetly, waiting for his answer. The attendant became murderous as Sebastian slowly turned to face her. Jordan gulped. Let's just keep it the way it is, he said weakly, but it was as though Sebastian never heard him. His attention was solely fixed on her. Jordan ducked back into his seat to let her handle the consequences of her words. Meanwhile, the golden-eyed man closed the distance and let their foreheads meet. He pushed against her, until the back of her head hit the window and her neck was uncomfortably bending back. Is there anything you wish to tell me about your affections for Jordan? His voice was low, intending for only her ears to hear. She couldn't help but feel as though she was standing on a tight rope. Any move in either direction and she was screwed. I already told you, Sebastian. It was only to make things easier for you, and to make him pissed off, but she wouldn't tell him that. He had a knack of ruining the mood and to know what that felt like. You think I can't handle this assignment and take care of you? He asked dubiously. Massey smirked. A hand at his chest pushed him back so that she wouldn't be trapped near a window. Oh, you can take care of me, all right. I just doubt your ability to act engaged. You freaked out when I kissed you, and now you want to pretend you're engaged. Give me a break. Let me worry about that. In the meantime, get this on. Though he was trying to give off the impression of indifference, she knew by his tense shoulders that showing her this had him on edge. When he threw her the box, she didn't even have to catch it. It landed perfectly in the middle of her opened hands. Massey grasped it. For a moment, she considered not opening it and shoving it right back to him, but the ambiguous box stared at her, pulling on the strings of her curiosity to prop it open. When she finally did, her mouth dropped. Housed inside was a dazzling diamond ring. On the sides of the diamond, the band intertwined like a ribbon of shimmering metal and gave it a romantic appeal. The ring was simple, yet very elegant, but before she did anything rash like actually put it on, she quickly closed it. Whatever material the box was made of was good, for it didn't do the snap she was expecting it to, which really sucked because she wanted to make the moment more dramatic, but instead it was subpar. Sebastian raised a questioning brow at her action. Apparently he expected her to just comply. Mercy smiled. He looked very handsome today. Not only did he happen to wear the white dress shirt she gave him, but he also recently got a haircut and a nice shape up. His strong jawline made her want to grab it and plant one on him again, but she would have to be smart about the way she got things. I have 2 conditions. If you want me to wear this, you have to put it on me yourself and kiss me. Otherwise I won't wear it. He glared and her eyes glimmered with mischief. She knew what he was thinking. He was ready to say no, but she wouldn't make this easy on him. If you don't, I'll happily prance around as a single maiden. A lovely single maiden with mature. It's wonderful how they were on the plane already. So he cowled and threatened to drag her back anymore. Sebastian ripped the box from her hands and opened it, taking out the ring and grabbing her hand. He never once looking down to see what he was doing. His eyes remained fixed on her, as though angry she dared incite him in such a way. She was surprised at the way he slid it over her finger with precision. It fit her perfectly, almost as though it were made for her. She pushed her hair out of her face and behind her neck to see unhindered. Suddenly, she felt him tense. There's something I need to tell you. His eyes drifted to her exposed neck, but the purple-eyed beauty did not notice. Mercy intertwined her fingers with his. She was distracted by the view of a ring in her finger and the feel of his hands. She wanted to see how their hands would look together now that she had an engagement ring. It felt like her dreams were coming true, and yet she knew they were not. Colin, in heat right now, since yesterday. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐳𝐳 enthusiasm. He admitted. His deep voice drew her from her musings to pay attention to what he was saying. My alpha blood allows me to have more control than most, but you should still be careful around me. Mercy gave him one of her good girl smiles. Yes, Sebi. Of course he'll be careful. But really, she was just plotting ways to make him go crazy. Well, this trip just kept getting better and better. Don't try anything foolish. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐳𝐳 enthusiasm. Giving her a stern look. Look at that. He was reading her better and better and better each day. It was as though he didn't buy anything she just said. Deciding to cut the act, Mercy waggled her newly engaged finger in his face, loving every moment of this. It felt wonderful to have the upper hand. She'd deal with the consequences later, after they returned to Dark Falls. If you want me to keep this on, I still need a kiss. And I'm not talking about one on the cheek, she clarified, giving him a coy smile. Sebastian's head came down, bumping her nose with his. You said you would behave. I am behaving, she insisted. He had no idea how bad she could be if she wanted to ℏ. His eyes lowered to her lips and he gave her a swift peck. On the forehead. Not fair. She protested, her lower lip poking out. She should have known to be more specific. Sebastian rested his head back against the plush seat and began to make it lean back. When he looked back at her, the pout remained, and he raised a hand to cup her cheek. His thumb grazed her lower lip. You do not know what you ask, he said softly, retracting his hand and folding it over his lap. Soon, he closed his eyes. Mercy sighed. Figures he would slide his way out of this one. Next time, he won't be as lucky, judging by the similar slouched positions and sleeping faces. The rest of the cult had fallen to a similar fate. It was understandable they were all tired. While Mercy fell asleep after packing, they all stayed awake until the wee hours of the night, making sure they had everything set and the paperwork done for an easy-going trip. Alphys Amiel also had a long, late talk with the men since this was their first serious trip. It made her all the more excited and thankful that Mia allowed her to join them. The layout of the trip hadn't gone as they intended. The only flight to accommodate all of them was in the afternoon, so they were excused from school and boarded the plane around 12 o'clock. Now asleep, Sebastian looked at peace and unguarded. She watched him with bated breath, noticing the way his chest rose and lowered steadily. When she kissed him on the day of his birthday, he had been extremely mad and agitated. It was as though she committed a heinous crime. Funnily enough, the following days he seemed to exhibit more affection, and didn't push her back as much when she was being overbearing. She was still not allowed anywhere near his room, that was made clear, but he was slightly less reserved. Massey pressed the button to incline the seat back for added comfort. She turned the TV and settled for watching a romantic comedy. First class conveniently had free Wi-Fi and a list of movies, more than enough to entertain her until they landed the plane. Unlike them, she would be unable to slumber, no matter how much she tried. The long movie was an excellent distractor, for after it was past midway, the flight attendants began to line the corridor in effort to take people's orders and prepare the food. She happily began to shake Sebastian awake. "Wake up, Sebi," roughly shaking his shoulders. In moments he was awake, regarding her with half-lidded eyes. "Why did you wake me? They're starting to pass out food." He yawned, but his posture remained languid and relaxed. Right now, he looked ever so approachable and non-dangerous, adorable, like a big, cute wolf. When the flight attendant reached them, she gave them a menu to make a selection. One of the perks of flying first class is that they wouldn't have to get the plain sandwiches served in economy. Massey easily chose the chicken Alfredo pasta. She felt like eating carbs today. Sebastian was not as quick. His amber eyes continued to survey the short, albeit diverse list of selections. Seeing her opening, the flight attendant smiled cockathiously at him and even bent down to explain the selections, as though Sebastian himself cowled and read the descriptions. But really Massey knew she just wanted to give him an excellent view of her chest, which failed miserably, because his eyes never strayed from the paper at hand to acknowledge her. A slight nod was all he gave to indicate he even heard a word she was saying. Regardless of his inattention, Massey was still peeved at the way the woman was offering herself to him. There was a ring on her finger now, and regardless of it being real or not, he was hers until it came off. "Bunny," Massey said smoothly, wrapping possessive arms around him. "What about the steak and mashed potatoes?" Unlike the flight attendant, Massey wouldn't just give him a nice view. She had pressed them all against his face. Sebastian peered curiously at her, clueless of her intentions, but making no move to distance away from her. His eyes became clouded. Unsure, he mumbled, distracted by her adjacent assets. Massey smiled brightly at the flight attendant, who seemed to have just remembered the purple-eyed beauty was even there in the first place, even though she just took her order like 46 seconds ago. "Yeah, no one will be forgetting chess with him. You'll have to excuse my fiancé, 𝐊𝐢𝐳 is always back and forth when it comes to his food." She let her fingers run through his hair, making sure the attendant saw her gleaming engagement ring. 𝐊𝐳𝐳, she acknowledged, clearly disappointed he was more than just her friend. "Congratulations. Enjoy your vacation." Her voice held anything but excitement, and when she was finally off, Massey sat back in her seat, feeling very satisfied. Sebastian wouldn't stop staring at her. "What was that?" Massey gave him a look. "She was obviously trying to make a move on you. That's why she was showing you her boobs." "I did not notice." He blinked, evidently confused. "I noticed yours though," he said quietly, mostly to himself. But Massey heard it. "Of course you did. That was the point, Sebi," she said smugly. "Like the view. She would be having way too much fun pretending to be his fiancé." He looked away. "I will not answer." That had to be one of his favorite lines with her, his best avoidance tactic. She would be getting her unanswered questions one way or another. The food arrived shortly after, and Sebastian ended up ordering seconds. The medium-sized portions were too small to satisfy his appetite. When they finished eating, he didn't go back to sleep. Massey tried to persuade him into watching the movie with her, and he denied her as was his custom. It was too girly, too mushy, too everything. He tried to watch a different movie than her, which she firmly opposed and maybe even threatened to kiss him if he did, to which he argued his case, that they had separate TVs anyway. Why does it matter that they watch different things? And of course it didn't have to make sense, because she was Massey and thus all her ideas were great and not easily overridden. He surrendered to her whims, but under the condition that they chose a different selection. They settled on some action movie that aired a few months ago, and by the time it was finished the plane was finally arriving. The best perk of flying first class was the ease of exiting. They didn't have to wait for passengers ahead of them to get their things together. They didn't have to bump heads with odd strangers. They just up and left. After going through customs, an elegantly dressed aged man held a sign that indicated he would be their chauffeur to the Everglades pack. He led them to a sleek, large limo that accommodated them nicely. It was then she remembered what Jordan told her about them, that they were an extremely wealthy pack. Massey had to hand it to Mr. Chauffeur. The man had talent when it came weaving in and out through traffic. It was impressive. This was no small vehicle he was operating, yet he did it with a fluidity that mirrored an ice skater. The movements were quick but smooth. It showed her why the pack kept him around. Slowly, their surroundings became less and less busy, the homes more secluded and larger the further they got. Then, it seemed they turned a corner in nowhere land before they began to approach a beautiful gated estate. Or should she say colossal mansion. Their home was massive, larger than the cult's home in Dark Falls. Well, now her home too, since she was technically his fiancée now. The driver was immediately buzzed in by a standing guard, and they went up the driveway. The only thing Massey found off was the lack of trees surrounding the estate. Perhaps she was used to the dense forests that surrounded them back home, but she assumed Wolf liked to be near the woods. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐥𝐼𝐻 𝐑𝐞𝐝 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Their grand estate was fenced in all around, setting them apart from any trees. Any greenery they possessed was clearly for aesthetic value only. The driver parked directly in front of a tall, two-door entrance. As they stepped out of the limo, two butlers were ready to greet them. Apparently, they were assigned to give them rooms and tell them today's schedule. Since you're engaged, would you like to share a room or have private ones? The butler gave his whole attention to Sebastian, completely bypassing her. He didn't even glaze in her direction to include her. It was as though the choice were never up for her to decide anyway. Only he could speak. Massey overlooked this and rather perked at the idea of sharing a room with Sebastian. It sounded exciting. She imagined how great it would be to share a bed. It would be the ideal playground to invade his space. Amped at the prospect, Massey nodded animatedly. Yes, of course, actually no. Sebastian interrupted, maneuvering her behind him. Here she was blocked entirely from seeing the coordinator. Since we have yet to fulfill the mating process, it would be best to sleep in separate quarters for now. Massey huffed in indignation. He was such a spoilsport. There went her cuddling fantasies. She could only glare at his back as he continued talking with the man. Since the cult had been here previous times before, they didn't require a tour of the home. It was only out of courtesy that the butler walked them to their rooms, as it was in the same visitor's area as before. Her room was expectantly beside Sebastian's, and when the butler gave his farewells, she immediately left his side and went into her room. She was put off that he refused to share a room with her, feeling very much miffed. Dinner wouldn't come for another 2 hours, so she would take advantage of this time to settle down and rest. Not too long after, Sebastian entered with her suitcase in tow. I have your things. Massey lifted her chin and looked away from him. You can leave them right there. Goodbye. She clicked. Sebastian dropped her suitcase, but instead of leaving, he came to her instead. Since she was sitting on the bed, he had to crouch to see her eye level. I know you don't like this set up, but it needs to be this way. Is the idea of being in a room with me really that revolting? She brought up, 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐥𝐼𝐻 heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Sebastian made move to touch her, but seemed to think better of it and retreated. Massey, I am currently going through a moment of heat. I've already explained to you the risks associated with it. The least time need to happen between us is an accidental mating. What would be so bad about that? I'm a great catch. She threw. Sebastian sighed. It's not how I pictured things. You have no idea what you're getting into. And I refused to choose a mate for myself in a moment of fleshly weakness. He responded, an undertone of disgust seeping into his voice. Deciding to ignore him, Marcy took off her shoes and laid down on the bed. The mattress was comfortable, and now that she was on an actual bed, perhaps she could catch a quick nap. His golden eyes followed her movements, and once he saw she was indeed determined to not speak to him any more, he stood to his height. They'll come pick you up for dinner. His smooth voice made her want to crawl to him, but she wouldn't. Instead, she made sure she laid sideways with her back to him and her face to the wall. Whatever. Mercy closed her eyes in an attempt to fall asleep. She heard mild shuffling, but then a pause. Suddenly, she felt a warm hand on her shoulder and lips on her cheek. He kissed her, and she was frozen in her spot, surprised he would even do such an action without her first initiating it. His nose nuzzled against her neck and she felt his cold breath as he whispered, "Just trust me." The Cheeto describing the dinner of Everglades as elaborate would be a severe understatement. It was not like a typical dinner held at Dark Falls, where massive bowls were placed in the center of a huge table and the family huddled around together and ate wherever there was space. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐽𝐻𝐵 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝. Their eating was held in a massive ballroom organized to look like a buffet. Large basins holding all varieties of different foods lined the edge of the wall, with long and short tables periodically placed for people to sit. She felt like she entered the food area of some fancy resort. Even the amount of people was impressive. They walked around everywhere, socializing left and right. How the heck did they have so many people? I told you, Marcy. These people mate faster than rabbits, Jordan murmured, after she unknowingly said it out loud. Marcy continued to gape in awe. If it weren't for Sebastian's steady presence in front of her and his firm grasp, she would probably stay rooted to her spot and continue to take it all in, judging by the direction he was going. Their group was headed to a decidedly better-looking table in the center. All the tables were covered in beautiful gold, white tapestry and topped with silver utensils, but this table in specific was more detailed in its decoration. Even the chairs were covered by a gold, spun fabric. The whole ensemble gave it a regal appeal. For being barbarians, they sure knew how to live like royalty, and dress like one too. Your tongue, woman, Sebastian scolded, squeezing her fingers in his hand. Marcy muttered a quiet "oh" and decided she really needed to get focused till she could stop accidentally saying her thoughts out loud. But truly, these people went all out for dinner, and to think that this was every day. All around her she saw their members parade in the latest fashion trends. The women in particular were more decked out than the men. They went the whole 9 yards by wearing heels and their hair perfectly styled. Even their make-up was impeccable. What were they all? Models or something? What amazed her most was how different the people of Everglades were compared to Dark Falls. In contrast to the cult's darker features and reserved dispositions, the people of Everglades looked like balls of blonde sunshine that left explosions everywhere they went. They were loud, boisterous, and rather lively. Compared to them, the cult dressed in simplicity and their stealthy steps could afford them an easy blend to the background. When they reached the center table, the first people she noticed were the couple seated at the head. They looked older, and as Sebastian completed his duty by being the first to give pleasantries, she found out the couple was in fact the alpha and his wife, Jasmine. They didn't all shake hands as she expected them to. The couple made motion to stand up, but Sebastian lifted a hand to halt them. To the couple's amazement, the cult gave them a small bow in unison. Marcy was caught a little off guard but managed to blend in since she was hid behind Sebastian. Sebastian, still proper as ever. No need to be so formal, boy. The man bellowed, laughing loudly and patting him on the shoulder. Alpha Stevens, thank you for welcoming us here, Sebastian replied, sounding as serious and monotonous as ever. You're free to come as often as you like. Ah, and who is that little doe I see hiding behind you? He inquired, twisting his neck to get a better view of her. Sebastian moved to the side, exposing her to the scrutiny of two ocean blue eyes. There were mild signs of crow's feet at the edge of his eyes, and some vague lines of wrinkles on his forehead. It revealed that despite his carefree disposition, he was a man that carried many worries with him to bed. This is my fiancée Massey, Sebastian introduced, not once letting go of her hand. Massey smiled brightly, feeling more at ease and not so out of place now that she was introduced. A fine choice, Stevens cheered, clapping his hands. Then, he looked around the vast dining area with high urgency. Come to think of it, now that you're engaged, you can give my son a word of advice. Stevens is dealing with a confused period, and thoughts far too much. I can't have him lag behind now, can I? Massey held back her laughter. It felt like everything Stevens said was screamed or yelled. Anyone from around the table can hear his thunderous voice and gather hints of his side of the conversation. I'm sure I will encounter him today. Sebastian's response was vague, and offered no promise of giving this so-called Stevens dude any advice, but as far as Alphast Evans' hearing went, that was good of a yes as anything else. Excellent. What a wonderful man you've grown to be. How's Samuel, Stevens' wife, who had otherwise remained disinterested and awkwardly detached from their conversation, noticeably perked at the mention of Sebastian's father. It made Massey wonder what kind of history these older folk had. It was also interesting to note that Papa's Oris and Mia looked a more youthful and happier duo than these two. My father is doing well. He sends you his regards. The wife seemed disappointed at Sebastian's brief answer. She looked beautiful, decked out in the finest jewelry and elegant clothes. She sat in a high chair beside her mate. They looked excellent power couple, and yet she looked burdened. Fantastic. Well, go enjoy the food. We will talk about the boring stuff later. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. No boring stuff around the meal table. He boomed, followed then by laughter at what he perceived to be his own funny joke. Massey laughed with him, because quite honestly this man looked like a comical baboon. It was great to watch. His wild hand movements were oftentimes avoided by his wife, who appeared well versed in not getting hit or having wine sloshed on her clothes. I like this one. She has great sense of humor. Sebastian nodded out of politeness and then guided their group to one of the buffet tables. Finally, Noah grumbled, being the first to grab 𝐊𝐲𝐽 colored plate stationed at the beginning of the table. Massey followed after him by being second. That was cute how you guys all bowed. Very official looking, she complimented, serving herself the rice. Sebastian shrugged, seeming to find the earlier action non-consequential. It wastes less time. We can all bow at the same time and get it over with. Shaking hands with everyone would be a hassle. Still looked cute, she countered, making a point to kiss him on the cheek. He gave her one of his heart, stopping smiles and pat her side to make her move forward on the line. Yeah, Sebastian, I looked freaking cute. Let me be complimented, Noah added, giving himself a generous helping of a sloppy Joe. And where's my kiss? Massey made move to give him one too, but Sebastian's hand on her belt loop prohibited her from going forward. You don't get one, he answered smoothly. The purple, I beauty giggled. He was getting progressively more possessive as the days went. It was moments like these that reminded her that although he was as forward as other men when it came to pursuing her, he still had a clear interest. After serving themselves, they found an empty table spacious enough to fit the 5 of them. Did you guys notice how excited the Alpha's wife got when he mentioned Papasaurus? Massey brought up, unable to hold it in any longer. Jaden was the first to respond. I did. No doubt has to do with their previous history. Oh, someone spill the tea, she enthused, dropping her fork on the plate. Her food was already forgotten as she grasped the edge of the table and leaned forward. Jaden cocked his head to the side, confused. There is no tea on this table. And why would I make a mess? Sebastian rolled his eyes. Mercy, if you wish to be nosy, just ask my mother. She'll tell the story to any soul willing to listen to her long babblings. She gave him the thumbs down. I give you a horrible rating. I want at least some kind of information to keep me placated until we go back. Noah chuckled. Long story short, Jasmine used to have some kind of relationship with Poposaurus. She's actually originally from our pack. Then 𝐴𝐿 came into the picture. Drama. Stephen stowed Jasmine away from Samuel. More drama. Jasmine regrets leaving Samuel. But too late. Happy ending and Sebastian is born. Massey ruffled Noah's hair. The story was concise and lacked details. But knowing his low attention span, it was to be expected. She'd get the juicy details from me later. She'd been meaning to hear of her love story for a while now. I appreciate you. For a guy, that was great. He took a big swing of his soda and burped. Thanks, princess. I'm glad you see my good qualities. This food is very subpar, Jaden commented, shoving a spoonful of salmon into his mouth, then shaking his head at the flavor. You did have a point. While the food was excellent in presentation, it lacked the most important essence, its taste. That's because you're a talented chef. Out of all of us, you would notice it most. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐸, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm going to get some dessert, she mused, getting up from her seat. She hadn't eaten much of her food yet, but the idea of sweet sounded pretty good right now. Enthusiasm, in the dessert area, she skipped over the cookies and brownies, feeling they were too basic to grab her attention. She opted for a piece of carrot cake, for chocolate-covered strawberries which were so fun to place in the flowing fountain, and a glass of some syrupy drink. She was slowly surveying the other options when a looming shadow came behind her. When she turned, she was met with aquamarine eyes and pale blonde hair. A cocky smile was on his lips, and he radiated confidence. Instantly she knew the type. He was casually waiting for her to start conversation and even flirt with him. It's what he was used to. And while it's great he had high self-esteem, he needed to step off her personal space. Sorry, I'll let you get a better view, she said, moving to the side under the pretense of letting him see his dessert options. His eye openly appraised her, and judging by the way they glittered she knew he was liking what he saw. No need to go anywhere at all. The view was fine from where you were, he responded. Mercy blinked. Oh, definitely flirting. Time to nip it in the bud before it got out of hand. Sorry, Blondie. You're not my type. I'm not your type. His expression was one of incredulity. It was obvious he had never gotten turned down before. With his boyish good looks, it's not surprising he was used to having girls fall at his feet. Mercy could relate to him. She felt the same way when she first met Sebastian and he purposely avoided her. Nevertheless, there was a first time for everything. And this would be his. Yeah, I've already went through my playboy phase. Now I'm into the tall, dark, brooding types who are in denial of when they like a girl. It was funny to think that in another period, she would have probably entertained him, but things were different now. Her heart was already taken. You're kidding me? He deadpanned, disbelieving. Massey held up her engaged finger. Nope, thankfully. They eventually come around. She smiled. Dang it. Guess I lost my chance, huh? He chuckled. On the bright side, there are many beautiful single girls here. Her eyes fell to a pretty she-wolf dressed in impossibly high heels. She looked like a glorious sky 𝐿𝐸. Up, in the merry sky, ceiling. The blue-eyed woman followed her line of sight. Her no thanks. I don't want my bitten off, he said sorry. Mercy laughed wholeheartedly. She'd had to hold her drink away to avoid it splashing over her. He gave her a toothy grin. Oh, I made you laugh. What's your name, female? To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐸. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She placed her drink down and held up her hand. Nice to meet you. The pleasure is all mine. he murmured suggestively. He didn't offer her his name, but she didn't care enough to ask. Not like she should be making male friends around here anyway. The worst that could happen is they misinterpret her meaning. Out of habit, she pushed her hair off her shoulders and began to pick up her drink again. But his new interest was undeniable. "You're engaged, but not marked." He smirked in satisfaction and took a step closer. Mercy took a step back. "To my 𝐿𝐴𝐷𝐸 𝐿𝐴𝐷𝐸 𝐿𝐴𝐷𝐸. She should have remembered that they didn't do things the old-fashioned way by giving women a choice. They just bit them at their own fancy, even with an engagement ring. He still felt he had a chance. "I will be marked very soon," she stated firmly, hoping to cut through any ideas of his. He closed in on her, like a snake sliding up to his prey, but she wisely stepped away from him the nearer he got. "You've ever heard of that saying? Finders keepers. Losers." "Well," he smiled deceptively, letting her figure the rest out. Suddenly, a tall frame intercepted them. The air switched from light, weight to one filled with hostile energy, so much so that it made the blue-eyed man move several steps back. Mercy felt the cackling power at the edge of her senses. Warning. It felt like a dangerous buzzing current, poised to wreak havoc and major destruction at any given moment. She had never felt something so intense. What was this? "You will stay away from her, Stevens." Mercy sighed in relief. Grateful to have Sebastian with her, she felt all the tension leave her shoulders. She was safe. At the mention of the Werman's name, she immediately realized this was the alpha son, the one whose father asked Sebastian to help him settle down. Stevens chuckled. "A female with mature. It's in high time since your pack has indulged in another of this type. Please tell me she's only your ward, and that the man she's engaged to is a lesser wolf." Sebastian's eyes narrowed. "Don't try my patience. She's not only my ward, but my 𝐿𝐴𝐷𝐸." He acknowledged sorry, holding his hands up in surrender, his eyes filled with grudging acceptance. "Don't worry, brother. He'll make no move romantically. I won't even touch her. You have my word. Friends only." Mercy placed a calming hand on Sebastian's arm. Stevens was the alpha son. She didn't want him to get into bad terms with him, although it seemed like they weren't very friendly to begin with. "Yes, friends," she agreed. She tried to pull on his arm to gear them back to the table, but Sebastian didn't budge. He stared down at the man until he finally huffed and slipped away. Without a word, he grabbed her and led her back to the table. "Wait, my sweet drink," she protested, realizing it was left on the table. Sebastian grunted, but managed to reach for it in time. When they reached the table, Noah expelled a low whistle, enthusiasm indicating he saw the incident near the dessert area. He waggled his brows at her suggestively, starting a ruckus already. Mercy stuck her tongue out. Noah was such an instigator. "Don't look at me." Sebastian was the one who started the argument over there. "We were not arguing. I was establishing boundaries," Sebastian corrected. Mercy cowed and stopped the snort from escaping her lips. "He said he won't touch me. But people do what they want." At this, Jaden felt the need to interject. Both of them have alpha blood. When they give each other their word, they have to fulfill their end. Otherwise the man loses integrity, amongst other things. Mercy wisely decided to leave the topic and not delve much deeper. She decided to focus on the fact that her man had made his presence known. She passed an arm around his shoulders and drew him near. "Sebi, were you jealous?" she teased. He pushed away from her and continued eating his food. "I will not answer." The air was hot and misty, almost suffocating to breath. But despite the temperature, Mercy leaned back against the comfortable wooden bench and let her hands fall her towel. It was wrapped around her snuggie, and with her sitting down it wouldn't be going anywhere. Not that it really mattered. It was a female-only sauna, and it amazed her that despite the sheer number of people in this pack, no one thought it nice to enter here in the late night hours. When one of the butlers offered to give her a tour, She quickly accepted and followed him around like an excited puppy. Their home was massive and amazing in every sense. Unlike Dark Falls, it was not surrounded by forest and trees. Instead, they had a humongous swimming pool, a basketball court, two fields, and even a workout room. As if it couldn't get any more luxurious. They doled out comforts, and this sauna was one of them. Massey really hoped the whole expelling out toxins stuff was true, because she expected to come out of here glowing. Sebastian better do a double take next time he sees her. Otherwise this stuffy air won't be as worth it. Just as she started to close her eyes, girlish squeals followed by some giggling caught her ear. Looks like she wouldn't be alone for long. In moments the small door opened, and in entered 3 girls, all dressed in similar manner with towels draping their curvy forms. They were beautiful, all 3 of them, but what amazed her was how different they looked. One was ebony, skinned with plum clips and brown hair tied up in a bun. The next one was tan. She was more on the slender side, but it was her vibrant red hair that caught most attention. The last one was pale. She was short with near translucent hair. 3 pair of eyes fell on her, and the previous loud chatter was now replaced by a curious hush as they assessed her. "Are you a new addition?" the brown-haired girl asked, breaking the silence between them. Massey sat up straighter. "New addition? I don't know what you mean." "In visiting with my fiancé where he does business with Alpha Stevens." The 3 nodded in unison. "I'm Raven," the same girl said, introducing herself. Then she gestured to the other 2. "That's Ruby and 𝐶𝐵." The names were easy to remember, and funny enough it went with their hair color. "Nice to meet you. I'm Massey." She held her arm up to shake their hands, but when she raised it, Ruby gasped. "Oh my gosh, you have an engagement ring," she cried, clutching her hand. The other 2 also gaped and drew attention to it. Massey laughed. Did they not hear the part when she said she came with her fiancé? Of course. "I'm engaged." The other girls blinked. "Yes, but you're not marked. All 3 of us are Stephen's fiancé until he picks one of us to mark. None of us have gotten a ring." Ruby crooned. Her voice oozed of yearning. It was clear she wanted a ring. Raven was the first to let go of her hand while the other 2 continued fawning over the gem. Not that it would make a difference. Even after being chosen, we still wouldn't get a ring. I've never seen a marked woman in this pack get one. Rings aren't a part of werewolf culture, she reminded. Massey wrinkled her nose. While all 3 of them were focused on the ring, she was more concerned about the fact that this man claimed 3 women. "How are all 3 of you his fiancé? You can't have more than one." Blair topped beside her and whisked her blonde hair to the side. "We all have mature, so each of us pull him equally in terms of attraction. He just needs to pick. I'm kind of glad it's taking him a while because I love staying here." She closed her eyes and seemed to have gone off to a happy place. "How odd. So what happens if you aren't chosen?" "We can leave," Raven started, "or give the other men in his pack a chance. There was way more of us before. We started out as 15 and the number continuously dwindled. Some of the girls who didn't get picked ended up being marked by others of this pack. Sometimes he brought an addition, but for now there's only 3 of us." Massey had so many questions. It felt like she had entered a werewolf version of The Bachelor. "You all must really like him," she said testily, curious if they found his whole set up agreeable or if they harbored any dislike for it. Ruby shrugged in a carefree manner. "Whether he picks me or not, as long as I get to stay in this mansion, I'm good. I'll probably go for the future, Beta if it doesn't work out with him." Raven frowned at her disclosure. "I only want Stevens. Achias handsome, rich, and will eventually be the alpha of this pack. I like top-tier men." She lifted her chin in a dignified manner, as though dating anything else aside from an alpha was below her. Massey was glad she didn't have to deal with that fiasco. Sebastian was the opposite. He stayed away from girls and shied from excessive attention. Playboys was overrated. But hey, at least they got to stay in a cool house and enjoy the luxuries that came with it while the man made his decision. For the next half hour she chatted with the girls and got to know them. They were a friendly bunch, and she found it great that they held no animosity in spite of their technical competition. When she could no longer bear the heat, they ended up making plans to meet each other tomorrow. They even offered to pick her up in her guest suite, seeing as their rooms were far off in another area and she would have difficulty finding it. The sauna offered showers on the side, and Marcy took advantage of this by using the cold water and soap to cool off. She changed into another pair of clothes she brought and headed back to her room. The cult should be falling asleep soon, and she knew Sebastian would be checking in on her to make sure she was all right. After making a few turns, Marcy quickly realized she had no idea where she was. She was lost in the maze that is Everglades Mansion. The worst part is she was wearing a skimpy summer dress that if Sebastian somehow found her wearing in public, he would be sure to bite her head off and bury her with a derogatory comment. Oh my, the treats they send to this house keep getting more delicious by the batch. I definitely want to taste. Mercy felt herself squirm. The words of the stranger felt slimy. She considered taking another cold shower, with all the innuendo this man splashed on her. It's not Halloween, buddy. No trick or treating around here, she retorted, wondering why her luck had to be so abysmal. The man would be considered handsome by today's standards. Tall, nice face, strong built, but his most definitive feature was his nose. It looked like it had been smashed up a couple of times and made crooked by the repeated impact. No doubt he enjoyed getting into brawls and unnecessary confrontation. Talk about a facial feature that gave a man character. His eyes gleamed with predatory interest, roving her rakish lies though he hadn't eaten in over a month. It happened to be his favorite meal. He didn't hide his wandering gaze as it stopped in her most feminine assets, making it very obvious what was on his mind. It was very disturbing, and quite frankly annoying. In the past, Mercy loved getting male attention. She was used to it and even reveled in it. I mean, come on. A girl's got to know she still got it, but the careful respect she had gathered while in Dark Falls made her appreciate the men that actually wanted to talk to her and spend time, not just see her as a sexual interest. Why did it feel like the people of Everglades seemed to always be in a horny and seek sexual gratification? Don't worry, sweet, he reassured. If I can't get a treat out of you, I promise to give you treat out of me. His tongue slid out. He circled it over his lips sensuously. His beady eyes felt like tiny ants crawling on her skin as he mentally undressing her. Totally gross. It felt like HED being watching the worst channel on How to Catch a Girl. She is unavailable. Leave her. To my agent 𝐿𝐻𝐿, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. A voice upbraided, making the oath, putting man in front of a frown that he could no longer flirt with her. Ryder nodded in obedience, beginning to walk away. She could hear him mutter in low tones about how the other male always picked the best ones and never left a nice one for the rest. Thanks, Stevens, she said lightly, touching his shoulder in thanks. Then, she remembered the deal he made with Sebastian, that he would not have physical contact with her. She immediately pulled back. Sorry, I know you're not allowed to touch me. He gave her a secret smile. I can't touch you. You, on the other hand. Mercy saw where he was going with this. In a sense, it was a loophole through which he could have access to her, but it was under her complete control. Stevens did save her from a dirty man, but he himself was no safer. She was really starting to feel like a juicy slice of meat in this place. It must be the whole new girl factor that had them gravitating to her. It was like they didn't have gorgeous girls roaming around here. The girls she congregated within the sauna were each a beauty of their own, so she was definitely not the shiniest dime in the treasure box. You mind walking me to the guest area? Tactfully changing the subject. Might as well make use of him now that he was here. He dipped his head in assent and began to lead her back to her room. Marcy decided it'd be best if he led her in silence. He hit on her before, and the least she wanted was for him to have the slightest inkling of hope in ever catching her attention. Stevens didn't have the same idea in mind, for he tried to coerce her into conversation, and she felt forced to answer him back so as not to appear rude. How long have you been engaged to Sebastian? He inquired, his eye were drawn to the ring on her finger. For some time now. The answer was vague, but her Aunt Sebastian hadn't exactly sat down and discussed what their whole story would be. She didn't expect anyone to ask those questions. Stephen smirked. Hearing her answer made him more arrogant about whatever was running through his head. Most girls keep obsessive tabs on how long they've dated or been engaged. It shows the success of a relationship. Your 𝐿𝐼 is concerned. It would be remiss of her to not notice the way he jabbed their relationship. You're right. Most girls do. I focus more on the content in my relationship rather than the pretty number for everyone else to see and congratulate. Just because a couple's been dating for a long time doesn't mean they're happy together. She hoped her response would put him off. She didn't want him to grow suspicious of their relationship. Thankfully, he changed the subject. Dark Falls. I've been there when I was younger. It's nice enough, but the area is not so lively. Very basic suburban. Very quiet and boring compared to the city. Crowds always attracted me, but yet you live separated from it in a huge mansion for privacy. 𝐿𝐼𝐳𝐸𝐻𝐿𝐼 𝐂𝐐𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐼 pack is large, one of the biggest ones, and the wealthiest. We've started various successful businesses. Each of them are booming. With the way we're growing, we'll have to expand our home to accommodate the new members," he boasted, gauging her reaction. When she made none, he continued, "You're right. We do live rather separate from the hustle and bustle of the metropolitan area. But one of my biggest plans is to build a city of our own." Mercy nodded. "To my agent 𝐿𝐤𝐼𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm." The idea sounded out of this world. To have a whole city made up of werewolves. The possibilities were endless. "Those plans sound great. I'd love to see it if you ever accomplish it." "I will accomplish it," Stevens affirmed. He sounded determined and driven, like a true businessman. Then, his tone shifted. "I have observed you. You are a lively girl yourself. I don't believe Dark Falls is for you. Soon you'll grow tired of it and its usual people. This area is better suited for you. There's nothing for me here. Dark Falls is not as populated, but I love the pack. When I'm there, it feels like I'm with family in 𝐊𝐤𝐳. Something could be made for you here," he interrupted. "The ring on your finger holds no permanent value. You aren't marked. You can leave Sebastian if you wish and go wherever you like. You're a beautiful woman, and I can offer you many things in this home." Mercy's eyes filled with laughter. "Right, just like you offer multiple girls." Stephen stiffened, and judging by the way he passed a hand by his neck, it was clear he hadn't expected her to know about them. "It's important to have options, since you have so many. You definitely won't be needing me." She paused. "Contrary to what you might believe, this ring does have value to me. It shows it included my choice, but will carry over to every aspect of our relationship. It won't just be him making all decisions, but us together." Stephen scoffed. "That's giving a woman too much control." He lowered his voice. "If you ever change your mind, my estate is open to you. I'm also available for any indiscretions you might have." Mercy recoiled at the meaning of his words. The girls admitted that although he hadn't marked them, he was known to not only sleep with some of them, but also single 𝐨𝐤 in the pack. He had a high sexual appetite, and this was one of the reasons he refused to settle down quite yet. It was with great relief that she found they had finally reached the end of their walk. Mercy reached for the door, but just as she was about to open it, the wooden door opened on its own. Behind it stood the figure of her supposed fiancé. His arms were crossed, making his biceps bulge more than usual. His stance was cool and collected, but irritation lined his features to belie his emotions. He was not pleased. Stevens took note of this and was the first to speak. "Don't worry, Pierce. Your partner is back safe and sound. My word still stands. I didn't touch her," he communicated, but his gleeful smile would give anyone the impression that he is hiding something. Mercy didn't fail to notice the way Sebastian clenched his jaw. Unwilling to let this testosterone clash to go for any longer, she wrapped her arms around Sebastian also and kissed his cheek. "Come on, honey, let's go to sleep." And then, as though a last thought, by Stevens. With that she began pushing Sebastian inside her room, not once looking back at the man behind her. He allowed her to usher him inside, but until the door was closed he refused to stop glaring at the cocky man behind her. He had no reason to be angered at him. Stevens was right. He didn't touch her. Once inside the privacy of her room, those golden eyes once directed at Stevens now narrowed at her. "Before I even address the fact that you were with Stevens, I'd like to know where the rest of your dress is," he reprimanded. "This is the full dress." Taking advantage of their closeness, she went on her tippy toes to swipe a kiss. She was so close, but last minute he turned his cheek. He pulled on the edge of the fabric, unconvinced. "You weren't wearing this when you left before." Massey groaned. "Of course not. The sauna has showers beside it, so I brought some change of clothes to get into. I chose this because it's easy to put on. And anyway, as short as this dress is, it's nothing compared to my sleeping clothes. Your sleepwear makes no difference to me. I don't want you wearing this in public. The men in this pack are deplorable and can't be trusted." Massey decided she would wisely not tell him about the incident she had with that slimy writer guy, nor of the offer Stevens had given her. She didn't want to prove him right, much less make him worried. It's not like anything happened anyway. She tried to go to her suitcase in order to change into her sleep clothes, but I held her in place against the door. "We're not done yet. Why were you with Stevens?" "I got lost on my way back. He happened to be in the halls and walked me back." Not wanting to give him a chance to inquire more, she continued to babble. "I met his multiple fiancés. That guy sure loves to sleep around and have a lot of options. Is it common for men to do this?" The distraction worked. He let go of her and allowed her to look through her things. She pulled out a pair of cotton shorts and a thin shirt. These bottoms barely managed to cover her behind and the top only covered her boobs. She folded them back dejectedly. Cuddling was out of the picture now that Sebastian wouldn't be sleeping with her. And while the hallways were average temperature, the bedrooms in this place were freezing cold. It felt like someone wanted to make it snow. She exchanged them for her typical baggy sweats and a shirt. "It's against our nature, but Stevens makes himself the exception," he muttered dryly. "We are not meant to be intimate with anyone except the one we mock." Massey began to take off her sandals. "Wait, you've never slept with anyone?" After it came out of her lips she realized what a dumb question it was. The man hadn't even had a girlfriend and kept his distance from females now. "I don't see the novelty in sleeping with many partners." Taking note of the change of clothes on her side, he started back into the door. "I'll let you change and go to sleep. Good night. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm." "Wait," she cried, beckoning him over. "You need to give me a hug and a kiss goodnight." Sebastian stayed in his spot. "I don't think that would be wise." Massey groaned. She knew he was still thinking about the fact that he was in heat, but she didn't care. "You're being a negligent fianc, at least make sure I'm comfortable." She huffed. In 3 long strides he was before her, but his arms stayed at his side. "What do you need?" Massey blinked. He had done that so fast. "Well, my hands feel cold." Sebastian went to work by encasing her hands in his. He rubbed them and caused friction, making them feel warm. His large hands made hers look dainty and small. She thought about how those hands worked at the diner, how they trained his packmates and washed each of them after. They were strong and weathered, quite unlike the elegant hands of Stevens. She enjoyed the feel of them, but Massey wanted more. "My arms are cold." His hands trailed the expanse of her upper extremities, rubbing them in similar fashion. He even went up to her shoulders and started massaging, and not that was there. It was slightly painful, but she let him until it was finally released. "My chest is cold." He pulled her into a hug and gave her a look that clearly told her he knew what she was doing, but was allowing her anyway. His rubs turned to sweet caresses as one stayed at the small of her back, and the other drew comforting circles. He sighed softly. "Are you comfortable?" "My lips are cold," Sebastian chuckled, and she was dumbstruck by the handsomeness of his bright features. His pearly teeth came to view and his eyes glowed with amusement. He pulled her flushed against him and kissed her temple. "I think you're comfortable enough." He kissed her again, this time on the very corner of her lips. "Lock the door." And then he left her, and Mercy really wished he would have stayed, or that something would happen to force them into the same room, that he would change his mind. What she didn't know was that her wish would be granted that same night, except not in the way she thought it would. I thought he was my protector, but I didn't realize his love came with control. When he used his power to make me obey, I discovered that behind the sweetness of love lies such a cold shackle. 33 Mercy woke up to a powerful knock on her wooden door. The suddenness made her jump off the bed, her heart thrumming in an accelerated rhythm. Her footsteps were uneven as she ambled to the door. Still drowsy from sleep, she was about to unlock it when she realized she didn't know who it was, much less have a peek, hole through which to check. "Who is it?" Her voice came out muddled and confused. Who on earth would be knocking on her door at 2 in the morning? "Open the door." Mercy pulled the door open, and half-lidded eyes regarded her supposed fiancé. The view before her woke her up better than any alarm clock could. She stepped back in shock. "To my agent extraordinaire, my Logan. Heartfelt thanks to your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Ugly Nash ran diagonally down his left arm. It looked like a pair of claws had injured him. It was bright and red, letting her know it was recent. She frantically assessed him from head to toe, looking for any more injuries. To her great relief, he otherwise remained unscathed. Would had no questions. "Take your things and bring them to my room." Confused, she obeyed him and grabbed a rolling suitcase. It was a good thing she had been too tired to make herself at home and take things out. When she stepped into the hall, she gasped at the unconscious figure of a man near her door. It was Ryder. His mouth lolled open and blood was gushing down his nose. One of his arms were bent in an unnatural position and there was a huge gash on his abdomen. His face was swollen, and he was sure to have a horrendous bruise when he woke up. If she thought Sebastian was injured, his man was beaten to a bloody pulp. She looked at Sebastian, but he merely gave her one his nod. Now looks, and she wisely scampered to his room. Now was not the right time to ask for explanations. "I'll be back." "Lock the door." The door closed with a silent thud and Mercy went to do as she was told. She curled and held pressing her against the wood to listen. The noise of someone being hauled over and taken to another place was heard. She pulled away, stunned at the recent turn of events. She easily deducted those two had fought, and judging by the fact that Ryder was sprawled right near her door, it's obvious he was attempting to do something in the general area like trying to get into her room. Mercy expelled a whoosh of air. Her earlier experience with him in the hallway showed how slimy a man he was, but she didn't expect him to be so determined as to try to get her room in the middle of the night. How lucky of her to have Sebastian looking out for her. She wondered how he was even able to detect Ryder's intentions from his room next door. He was such a knight in shining armor that she couldn't wait for him to get back. Mind full of mischief, she reopened her suitcase. Was it bad that she was secretly thankful of Ryder's attempt? He was disgusting, but his actions got her where she wanted to be, just not the way she expected it to. She pulled out her previous revealing to piece and settled into them, shivering as she exchanged her sweats and baggy shirt for the shorts and minuscule shirt. Sebastian was going to be so annoyed. She could feel it already, but that didn't matter. An annoyed 𝐊𝐲𝐬 is a cute 𝐊𝐲𝐬. How evil of her. During the time her supposed spouse was away, Mercy settled under the covers. It was just as freezing in this room as it was in hers. She decided that no matter what she would make him kiss her tonight. If his actions were any indication, he wanted one too. He was just being bull-headed and stubborn. A little closeness and he would surely lose his control. The gentle mark on her door made her more excited than she should be, especially amid recent events. She should be concerned. She should be afraid and mortified at what could have happened, but she couldn't find it in her to respond that way. 𝐿𝐤𝐼𝐴𝐤𝐬𝐩𝐭𝐢𝐨𝐬 𝐂𝐥𝐳𝐬𝐬𝐭𝐢𝐨𝐬𝐿𝐤𝐼𝐴𝐤𝐬𝐿𝐤𝐼𝐴𝐤𝐬𝐿𝐤𝐼𝐴𝐤𝐬𝐿𝐤𝐼𝐴𝐤𝐬𝐬𝐿𝐤𝐼𝐴𝐤𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬 His deep voice resonated through the door, ensuring her it was him. It made her heart lurch with anticipation, and a sudden wave of self-consciousness settled over her. Should she change back and miss out on the fun? I think not. With a spark of determination, she opened the door wide. She noticed two things off the bat. One, the previous injury on his arm seemed to have supernaturally healed at a pace to where now it was an imperceptible scar. And to Sebastian looked like he was about to lose his mind. And not in a good way. His eyes were startled as he gazed at her, eyeing her from head to toe. She had a vague feeling he wanted to stop but couldn't. How satisfying. It's about time she left him speechless. It was a shame that his open admiration of her was short-lived, for in seconds he growled in anger and grabbed her arm, slamming the door shut in his wake. She heard the resounding click as he locked it. Mousy would have made a joke about how that door would be defenseless against people like him, and would only respectful people from entering, but she figured right now was not a good time for jokes. Have you lost your mind, woman? Why are you wearing this? Go change your clothes. She crossed her arms. No, I can wear what I want. Her tone sounded petulant and defiant, but she didn't care. He liked what she was wearing. She saw it in his eyes earlier. She refused to change it just because it made him feel uncomfortable. You were wearing sweatpants before. Well, I changed my mind. These shorts were calling my name. So there. Besides, it's clear you want some of this, she said smugly, grabbing a hold of his hand. I don't want some of anything. He denied. His eyes betrayed him as they coursed over her again, full of wonder and restrained want. He cleared his throat and looked up, suddenly finding the ceiling to be an amazing piece of structure, even though it was painted a basic white. Massey snorted. He was in such denial, but it was ridiculous. Just wait until she managed to get him into bed. Let's see how much he won't want this. Really? Want a bet? She asked. Sebastian ignored her and closed his eyes. He seemed to be focused on something, gathering his bearings. Then, when he opened his eyes again, she saw determination. He pulled a large T-shirt from his pile of folded clothes that she folded Qi'ad and forced it over her head. His top was so large that it not only swallowed her entire torso, but reached past her shorts. But then again, they were not covering much to begin with anyway. 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐥𝐿𝐬 𝐊𝐤𝐳𝐥𝐿𝐬 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐀𝐥𝐻𝐧 enthusiasm. Sorry, not sorry. Massey groaned. She had been expecting him to finally go wild on her. Why did he have to be so controlled? It was getting annoying, and now she might have to go to Plan B in order to get a kiss. The thought of him even seeing you in this. 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐥𝐿𝐬 𝐊𝐤𝐳𝐥𝐿𝐬 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐀𝐥𝐻𝐧 enthusiasm. Far away in thought as he clenched his jaw, and Massey realized his head was on the idea of Ryder catching her in the outfit. He was in heat. If he managed to go in there, I know he would have. As you recall, I wasn't wearing this when I was in my room. I'd only just changed now, she reminded, hoping to pull him away from his musings. It had him deeply troubled and she wanted to ease his thoughts. What she did learn now is that Ryder had been in heat, which explained his rash reaction and trying to get to her. Come on, let's go to sleep. Massey shut off the light, leaving the room illuminated by the full moon glowing brightly from outside. She started gearing his rigid form to bed, but right as they reached the edge he took control and stopped her. In laying out some ground rules first. Ugh, stop trying to control everything all the time and just relax. She griped. You're taking things overboard. Even in the darkness. His eyes glowed with indignation. 𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐀𝐥𝐻𝐳 enthusiasm. A man just tried to enter your room while you were in your most vulnerable state. I had my senses on all night because I don't trust them. This man was in heat. And I am too. He drives people to do foolish things. Mercy rolled her eyes. Here he goes again with that talk of him being in heat in 𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝. So what? With you I fail see a difference. It's not like you've exactly tried to break my door. That doesn't mean I haven't wanted to. His voice was so low that Mercy missed it. Too infuriated by his resistance of her that she wanted to pull her hair out. If we don't go to bed right now without any of your useless ground rules, I will go back to my room. She threatened. She knew she was wrong to say that. It was impulsive and totally undermined everything he had just done for her. But before she could blurt out an apology and let him have his way, with one finger he pushed her on the bed, making her topple backwards on the mattress. Mercy looked up at him, but all she saw were the hard edges of his jaw. He was looking elsewhere, in taking a cold shower. Stay on the left side. He stalked to the bathroom in a huff of frustration. Mercy crawled to her side of the bed. She really wished her strong personality could take a hike right now while Sebastian relaxed from his upheaval. But she could not stop the feeling of wanting him to admit he wanted her. If he could just say it, she wouldn't feel so riled up to prove it to him. And even now, as much as she tried to calm her mind and think about peaceful sleep, it remained awake, waiting for him, ready to show him to his face how much he did like her. One way or another, he would be finding out tonight. When he reached the bed, it was 15 minutes later and she could smell the soap he used. He carefully lay down on the right side of the bed, ensuring not one part of his body touched her in any way. She remembered the look in his eyes earlier. She only wanted one kiss. Mercy touched his arm. Sebastian, get your hands off me. His words laced with ice. If it had been any other person, they would have frozen in fear. But it was Mercy. And quite frankly, she was used to getting a stir out of him. Why are you resisting? She argued, allowing her hands to travel to his chest. Though she did do this for a reaction and to be petty, a huge part of it was because she craved to feel him, to have contact with him. His rippling muscles only motivated her as her fingers slid over them. Suddenly, her hands were ripped from his chest and held in mid-air. His grip was ironclad, allowing no mobility from her. In telling you to stop, his face was one of no nonsense. And for a moment Mercy felt remorse mixed with a tinge of shame at having pushed him past his limits. Why was he rejecting her? She spat, feeling spiteful. She aimed to kick him so that he would release her. But under blankets, she missed her mark and instead her leg slid between his sweatpants. In the space of seconds, the hold on her wrist was gone and she was pulled against him, the heat of his body radiating to her every pore. Mercy's coiled muscles immediately relaxed in his warmth. Being this close to him made her feel oddly at ease. To her amazement, she felt his hands hold her tightly against him as his head buried in the crook of her neck. She heard him smell her, and then felt his teeth lightly graze the area. Her spine stiffened at the feel of his sharp canines, a surprised tingle running up her back. I warned you to stop touching me. You should have listened, he said lowly, his voice rough. One of his hands clasped her waist, while another explored the expanse of her thigh. Mercy blushed. Being with him like this felt very intimate and close. She relished the feel of his calloused hands as they trailed her over her smooth skin. Warm, soft kisses were delicately laid on her neck, causing her to shiver. And then, her cheeks were the ones receiving this soft treatment, before finally his lips met with hers in a searing kiss. His lips moved against her, prodding feverishly to give him entrance. She opened and their tongues moved in sync with each other. She felt his deep desire, the yearning he had for her. Mercy felt him shift. He cupped her thighs and encircled them around him, bringing them even closer. She felt him rumble beneath her at the closeness. It's like he couldn't get enough of her. His fingers threaded beneath the large T-shirt that covered her, exploring the bare skin of her stomach and rising steadily higher. Mercy felt her breath hitch. She had only wanted a kiss, and this was moving along very deep, very fast. For a moment, she hesitated. This was the furthest she had ever gone with a man despite her wild nature. But then, she remembered who she was with, and forced herself to relax. It was Sebastian. With him she was safe. Everything felt absolutely perfect, until she was just as quickly released and thrown to the other side of the bed. Mercy yelped, completely thrown off by the change of events. She gaped at his form, whose previously dark eyes were now aglow with a furious fire that threatened to burn her into char. At the moment, she felt shocked. Like a bucket of cold water was poured all over her. What the heck was that? You ruined the moment. You're getting your own bed in this room. They'll be asking the man for one tomorrow morning. As of tonight, him sleeping on the floor. His words felt like a sharp knife cutting through her. To further prove his point, Sebastian picked up his pillow and threw it harshly on the floor. Mercy huffed, feeling like he was acting overly dramatic. You don't even have a blanket. You'll freeze. Worry about yourself. Glaring. You might as well admit you like me. I get it. I'm clearly unresistable, although I must say you're acting ridiculous. He grit his teeth as he laid down on the hard floor, purposely facing away from her. The muscles of his back were tense, and she could imagine him mentally fuming. Seeing him so uncomfortable and bare on the cold floor made her feel bad for her actions. She hadn't meant for their night to end like this at all. Sebastian, she said softly. Disbelieving of her apology, Mercy clenched her fists. Why did he always try to make her feel like she's the one who made a mistake? Indignant, 𝐿𝐤𝐼𝐴𝐿𝐤, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐿𝐤𝐧𝐼𝐴𝐿𝐤. You know what? It isn't as if you weren't responding. No one forced your tongue down my throat a few seconds ago. Sebastian shook his head, growing irritated. Your apology holds no value, does it? Do you ever think about what I want? You're so caught up in a moment that you don't see the bigger picture. Right, she drawled sarcastically. How stupid of me to want a moment with you. It's not like you even want me. God forbid you accidentally mark me and have the rest of your life attached to me. No, definitely not you. Sebastian sat up, looking as if he were about to pull his hair out. Woman, why must you add things to my words? Not once did I say I was averse to mating with you. Yeah, your enthusiasm clearly shows. Every time a man wants me, he totally separates himself and sleeps on the floor. His eyes flashed with restrained anger. Don't do that. Don't do what? Say the truth, she retorted, grabbing a pillow and throwing it at him in a fury. He easily caught it, his tone turning acid. No, don't think for a second that I didn't notice the hesitation you had. Mercy balked. Is that what this was all about? So I was a little nervous. Shoot me. He shook his head. His eyes were on the floor as a sharp canine poked through his lips. That's the difference between you and I. 𝐿𝐤𝐼𝐴𝐿𝐤, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You like to be teased, and I would even say you enjoy touching me. But unlike you, I will actually finish what I start. I will never do things mid-way, and I don't believe you truly want to go all the way with me. Mercy could only gape at him in astonishment. He had to be kidding. Had to be. Mercy was ready to slam him with a new one to remind him that if anything, out of the two of them she was the transparent one about her feelings. But she wisely avoided that, knowing it would make this situation worse. Tell me, what would you have done if you had mocked me by accident tonight? Her voice was hard, but inwardly she was crumbling. She slammed her head against the pillow, willing her body to sleep. She wasn't expecting an answer. She'd just say, stab him. Even with her eyes closed, she could feel his honey daubs boring into her, her heart hammering wildly against her chest. How did he do this to her without her even looking at him? Even in heat. Nothing I do is by accident. She heard him retract to the ground and softly lay down. Her insides moved in a whirl of emotions. 𝐿𝐷𝐞𝐝 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐀𝐥𝐻𝐧 enthusiasm. Sadness. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐷𝐞𝐝 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐀𝐥𝐻𝐧 enthusiasm. Love. They fought against each other and left her very discomfited. She wanted nothing more than to be with him. But there he was, on the floor, upset because he sensed her hesitate and took that to mean she didn't truly want him. He was so hot and cold, very black and white, with their emotions so inflamed there was no way for them to reach a middle ground of understanding. At least, not May. She forced herself to think of other things, concentrating on her breathing. Breath in, out, breathe in, out. Her rapid pulse began to decrease, and slowly her body relaxed. At some point throughout the night, as Immerse's body finally began entering to sleep, she felt a warm pair of arms wrap around her torso and her back pressed flush against a strong chest. She knew it was him, but in that hazy mist of awake and sleep, she almost wondered if she was dreaming. "You said you were sleeping on the floor," she whispered. "I did." "Then why don't you let go of me?" And almost regretting it, because this felt blissfully good and she could see herself easily getting lost in his closeness untouched. A warm brush of air tickled her ear as he sighed. It was one of defeat. "I can't." Third eye for power of alpha. Messi woke up to the feeling of masculine arms around her. He was sleeping. She could tell by the steady rise of his chest as he breathed, unaware of the possessive hands that grasped her, one in specific cupping her hip, as though he were afraid she would somehow leave and escape. "So I was dreaming. Last night was very real." Their argument, the touches. It was so hard getting into Sebastian's head to understand why he did things. It felt like a push and tug when it came to him. One moment he pushed her away, and then the next he was all over her, very much like he was now. And dang it, she was still hard-pressed over the fact that he didn't admit the way he felt. And as much as she loved actions, she was also really needy about affirmations. For her it solidified everything. Last night amazed her. It was a real eye-opener in many ways. For one, she hadn't expected him to harbor so much passion. It startled her to think that a man so reserved could express so much affection. Messi turned, making them now face to face. She felt his chest against hers as he breathed, felt him draw her closer as he shifted. She combed her fingers through his hair, enjoying the feel of them beneath her fingertips. She was still peeved at him over yesterday, but she would put that aside for now. A digit left the boundary of his hair and trailed to his thick brows, curving along his straight nose and finishing shyly on his lips. "To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐷𝐞𝐝, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐀𝐥𝐻𝐧 enthusiasm." He breathed, opening his eyes. "I woke you up. I've been awake," he admitted. Messi bit her lip. That meant this whole time she was exploring him, he let her. His golden eyes fell to her lips. Mesmerized, Messi swallowed, not knowing what to do. She wouldn't try to get a kiss from him ever again. Not until he admitted he liked her. She would no longer stand for him saying she didn't consider his feelings. It made her feel guilty and as though her affections were not reciprocated. "Why are you so close? You said you wouldn't because you're in heat," she pointed out, bringing to attention their closeness. While this felt great, she didn't want a repeat of yesterday where he suddenly pushes her away. "Not anymore. It left me a few hours ago." Mercy considered this. "That was short. I told you. It only lasted 2 to 3 days." He gently reminded. His fingers threaded through her hair, and the considerate motion made her close her eyes and rest her head on his chest. The steady rhythm of his heartbeat sounded like a beautiful melody, drawing her into a haze. "You're going to ask for an additional bed today," she stated, dejectedly repeating what he had told her yesterday. Without a doubt she would not be going back to her room. It just sucked that she would still sleep alone regardless. "I won't." Mercy blinked, unsure if she heard correctly. "Not anymore. Not anymore," he confirmed. He kissed her forehead and rested his chin on her head. Mercy felt as though she were encased in a warm cocoon. Despite both being awake, he didn't make motion to separate. They remained intertwined, quietly enjoying each other's presence until it was time to actually get up for breakfast. Breakfast was just as elaborate as their dinner, although perhaps slightly more active due to the fact that they actually had several stations where you could request customized omelets and waffles. Sebastian was behind her like a shadow. There was not one place she went to that he didn't follow, regardless of whether or not he got anything from there. Currently they were on a line for her to get the ideal omelette. If she didn't do this, she would have to resign herself to the other crème options that didn't look so appetizing. As they waited, she felt his arms encircle her waist. Mercy looked up. Someone's feeling affectionate today, she teased, unused to this action from him, especially without her prompting. There are things I feel that I don't always show. Mercy rolled her eyes. There he goes again. Always being so vague. Would it kill you to just say you enjoy being around me? That you like being close to me? Her voice came out harsher than she intended, but it looked like despite their good morning there were still things under the surface that needed to be addressed. Sebastian bit her ear, eliciting a sharp pain. Lower your tone. We will talk about this later in our room. His deep voice was calm, and she could tell by his expression that he did not find her frustrations concerning. Was she overreacting? His arms around her were both loving and possessive despite there being no Stevens or Ryder to make him assert his claim in this way. Deep down she knew herself that there was something between them he couldn't deny. Nevertheless, with this whole fake, business they had going on, the only thing that could be one genuine were his words. In front of the others they had to pretend they were legitimately in love by their actions. Right now, words were what she needed. But she would wait. Perhaps his lack of concern was due to the fact that he aimed to fix things later in the day. For now she'd give him the benefit of doubt. Her thoughts were interrupted by the addition of another presence. Sebastian. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm glad you lovebirds are having a good morning. Stevens greeted. He cut the line behind them, but no one seemed to mind. Being the alpha son had its privileges around here, and he happily took advantage of them, though why he didn't choose to go directly to the front was lost to her. Hey Stevens. She gave him a kind smile but otherwise stayed in place. Sebastian's hold on her went from casual and lightweight to an iron grip. Unlike her, he did not gift Stevens with a worded greeting, choosing to instead give him a slight nod in acknowledgement. It really looked like he could not be bothered to even give him his attention, that he wanted the conversation to end as soon as it finished. This did not go unnoticed by Stevens. The golden boy would not stand to have his presence so easily overlooked by guests. I did want to again apologize for what happened yesterday. Ryder has been punished accordingly, and we will see to it that this never happens again. His voice sounded detached. Mercy sensed he didn't truly mean what he said. It sounded like a formality announced only to keep things at peace and not lose face. This time, Sebastian graced him with a short answer. Thank you. Stephen seemed to take the hint that any attempt made at conversation would be severely worthless. Mercy similarly did not engage him. Her golden-eyed beast was polite to Stevens out of his respectful nature, but she knew based off their conversations in private that he had an intense dislike for this pack and their recklessness. Truth is, if she had been any regular unsuspecting girl, Ryder would have gotten away with it and earned a new mate. His current punishment was born not out of a sense of justice, but from saving face amidst a visiting pack, deep relations intact. Mercy still didn't know what Dark Falls could possibly offer these rich, successful people that keep them so desiring of maintaining things with them. When they finally got their breakfast and sat on the table, the rest of the cult were already halfway done. Except Jaden, who looked like he had no intention of finishing the rest of the portion. Their breakfast is not much better, he intoned, poking at the food with a fork. He tried a small piece of their strawberry pancakes and frowned. It's like he thought the sweet smell would somehow change the taste for better. Too thick. Not enough milk was added. It's like they skipped the butter too. Mercy giggled. That's because you got the pre-made stuff. You should have joined the line to get one of the build. your owns. The one she got on the line with Sebastian tasted pretty good. It would never compare to what Jordan and Haley made at the house, but it was similar to the type of breakfast one got at a restaurant. Jaden looked at the waffle station with distaste. Since the time her and Sebastian got off, it seemed the line doubled in size. Apparently these people were late risers. I don't want to wait. Then stop complaining. Noah berated, saying this in between bites. He was munching on a large plate of the premiere food. Unlike his werewolf counterpart, he was not as concerned about the taste. His bottomless stomach needed to be fed, and that's all he was focused about right now. Jordan got up from the table. I think I'm just going to get some fruit. You can't mess up that, he reasoned, making his way towards that section. Get some from me too, his brother called, seeming to come to the same realization. When they finished, Sebastian was kind enough to pick up their discarded plate. He was always moving around doing things, especially now that they didn't have the luxury of working out with their pack. Everglades was surrounded by a pristine pool and courts for sports, but she sensed the cult wanted to run in a forest or train with their packmates. This was the life they were used to. Mercy, there you are, a voice squealed. She was followed by a round of finally and glad to see you from the two behind her. Immediately Mercy recognized them as the girls she met last night at the sauna. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐳 𝐑𝐞𝐝 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Ruby and Blair, the 3 feet anchors of Stephen's hay. I should have known I could find you guys here. The food in Noah's plate seemed to have lost its appeal as he pushed his plate aside, the only remaining one on the table, and feasted his eyes on the 3 of them. Why, Mercy, you did not tell me you had such beautiful lady friends. Mercy noticed Jaden looked like he wanted to slap him, but was calculating how much energy that was worth it when it came to his friend. At his words, Ruby and Blair blushed, whereas Raven remained otherwise unaffected. Mercy knew that of the 3 of them, she was the most dedicated to Stevens. Or perhaps more dedicated to his title and prestige would be the correct word. Easy there, woman. These 3 are Stevens' fiancés, she said in between laughs. He was such a flirt. Immediately his open demeanor took a swift turn. Finding his food more appetizing again, he returned back to his plate. Ruby looked like she wanted to say something, but kept her mouth shut. A thought sensing something, Raven took control of the conversation. We are going for our morning spot, Retenant. Want to join us? Mercy's eyes beamed. 𝐊𝐳𝐳 𝐑𝐞𝐝 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I would love to go. Go where? A strict baritone cut through their conversation. Instantly 3 heads snapped to the new company. Mercy didn't have to turn to see who it was. His voice was so deeply ingrained in her heart. She noticed the way the 3 seemed taken aback by him. The way they surveyed him from head to toe with clearvision. Even the glint of admiration in Raven's eyes could not be hidden. Bunny, remember how I said I met 3 girls yesterday? These are them. Finally turning to see him. His gaze did not lift from her to acknowledge them. That doesn't answer my question. It's to the spa they have around here. Girls only, of course. Mercy added the last part on a whim, figuring that would make him not as troubled about her parting from him. Finally, he looked at the 3 girls behind her with cool eyes. He assessed them, figuring whether they were any kind of threat or not. Seeming to find nothing suspicious, he nodded. I'll see you later. Excitement leaking into her voice. It's been a long time since she pampered herself, and she knew with how wealthy this pack was that the spa place would be noteworthy. Mercy went on her tippy toes and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Just as she was about to leave, he pulled her back, planting a chaste kiss on her lips. Mercy tried to hide her shock. This was the first time he ever kissed her in public. 𝐊𝐳𝐳 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Don't stay for too long. Letting her go, speechless, she gave him a quick nod before joining the girls. She could feel the blush that threatened to fill her cheeks at the public display of affection. It was the thought that he only did it to prove their fake relationship that kept it at bay. She would not overthink things. Not until he finalized it with his words. Massey felt her tense muscles dissolve under the expert hands of the masseuse. At first glance, she was a short, stocky little thing with hair tied up in a strict bun and super thick eyebrows. Despite her harsh looks, her voice was soft as she beckoned her to one of the beds between Ruby and Blair. The warm oil she poured over her back smelt heavenly, but her hands were the true prize of this entire sport time. I am so glad you guys invited me here. This feel amazing. Massey sighed as her masseuse released another hidden nod. It's why we never fail to come here pretty much every day. Blair's voice sounded blissful. Each of them were getting a magnificent job. By the way, Ruby started, pulling her red ponytail to the side in order to face her. You never told us your man was super mega hot. She looked as though she were about to faint in awe, and Massey couldn't tell if it was from the thought of Sebastian or the massage she was getting. What can I say? I have great taste, she asked, smiling at the memory of him. It's a shame he wasn't hers. Not yet, anyway. I give you props, she added. I heard the Dark Falls packed onto sex until marriage. That sounds noble and all, but I'm not sure I could control myself until then. Especially if I had a fiancé that looked like that. Raven snorted derisively. Of course you wouldn't. You already don't control yourself now. A different place wouldn't make a difference. Marcy's eyes widened at the rough response. She thought the girls always got along with each other after the way they were all friendly yesterday. This sounded rather passive-aggressive. It was almost as though Raven resented her. Ruby smirked at a Raven's jibe, not taking offense to her words. Your jealousy is showing, honey. No need to be so upset Stevens chose to sleep with me last night over you. No arguing, ladies. Blair chided, obviously trying to diffuse the rising tension. Raven made a grunt of protest but otherwise remained quiet. Despite not being able to see her, Massey could feel waves of dislike she emitted. Ruby seemed to not care, choosing to continue passively in her by describing her day. He was the perfect gentleman yesterday. He took me to a late-night dinner, a carriage ride by the city, a dabble of the power of alpha, and the rest. She paused for extra effect and giggled. Well, you already know. Raven looked ready to slam her with some insults, but Blair readily rose to the occasion. We get it, Ruby. Stevens clearly likes you. No need to be so arrogant about it. Ruby smirked but otherwise remained quiet. It seemed she was now satisfied with everything she got out. Massey felt like an awkward stranger placed on ongoing crossfire. Where was all the friendliness and togetherness they displayed yesterday? One thing did catch her interest, though. What do you mean by power of alpha? She quoted, referring to one of her remarks. Blair smirked, apparently finding it amusing that she asked. Why don't you ask your fiancé about it? He is alpha blood. I'm sure he'll be more than glad to show you. Massey sighed. Knowing him, he actually might not. Sebastian can be reserved, sometimes. The red-headed fiancé shrugged. If he refuses, you can also just ask Stevens to show you. He wouldn't mind. He actually mentioned you yesterday. Something about wanting you as an addition, she supplemented. Massey made a face at the idea of Stevens even mentioning that to her. She only wanted Sebastian and was not tempted in the least to leave him for the womanizing man. No thank you. His personality heavily deterred from any physical attributes he had. She was already wondering why the three of them seemed so bent on him. You can repeat to him what I told him yesterday. I'm in love with Sebastian and would never leave him. Massey quickly interjected, not wanted Raven to get any ideas that she would even consider it. You should think about it, though. It would be nice to have another girl here with Matura. Especially a nice one. She took bed. Massey knew she meant to pick at Raven. Who knows? You might have a slight chance of him picking you. Raven seemed to have had it. Gosh, Ruby, can you just shut up? She said. Massey stayed speechless. Amazed Ruby would even say such a thing to her. Sebastian was her fiancé. The length of time she spent here must have affected Ruby's value of commitment. Her statement confirmed to Massey that she didn't really care for Stevens as much as she made it out to seem. Women in love don't invite competition. Marcy would have asked for more details on the so-called power of Alpha, but she had a feeling that if she pressed on it, there would be a possibility that they mistake her curiosity for probable interest in Stevens. The least she needed is for them to relay that back to him. The masseuses chose that time to start massaging their necks. A total sign to her because it forced all of them to place their heads forward through the hole rather than turning sideways to look at each other. It forced them to no longer talk and just enjoy the moment together. Marcy's manicured nails popped the door open to her room. Her equally pampered feet painted a deep purple of course entered into her new designated place. She found Sebastian busily typing away on his laptop. When he saw her, he stopped what he was doing to stand up from the chair. It took long. Drawing near to her, it was then she noticed he was dressed more nicely. He wore slacks with a grey button-up shirt that did a wonderful job at showcasing his strong physique. It was rolled up to his elbows with the first few buttons undone, almost as if he returned from something. She felt a strong urge to kiss. It took all her power to resist making an attempt, especially because she had a feeling he would actually let her. Without my phone, I lost track of time. Looking at the clock, she noticed that she had indeed taken longer than expected. More than twice the time actually. You missed coming to the meeting with us. Mercy winced. The whole point of her coming here was to better understand their packed business and relations. She would ensure that tomorrow she didn't fall into the same mistake. She apologized. Sebastian pulled her into a hug and kissed her cheek. I didn't really want you there. Mercy frowned. Even though he was okay with it, she was. But I do. Tomorrow I will go, she insisted. His arms around her placed them at close proximity, making it harder to not make a move. Remembering his words last night were a helpful strategy. She could recall the guilt she felt when he told her that she didn't consider what he wanted. So until he explicitly said he wanted her, she shouldn't do anything, no matter how much she wanted to. Changing subject, she brought up something that had been running through her mind since the moment the three girls mentioned it. Sebastian, I want you to show me. You raised a questioning brow. Show you what? The power of Alpha. For the first time, Sebastian seemed shocked. It amazed her to see him at loss for words. What exactly was this power of Alpha? He furrowed his brows in deep thought, and after a long pause his eyes snapped back to her. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬𝐑𝐞𝐝 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬𝐑𝐞𝐝. I gave you that book so that you can understand things. It was so I could pressure you into doing this. Mercy tried to hide her puzzlement. At first she was thrown off by his words, but then she realized that he thought her request came from some information she got off the book. Now she was more curious than ever to know what this was. She would have to tread carefully to not reveal she hadn't read it. He would be so mad at her, and that was something to avoid. I don't feel pressured into anything, she assured. She didn't know what else to say to encourage him as she felt so lost in this topic already. Sebastian shook his head, unconvinced. He dropped his hold on her and put some distance between them. You're trying to prove a point that you're willing to go all the way after what I told you yesterday, he argued. Her eyes hardened as he brought up what happened with clear negativity. I am not. I'm sincere when I'm asking you to show me. And I already told you I just got a little nervous. Why can't you understand that? He rolled his eyes, making her anger boil. I'm not doing it. You're not ready for that part of me. His words hurt. The distance he put between them made the pain more intense. Why are you so quick to forget all the effort I put into getting to know you? You weren't exactly the most friendly person, but I pushed through it. Why? Why don't you think I'm ready? She demanded. He sat back down on his chair and looked away from her. I said no. That's final. Mercy clenched her fists. There he was again, pulling her in and then pushing her away again. She was up to the brim with his attitude. Fine. If you don't want to show me, I'll find out for myself. I'm sure Stevens will have no problem showing me the extent of being an alpha. A low guttural sound stopped her on her tracks. It sounded foul and dangerous. Don't you dare cross that door. She felt an electrifying shiver run up her spine at the acidic warning. For a moment, she considered listening to him and letting the whole thing drop. But her pride would hear none of it. "Watch me." With confident steps she walked briskly to the door. But as her fingers were mere millimeters from the doorknob, his voice seized her. "Stop." Marcy tried to place her hand on the doorknob, but she could not move. And from the top of her head to the soles of her feet, it was all halted, her arms suspended in mid-air. She could feel with perfect precision, in and out, in and out. She then realized her facial muscles were the only thing unhindered by this phenomenon. What was this? Turn around. Out of her own volition she felt her body turn at his command, and an expression of horror and awe. Her heart thudded rapidly against her chest, threatening to burst out. His face was not happy. It was lined with anger and frustration. His eyes narrowed. "Come here." Mercy felt her legs move beneath her, and as she approached the dark, imposing man before her she felt her breath hitch. Waves of displeasure reached her, mixed with a hint of something else. Her body stopped when she was directly in front of him, only 2 feet apart. Sebastian closed the distance. "This is what I can do," he whispered severely, circling around her like a predator would to a prey. He stopped behind her. "I can force your body to obey any command I make." She felt the warmth of his breath tickle her ear. He was so close. His hand smoothed over her lifted arm, bringing it down to her side and giving her a relief she didn't know she lacked. "Did you know I could tell your body to stop breathing and it would do it? Even if you were dying, it wouldn't let you take a gasp of air." A fleeting finger perused down her neck, pushing hard against her throat. Even though her lips could move, Marcy wouldn't dare talk. For the first time, she feared him. "It amazes me that you would be so willing to offer yourself to Stevens in this way. When I gave you that book, it's so that you could be more cautious." It seemed to have caused an opposite effect. "Without a doubt, I regret bringing you here." Mercy felt his fingers wrap around her arm, almost as if pained. His tone was vengeful of jealousy. She felt her heart lurch at the depth of his words. Regret spread through all of her being and almost suffocated her. This is the power of the Alpha, and it is a dangerous thing. Release. Mercy felt the reins of her body return back to her. Unprepared, her body slumped against him, her back pressed against his warm chest. She could feel her heart thumping wildly against her chest, pushing hard enough as though to explode. "Don't make me have to do this again," he said harshly, making her gulp. She felt a breeze behind her, then the opening and closing of the door as he left. Trembling fingers patted her body. That was absolutely mind-blowing. For the next few minutes she stayed quiet, frozen to her spot. She was still in awe of everything she saw. Mercy reached for her phone. There were 2 people in specific she had in mind that she knew would have the information she needed. After ringing 4 times, they picked up. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. To what do I owe this pleasure? Kristen's friendly voice was a welcome relief from the turmoil that whirled within her. She was in desperate need of wisdom. She lied to Sebastian by telling him she read the book when in actuality she didn't. She needed information. "I was hoping you and James could give me information about something," she answered, biting her lip in mild nervousness. "Of course, honey. James, come here. Mercy wants to ask us something." A far away, muffled response could be heard, most likely James responding to his mate. He finally came closer. "Hey there, Mercy. What's up?" Mercy paused, gathering her bearings. "I wanted to know about the power of the Alpha. It came up while I was on this trip. All I understand is that the person who does it can make anyone do whatever he says." She hoped she did a good job at explaining what she knew. "Well, not anyone," James corrected. "An Alpha can only use that power over those in pack, or whoever is under his protection." "Wait, so any Alpha can't use that power over, say, you guys?" Kristen butted in and refuted furiously. "Absolutely not. Only Alpha Samuel can do that over us. We are subject to him. The only way another person with Alpha blood can do that to us is if we submit ourselves to him by giving him permission. It would mean breaking off ties with our alpha. It's near treason us and the werewolf community. It's also heavily looked down upon to leave your alpha's protection without first consulting with him. Our alpha assures that whoever you choose to move under will agree to take care of you. Not all alphas are kind. Why the question? Massey felt like her body was shaking. She took a deep breath and collected her voice. Inhuman and not part of your pack. What does this mean for me? Can any male with alpha blood control me? James made a noise. It's kind of tricky. When we werewolves, he paused. His tone suspicious. Hey, is any of the alpha sons trying to get at you? Don't let them trick you into submitting to them, Massey. It's dangerous. No. One of them was only flirtatious. Make sure you stick close to Sebastian, Christian warned, using a motherly tone. Even though you aren't part of our pack, Sebastian put you under his protection, and he does have alpha blood. She cleared her throat as though catching herself. Not. Forcing you to submit to Sebastian. I know that's your choice and you can make that decision on your own. But regardless, don't worry. He will keep you safe from them either way. Massey felt like crying. A sub of pure horror almost overtook her. Kristen probably thought she was asking because she was worried one of the alpha sons would trick her into it. Kristen had no idea she had threatened to fling herself to them without realizing the implications of her actions. If she had known, she would have never offended Sebastian like that. She was just frustrated at the moment and said things she shouldn't have. It was no wonder he was so angry. He feels completely betrayed. Massey frowned, but tried to keep her voice as leveled as possible. Yes, I promised to stay close to him. Thank you for the answers. No problem. Bye, honey. Later, Mass. Massey threw the phone across her bed and massaged her temples. Her lie to Sebastian about reading that book landed her in this tricky situation. Had she read the book, she would learn about this and avoided the whole situation. Now it all made sense. When she asked Sebastian to show her the power of alpha, he thought she was offering to submit to him, thereby allowing him to be able to assert such great power over her. He assumed she was offering this to prove she was serious about being with him and refused because he doubted her genuineness. By threatening to go with Stevens, in his eyes she essentially proved him right that she was a wishy-washy girl. But she wasn't. She was just misinformed and angry at the time. What amazed her the most is that even with him, thinking that he still didn't let her go to Stevens. He took up her offer and accepted her submission in order to stop her from going to the other woman. Now she had to find him and explain everything. She sighed wearily. Things were not going well. 35 under the surface, Massey lounged on a recliner chair near the pool area. She had to hand it to these Everglades people. They sure knew how to live in luxury, and their outside swimming area was no exception. It was such a shame that despite the massive swimming pool, and she meant massive, barely anyone came outside to swim in its clear waters or bathe in the glowing sun. What a waste of a great outdoors activity. The pool was even quite interesting in its design. It looked more Olympic than it did recreational. Adjacent to her laid Ruby, who was also soaking up the beautiful rays of sunlight. Despite it being past noon, the California sun beamed hotly on their skins. 𝐶𝐤 and Rave opted to be more active by swimming laps in the pool. Massey hadn't planned on taking a dip in their home, so she hadn't packed a bathing suit. It was just her luck that Blair was her exact size and happened to own over a gazillion extras. The fiancés not only each got an unlimited credit card from Stevens, but a private driver that took them shopping wherever they pleased. Blair's obsession happened to be cheeky to pieces and stylish one, pieces. Massey ended up choosing the 2-piece. She didn't want the abnormal skin in most of Blair's pieces would form. Ruby began applying an additional layer of sunscreen that looked to her. So, did your man show you the pleasures of the power of alpha? Her tone suggestive. Massey squinted as she turned to Ruby. The sun was hitting her directly in the face in that direction. Pleasures? I should have known that's what you and Stevens use it for. And to answer your question, no. There was nothing sexual about the experience. The redhead's interest grew. She leaned closer to better hear. Oh, trouble in paradise. Massey almost laughed. She could tell Ruby enjoyed hearing drama. After Sebastian left their room, he became impossible to find. She had no idea where he went and much less where to navigate in order to find him. Just when she resigned herself to wait for him in the room, her door was assaulted by a series of knocks and giggling girls. The trio came to fetch her for their 3 o'clock swimming. We had some misunderstanding since I didn't know the implications of asking him to show me that. Did you know you submit yourself to whoever you allow to do that? Massey felt Ruby had mentioned the power of alpha so casually earlier compared to how serious it was. Granted, since she was technically 𝐸𝐵𝐸, Ruby probably thought it was a given. Ruby nodded. 𝐿𝐸𝐧𝐠𝐬 𝐂𝐿𝐸𝐧𝐰𝐻𝐸𝐸𝐴𝐻𝐸𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸 Neither of them have requested that of Stevens, and I honestly think it makes him and I closer compared to them, she admitted off-handedly. Massey noticed how when she spoke of him, it was very matter-of-fact. She didn't have the rock, hard dedication that possessed Raven, or the starry-eyed expression she saw overtake other females of the pack when Stevens was around. Massey noticed the way wolves around him would try to gain his attention. She wondered why out of all the female fiancés he had none of them were werewolves. All were human. Just then Blair came out of the pool, sopping wet as her feet slapped upon the titles. Come and join us. The pool water feels awesome, she enthused. Massey glanced at the clear, chlorinated water. She wasn't much of a swimmer, but the beating sun was starting to get to her. Why not? She got up to join them, and Ruby did just as well. She began to tie up her long red hair when Massey noticed the hickey on her neck. She was the only one. When did that happen? Leia asked, suspicious. Aiton's hand reached for the spot she was referring to, and immediately the grip on her hair was released, seeming to have remembered something. It's nothing, Ruby said breezily. She retreated back to her recliner and placed her black sunglasses on. Blair refused to let that be the end of it. She pulled her sunglasses off to stare her in the face. Ruby, what are you thinking? That's completely against the rules. You're not allowed to have relations with any other person aside from Stevens. She scolded. This is the 5th time I've caught you. You said you would stop. Ruby glared, her stance becoming threatening. It's none of your business, and you better not say anything just like the other times. Or else what? Ruby sneered. Or else he'll happily inform Stevens who his future beta has been sneaking out within the late hours of the night. Blair's face became deathly pale at her disclosure. It was hard to connect the dots and see what was brimming beneath the surface. This explained why Blair didn't seem so infatuated with Stevens either. We don't do anything. Just talk. Her voice coming out low and in fearful whispers. Ruby plucked her sunglasses back. I know. I followed you one night to see what you were doing. But I happen to be a good liar. I have no problem twisting what I saw. Ruby's smirk was victorious as Blair's tears began to fall. Whoever this one man was, it was clear she cared about him a lot. You think Stevens won't notice? What about Raven? All she needs is a glimpse of this, and she will run her mouth to him. This is enough to disqualify you. You know among women that a hickey is a mark of intimacy. Well, it's a good thing neither of them will find out by you. A hearty smile graced her lips. I'm glad you saw it. It reminded me that my afternoon snack will meet me in 15 minutes to lick my... It will be gone before Stevens even sees it. Blair shook her head, dismayed. Whatever. Let's go, Massey. She bit. The purple-eyed beauty quietly followed after her, digesting everything she heard. It amazed her how much drama and intrigue were amongst these three. As they stepped down the silver ladder, Blair looked at her. I know I sounded like a hypocrite earlier, but I'm really not lying when I say all we do is talk. The guy she's referring to is Adam. Massey gently rubbed her arms. Don't worry. I'm not judging you. If anything, I'm relieved you're not so in love with Stevens. I wondered what the heck you guys saw in him. I'm glad you're looking at other options. Blair frowned. The worst part is we can't till Stevens disqualifies me. It's the reason I avoid relations with him. I don't want him to consider me, so I just let Ruby and Raven have at him. Although to be honest, I want Raven to win. Raven is so into him. Ruby breaks the rules all the time, yet somehow she still gets him. It's because of the power of Alpha, but Raven refuses to do that until he commits to her. The two of them looked at the curly-haired member. She stood poised at the opposite end of the pool, focused as she did a series of breast strokes before switching to the butterfly. Her lean body moved elegantly, like a mermaid gliding smoothly across the sea. It was obvious she had done this professionally before, or at least had been on some swimming team. Her movements inspired Marcy to move, even if it was just to casually back paddle. It seemed to have inspired the same thing in Blair for in seconds she too was moving around. At some point while she was focused on her feet swishing, she noted Ruby get up from her spot. She disappeared along the glass door until she was out of sight. Raven didn't notice. Too concentrated in her strokes, Marcy didn't know how she was still able to move with the same velocity and strength she had 20 minutes ago. The purple-eyed beauty was tired by 10 minutes. Her movements now were mere child's play. Blair gave her a knowing look from across the pool, their shared knowledge hanging over them. Ruby returned not too long after, her hair in a bun and hickey long gone. She hopped into the pool to join them. "Let's do a race," she exclaimed. At this, Raven seemed to come out of her reverie, her charcoal eyes finally looking elsewhere than the clear water. "You're Eon." Of the four of them, Marcy was the only one who refused. "I'm exhausted from the little I did already. How about I let you guys know who wins?" Blair gave her a thumbs up and the three of them got in position at the other edge of the pool. Marcy didn't find it fair that Ruby just got here whereas the other two have been exerting themselves for the past hour. Nevertheless, she had a feeling Raven would win regardless if her unrelenting stamina was any indication. "To my agent 𝐃𝐞𝐬𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Set go." The three did in. Raven and Ruby easily overtook Blair, leaving her last. To Ms.'s great surprise, the red head swam faster than she anticipated. Ruby hadn't seemed like the type to be into swimming. She had been with her suntanning for the most part earlier. Currently she was holding her own by being neck to neck with Raven. Marcy decided to come out of the pool to get a better view of them as they got closer. They were now midway and still equal. From her peripheral view she saw a tall man enter the area. She intended to only give him a cursory glance, but the moment she saw who it was, her eyes widened. With a seemingly one-track mind he began to approach her. A stranger would have said he looked calm. His steps were even and his face void of expression, but Marcy knew him better. She noticed the vein on his neck and his inflamed golden eyes. The way the corner of his lips twitched ever so slightly. What did she do now? The splashing near her brought her eyes back to the water, just in time to see Raven win with 3 seconds to spare. "Raven's the winner." Her announcement caused Ruby to pout. Raven grinned victoriously, finally staying still as she tried to catch her breath. Blair was still casually swimming from the other side. The moment the blonde noticed they had overtaken her, she pretty much quit. "Ladies, I'll be right back. My fiancé wants to talk to me about something," she excused. "I mean to slip away before he got here." It was to no avail. "She won't be coming back," Sebastian corrected. "I'm taking her with me." The look he gave her was careless, daring her to object. Marcy didn't. She sneaked a wary smile their way. "I'll see you at dinner." Sebastian didn't touch her as he followed her to get her things. They weren't much. Just a towel, a summer dress, and some flip-flops. As she gathered her things, she felt him press against her back. "I get that you want to catch Stephen's attention, but at least have the decency to remember you're supposed to be engaged to me." His accusation almost struck her. Where on earth did he draw the conclusion that she wanted to catch Stephen's attention? She was in a lonesome pool with only girls. "I am not trying to catch his attention," she said lowly, forcing herself to calm and not cause a scene, especially in front of the girls. Sebastian lifted one of the strings atop, his touch scornful. "So you just happened to be out here in a flimsy two-piece. Conveniently right before him and his men have their training in the pool." Marcy closed her eyes. She felt like digging a hole and burying herself in it. How did she get herself in this position? "I didn't know," she replied softly. "I'm sure you didn't." She grabbed the towel to dry herself. God forbid she put this dress on wet and he assumed it's to further catch Stephen's attention. His icy derision made her anger start to rise, but she willed it to tone down. It was her fault he felt this anyway. Trust me. If I wanted to catch his attention you would know. More than anyone else you're well experienced in how far I'm willing to go to catch a man's attention. She was referring to him, of course. Of the way she made herself available despite the numerous times he pushed her away in the beginning of their relationship. There was a tense silence as they both stared at each other, none willing to back down. Sebastian's eyes darkened. What is it about him? Is it because his house is bigger? Is Pat more numerous? Mercy gaped. Did he honestly think she was so materialistic as to leave him over that? Tell me you're joking. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬 𝐑𝐞𝐝 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐂𝐥𝐳𝐬. He ignored her statement. Put your dress on. Mercy crossed her arms. No. I want to know if you truly believe I would leave you over something so stupid. Tell me. His expression became rock-like. She could feel it as he began to close himself off. Put your dress on, he repeated, this time more stern. Just answer my stupid question, she demanded. She really wondered what kind of person he viewed her as. Did her mistake really skewer his perception of her so deeply? Put your dress on. Mercy felt her arms unfold. It was strange to be a spectator as your body did someone else's bidding. Her hands reached for the dress and in seconds it was snugly over her. Just then, the glass door opened. In came an influx of half, without clothes were men with Stevens at the very front. The three ladies in the pool smiled expectantly at the new arrivals. It's like they were used to this happening. Mercy wondered why they hadn't told her of the men later joining them. They hadn't warned her that the swimming would lend private for the whole time. Now Sebastian assumed she knew this and continued to think the worst of her. Mercy sighed. Earlier Sebastian said he regretted bringing her here. Now she was starting to join him in that regret. What a mess. Back in their room, Mercy went straight to the shower. She wanted the smell of chlorine and heavy sunscreen off. As she washed her hair, she wondered how she could bring up the overhanging topic to Sebastian. She didn't want him to shut her out. Combing her unruly tresses, she figured it didn't matter how she brought it up. As long as the truth was spoken, things should be fixed and go back to normal. After 20 more minutes of showering, she turned the water off and began drying herself. She could hear Sebastian typing away from here. It was not her imagination that the strokes on the keyboard sounded harsher. If he kept that, he just might break the keys of his laptop. Mercy squeezed the towel around the strands of her hair to get it as dry as possible. She was too tired from doing laps in the pool to even consider holding a hairdryer. After assuring her towel wouldn't slip and this caused Sebastian to be further dismayed, she stepped out the bathroom and rummaged through her suitcase. How many minutes do we have until dinner? Pulling out some jeans and a general blouse, she slipped her underwear on and sought a comfortable bra. Sebastian turned on his seat to face her, his lips forming a tight line. That excited to see Stevens. You missed him in the pool and now you're waiting for your next opportunity, he said darkly. His eyes were black with jealousy. Mercy dropped the clothes in her hand. She was exhausted of him, imagining the worst. Walking to stand in front of him, she crossed her arms. Stop it. Stop what? Say the truth. Her words dripped with mockery, and she could even remember the time she had used that line on him. Mercy pulled the laptop closed and stood between his open legs. He was sitting and she was standing, but even so he had a way of making her feel small and overpowered. She placed her arms around his neck and pulled him closer. His own arms stayed immobile at his sides. What are you doing? Glaring at her, Mercy took a deep breath. It was time to tell him the truth. It's called a hug. It's something I've done with you that you'll never give Stevens. I don't like him. The day on the plane when you asked me if I read the book, I lied. I didn't actually read it, so I had no idea what the power of alpha truly meant. I didn't know that it allowed the person I asked to have control over me, that I would be submitting myself to them. Let go of me. Mercy gaped. Did he hear anything she just said? It was as though her admittance didn't reach him at all. Listen. If I had known about it, I would have asked you anyway. You know I trust you. The difference is I would have never said, I would ask Stevens. Even the day I said it, I didn't really mean it. I was just mad and said that because you were pissing me off. Sebastian's coughed. I'm still waiting for your hands to get off me, he retorted. Massey felt her defiance rising. Why don't you make me? Sebastian's eyes narrowed, but his lips remained closed. Unanswering, Massey pressed against him, pulling their faces closer and closer. He let her. Go ahead. Stop me. Just like you made me put on that dress outside. Make me stop touching you. Go put your clothes on. His voice sounded heavy on her ears. Strained. I already told you to make me. Why don't you go ahead and do it? She got closer until their noses touched. His arms moved, though they were not to push her away. He pulled her sideways onto his lap, a hand on her exposed thighs and another around her towel-covered waist. Why do you make things difficult? Before she could respond, he bit her bottom lip, causing her to whimper. His tongue slid over it before he covered her lips with his. The kiss was harsh and devastatingly territorial. It was filled with so much emotion that she almost drowned. She could hardly keep up with him. When he pulled back, she was speechless. He initiated that private kiss. Not her. Sebastian positioned her above him and carried her bridal style to the bed. Get changed. Before he dropped her, his warm lips found her neck. His tongue trailed sensuously over a curve. Before it seemed he found a spot and began to suck. Massey squirmed in his arms. Why, you're going to leave a hickey if you keep doing that. Sebastian ignored her, and when he was done he released her on the bed. His golden eyes met her. Impassive. That's the point. His cold demeanor was a far cry from all he had just done with her. She felt he was still angry with her and she didn't know why. They'll come back to get you before dinner. Don't leave. Wait. Mercy pulled his arm. Thankfully. What are we now? What exactly does it mean that 𝐿 submitted to you? It means 𝐿 your guardian and you're my ward. It places you completely under my protection, he explained, being concise. Mercy scrunched her brows. I thought I was always under your protection. Sebastian's cool eyes felt like ice to her skin. You were under my protection in a way that you could leave if you wanted to. You had more autonomy with your decisions. Now you don't. His eyes fell to the red mark he left on her neck. Then they lowered. Because she was half, laying down her towel had lowered to expose more of her breasts. Sit up. Massey sat erect on the bed, no longer slouching. He continued. I can control your actions. You cannot be mated to anyone, human or woman, unless I give you permission. Amongst other things. It's why I cautioned you to not be so foolhardy. The sharpness of his response made her feel talked down to. Was he unhappy with this arrangement? She had a feeling it was more so of how it came about. Is there a way to undo this? His glare made her cower. She hadn't meant for it to come off that way. And not I want to, I was just curious. She added, you are powerless in removing this. Only I can break the link you started. Massey noticed how he watched her, analyzing for her reaction. To my 𝐾𝐞𝐬𝐩𝐼𝐻, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐾𝐥𝐳𝐬. Her response was simple despite there being so much more she wanted to say. His cold demeanor stopped her. He had never felt so far away, even if she wanted to. There was no way she could reach him to understand. Not right now. As he stepped away from her, his eyes remained hard. Massey felt her heart sink. From now on, she would have to be really careful about everything she did, including the things she said. After dinner, I was eagerly looking forward to spending the night with him, but he suddenly told me he was going to sleep in another bed. 36 gold. Massey slowly circled the dessert table, pensive as she considered all the options. Normally she didn't take long to choose dessert. Today would be the exception, and it was connected to the worm and a few tables away who was getting a second helping of food. His withdrawal from her made her seek treats, as though eating something sweet would somehow transfer that sweetness to him. When Sebastian came to pick her up for dinner, She had made sure to dress casually in jeans and an average blouse. She refrained from dressing over the top, having a mild inkling that if she did he would misread it as doing it for Stevens. His awareness of the truth regarding recent events did not simmer his anger. The stiffness around her and the mask of indifference he carried was proof of that. However, showed something akin to satisfaction when he noted the hickey he gave her was not hidden with makeup or a scarf. Silence had enveloped them all the way to dinner. Sebastian didn't seem to mind their lack of conversation. In fact, he looked rather unbothered and detached. He refrained from touching her until they reached the entrance of the food area. There he felt inclined to hold her hand. Massey picked a slutty brownie from the selections, deciding the layered variety suited her taste buds. She recalled the cult's reaction the moment they noticed the hickey on her neck. To my 𝐻𝐻𝐸 𝐬𝐻𝐸𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Sebastian. Jordan's mouth dropped. His voice was full of surprise and question. My, you've exceeded my expectations. Who knew you could be such a convincing fiac? Noah congratulated, not missing a beat. He grinned wolfishly, implying he believed something deeper was going on than what was shown at surface. Jaden had appeared surprised. His eyebrows rose a full centimeter. He continued munching on his food as he stared, his expression of one who were looking at a weird math equation that worked out, but was sure how the answer came to be. Sebastian had merely shrugged and carried her away to get food. He let her go on the line first, hovering behind her like the massive protective dog that wouldn't leave their owner out of harm's way. Massey picked a handful of strawberries and dipped them in the running chocolate fountain. When she was on the last one, she looked over her shoulder. Unsurprisingly, Sebastian was staring at her, only half of his plate full from the food he selected so far. She couldn't help but notice that ever since he used the power of Alpha over her there was a distinct awareness of him. At first she glazed over it, but when she was alone in their room waiting for him to get her for dinner, she had a few seconds of fucking wild that he was nearby before he actually opened the door. She wondered if that had anything to do with their new connection. It seemed her alone on the dessert table seemed safe enough to him, so he returned his attention to the buffet before him. She recalled how at the table, Sebastian declared they would depart tomorrow after lunch. She didn't expect to be so relieved at the news, but to be frank, she was tired of Ed of Everglades and the problems it caused her. The trip here was supposed to make her relationship with Sebastian more solid, not strained. To my 𝐻𝐻𝐸𝐬 𝐬𝐻𝐸𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Someone called, making her almost drop the cup of mousse she was adding to her plate. You're already on dessert. We just got here. The purple-eyed beauty turned to the sauce and smiled, instantly recognizing Blair. The other two were right behind her. Your people are so punctual. No one actually comes to dinner on time. Ruby drawled, yawning. Massey shrugged. The pack is like that. Sebastian takes everything they tell him seriously. We also had nothing else to do. They're all looking forward to go back home. We would probably come on time if we're at 4 Stevens. Raven jutted in. He always comes late, so we tried to see if he will sit with us or not. Massey didn't comment on the fact it seemed as though you were always unavailable for them. In the mornings they were in the spa, then pool in the afternoon. Dinner time he also washed with them. What time did he actually give these girls? They seemed to be finding ways to entertain themselves each day until he decided to spare them a few minutes. I'm going to check out the drink options until he gets here, Ruby declared, stepping away from them. Only she didn't. Massey saw her bypass the drinks area and go to the regular food one. She took a plate and joined the almost empty line, deciding to cut in right next to Sebastian. Raven tucked deep. Look at her. She has no shame. She saw you guys arguing earlier near the pool and now thinks she has a chance. Disgusting. Blair seemed more surprised at Ruby's brashness. Aren't you going to stop her? Massey shrugged. Non-committal. She couldn't necessarily accuse her of trying to get to her man by only getting a plate. And even if she was, poor girl doesn't know what she's getting into. Ruby puffed her chest out to make her breasts more visible. Sure enough, The moment she tried to have a conversation with him, he merely looked at her with distaste. The inviting hand she had placed on his shoulder was glared at and swiftly plucked off. He went from his place of previous solitude and strode back to the table with the cult. Ruby appeared aghast at his open dismissal of her. Her flirty smile now gone. Blair gave a low whistle. Damn. Raven laughed. Serves her right. Now she's gonna come here and be all fake. Pretend she just wanted to be friends with your man. Talking about how she just suddenly became hungry. Mercy laughed with them. Lovely ladies. I'm glad to see you all in a good mood this evening. Mercy felt her smile wane at Stephen's joining. He was dressed nicely, wearing a blue dress shirt that highlighted his blue eyes with a white tie. He looked like he came fresh from a business meeting. Raven's eyes lighted with joy. She immediately went to his side and looped an arm around his. Will you be joining us for dinner tonight? Stevens placed a comforting hand over hers. I can't. Today I have to sit with a couple of business partners I invited. His eyes maneuvered to Mercy, eating her up from head to toe. His attention felt uncomfortable, like tiny ants crawling all over her. A sensuous smile weaved through his lips. Unless one of our visitors decides to sit with us, then I would be equally obligated to join. Mercy was not ignorant of his implications. He was suggesting she go sit with them, and he would grace the girls with his presence. Raven frowned. She got the gist of what he was saying and was none too pleased. Suddenly, Mercy felt the awareness seep in again. Glancing at her left, she viewed Sebastian eyeing them with an accusing glare. He was probably thinking the worst. Mercy pulled her wandering hair behind her neck, letting her hickey into open view. Stevens was quick to notice. How about you bring the girls with you to the business table? Mercy suggested, sliding her way out of this one. The annoyed stare Stevens gave to her neck made her feel oddly empowered. You have zero chance of ever getting my attention. Why was he even trying with all these beautiful girls around him? Men like him would never be satisfied. They will always want more and more. Finding way too much enjoyment in acquiring many girls, yes. That sounds like a great idea. Raven supported. Ladies have no place at a business table. Raven lifted a brow, offended. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐬 Heartfelt thanks to your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐰. Stephen sighed, finally facing her to give her his full attention and save what was clearly an offensive comment. Deciding Chess had enough of this conversation, and enough of Sebastian's withering glare. Mercy slipped away before she got dragged into it. Blair caught wind of this and gave her a silent parting wave. As much as she enjoyed hanging out with those girls, the connection with Stevens keeps getting her into trouble. She caught sight of Ruby pretending to be engrossed by food at another table. Mercy decidedly ignored her. Girls like her were insecure and always felt the need to validate their beauty by enticing taken men. It was kind of weird though, how she approached Sebastian like that, all flirty. Sebastian's glare did not diminish until she was in her seat next to him. Those golden eyes burned her, until finally she gave him an annoyed look. It's not like she invited Stevens over there. He hadn't even touched her. Notwithstanding, the dark aura around him was so palpable that the rest of the table noticed. Even Noah, ever the one to make jokes, wisely remained silent. He ate his food with a knowing smile, wiggling his eyebrows at her when he felt Sebastian was looking. Mercy was conflicted between laughing and wanting to smack him in the head. In the end, she smiled. Noah's humor is what she needed before dinner was over, and she headed back to the room with her fuming beast. Mercy looked at the new addition to their room with clear distaste. It hadn't been there before they left for dinner. Somehow, in the hour they had left, someone came and placed it there. She didn't just dislike it, she detested it. The addition was a queen-sized bed. It even looked softer than the one Sebastian had, with fluffier sheets and feather-light pillows. It sent promises of sweet dreams and comfortable sleep. Mercy could care less about its promises. She had been looking forward to the man in the bed, not the bed in of itself. She leveled an accusing glare at the tall man on the other side. He was grabbing some clothes to take with him before he entered the bathroom to shower. Sensing he was purposely ignoring her, she cleared her throat to draw his attention. Rather than look at her, he started heading to the vacant bathroom. Messi stopped him before he entered. "You said you wouldn't be ordering an extra bed," she exclaimed, crossing her arms. Sebastian pushed her aside. He managed to successfully move her out of the way and enter the bathroom. Before closing the door, he leveled his eyes with hers. "Obviously, I changed my mind. When I come out, I'm going straight to sleep. You can shut the lights off if you want. Good night." He closed the door to her face, leaving her red-faced and baffled. The nerve, an overwhelming urge to punch something came upon her. She paced the bedroom a few times before changing into the first set of pajamas she could lay her hands on. She ended up grabbing the shirt Sebastian gave her last night, but in her fury she threw it across to his side of the room, choosing her short crop top instead. "I dare you to say something to me." Not that he would notice. She would be under the covers by the time he came out. Lights out and everything. She was growing increasingly tired of his nonsense and didn't want to bother reasoning things with him. Not right now, with her blood boiling so hot. She knew she would say something. It would piss him off and make him pull away even more. She tied her hair into a loose bun before flicking the switch off and drowning the room in darkness. Much like yesterday, the only light to be seen was a faint glow from the moon. The bed was as comfortable as it made itself out to be. It molded to her body and made her feel like she was laying on a cloud. Except her body refused to sleep. Her body tensed when she heard him come out. She knew he had purposely taken longer than necessarily to ensure she had sufficient time to change and go into bed. He was shirtless. The scene with his back teased her as he walked straight past her without as much as a glance. He leaned down and grabbed the shirt she had haphazardly thrown at his side, lifting it and shoving it into his back. His moves were silent as he slid under the covers to sleep. Messi forced her eyes to close. She had to stop staring at him, had to stop following his every move. Otherwise she would be waiting for him to stop his silent rage and come over to her. It was going to happen. Not tonight after all that occurred. Her plan seemed foolproof. Sleep tonight and wake up to a new morning. He couldn't stay angry for long. Could he? For the next half hour or so she continued to force her body to sleep. But there was one thing she hadn't taken into account before. It was bloody freezing. One night got her used to the warmth of Sebastian's body. Even though this bed was comfortable as anything, her body shook under the thick blankets. The room felt colder than it had yesterday. Did these people like to sleep in refrigerators? What was wrong with them? The next few minutes consisted of her mentally convincing herself she was fine. She could handle this for a night. This was nothing. Except it was. There was no way she'd be able to sleep like this. Messi peered to Sebastian's bed. His breathing sounded even, his chest rising in rhythm. How dare he sleep so comfortably while she was still over here freezing to death? Stupid werewolf jeans. She continued to stare, an idea flashing in her head. Surely, he had to be asleep. An hour passed already. If she was silent and stayed to the side, she would be able to feed off the warmth he naturally emitted and be fine. By morning time there was nothing he could do. Anger issues be damned. With calculated movements, she slowly slid off the bed. Instantly the temperature of the room on her bare body chilled her to the bones. While the thick blankets hadn't warmed her, they were a considerable barrier. Nasty tip towed her way to Sebastian's mattress, sighing in relief when he hadn't moved an inch. She reached the covers at the very edge to quietly slide beneath. But before she could, a growl stopped her in warning. Messi squeaked in surprise. She thought he was sound asleep. "What do you think you're doing?" Threatening. Her body shivered, and she was sure she could place the full blame on the cold. His words were just as biting at the temperature. "In freezing, Sebastian. You're being a selfish wolf, keeping all the warmth to yourself," she accused, her body continuing to shake in the frigid air. "Go back to your bed." Unwavering, Messi groaned in irritation. This man was being impossible. "I won't touch you," she promised, hoping to placate any thoughts he had of her intentions. For a moment he was silent. "Please," she begged. I really am just cold. She heard him spout a disbelieving huff, but noticed he moved further to the edge to give her some room. If I so much as feel a finger on my person, I will make no hesitation to kick you off this bed. Understood? His tone was that of no nonsense, and Massey cowled and helped but like how he sounded with that half asleep voice, no matter how mean his words were. Yes, Sebby. She complied, climbing onto the bed. It was a miracle he even let her in. Immediately she felt warmth envelope her in a lovely embrace, sizzling away all the cold that had seeped in. She fell asleep in under 20 minutes. Unlike the previous night, she did not wake up in the middle of the night to his comforting arms around her. He did not move an inch from his spot. As a matter of fact, he woke up earlier than she did, and did not bother to address her until he was fully dressed and ready to go. H.E.S. still angry. With half-lidded eyes, she grabbed some clothes and entered the bathroom. Why couldn't he get over things the way she did? Today would be a long day. Last night, Sebastian hadn't slept a wink. He had been too tense, his muscles so heavily constricted as he forced himself to not turn around and bring Massey into his arms. She had been so close to him, too close for comfort. He should have known better than to indulge his lesser senses and gotten so close to her. Now, like an addict who's gone long without their candy, he wanted more. Much more. He grabbed her hand as they reached a more public area. The touch brought some relief to him, and when his eyes briefly flickered to the ring on her index finger, it made him even calmer. Even so, he was still simmering with controlled rage, and it all had to do with her. He should have been more careful around her and stuck with his original plan, no females, until he graduated. In high school they were much too immature, too foolish, too beautiful. He shook his head at the thought. No, too reckless. He was mad at her for making him feel these strong emotions, the ones that wanted to be near her all the time. He was mad at her for making him feel a sinister desire whenever other men got too close to her with romantic intentions. He was mad at her for making him feel so conflicted whenever she got too close. She was rash, touching him and igniting things she shortened within him. And to top it all off, he was mad at her for having him use the power of alpha without knowing what it entailed. It made this new bond between them feel so fake. When he envisioned her asking him, he had expected her to know exactly what he was getting into. She asked him on a whim, merely curious with no knowledge whatsoever of what she was getting into. It was in his power to release her of the bond she started. He had contemplated it all night. His heart clenched too tightly at the thought. No. This action of hers angered him, the most because now he couldn't even do the right thing. There was no way he would release her. He didn't want to. And this vixen was even evil enough to say she didn't mind. It destroyed the slight possibility he had of revoking this. His eyes imbibed and life fell to her with a glare. Must be nice to be able to sleep so soundly. She had no idea of the monster in her bed. Feeling his glare, she turned to him. A frown began to take place. He didn't like it when she frowned. He much preferred it when she was smiling and laughing. It made her violet eyes glow with mirth. But perhaps it was better this way. Massey leaned in to kiss his cheek. Don't be mad, Sebby. Pouting, Sebastian 𝐸 melted under her touch. Why did she touch him so easily, as though she actually wanted him? Her hair fell behind her neck, revealing the 𝐾𝐥𝐲 given her yesterday. It was just for her protection. He had repeated this thought a couple of times. While it was true that he did it for her protection, there was a bigger reason for why 𝐾𝐥𝐲 done it. The new bond he had with her made it so no man could force a mark on her without his permission. It would be rejected, nullified if he didn't accept it. In essence, she was no longer in any danger here. Not anymore. So why had he done that to her neck? She had appeared so inviting yesterday, dressed in only a towel and draping over him. He really hated how she threw modesty out of the way around him. Just because he had self-control did not mean he didn't want things. Specifically when it came to her, she was bold to ask him to push her away, as though with her on him like that he could. He really wanted to mark her that moment, but it was heavily inappropriate. That hickey was the only thing he could do to control his urge. A familiar feeling of satisfaction rolled through him. He found it looked quite nice on her. Where men not only could feel the bond he had with her but view something so obvious in plain sight. Even if it's temporary, that desire to mark her had to be buried. Marcy was still ignorant concerning many things. If he proposed to her, he had a feeling she would stupidly say yes without truly knowing the weight of her words. She was reckless like that. Now that he had this bond with her, she was safe from anyone marking her. The moment they went back home he would distance from her for a bit. He needed to gather his bearings. If only to ensure he didn't do something she'd later come to hate. 37 Winter Wonderland. Marcy watched the two of them from a distance. They moved so gracefully, dancing in sync to the waltz flowing through the speakers. A familiar feeling of jealousy slithered through her stomach, making her feel nauseous. She downed the drink in her hand in one go, forcing the feeling to more numbness. Whoever spiked the fruit punch needed to be applauded. Despite the winter dance being free of alcohol, it seemed students had other things in mind and Marcy couldn't be more grateful. Keisha leaned in closer to Sebastian, as though their distance weren't close already. Must be nice. Her hand reached for the half-filled glass near her empty one. A large hand revoked it from her reach before she could attain it. Marcy pouted, leveling her eyes with the buff man beside her. "No, don't give me those puppy eyes," Noah said. "You've already had 4 and I can smell the effect it's going to have on you if you drink more." It was funny. Both of them had dates but they were nowhere to be found. It was probably their own fault. Marcy hadn't felt like dancing and Jordan was too much of a catch to be forced to sit next to her. And while Noah had a date, it seemed she found solace in a more happy human. Meanwhile, the two of them could only stare at the dancing couple. At least she was the only one in jealousy. Noah probably wanted to be with Keisha at the moment as much as she wanted to be with Sebastian. Marcy sighed. Why was life so unfair? Just when she felt she had made progress, it all tumbled to the floor in a heap of disaster. Upon returning from Everglades, Marcy thought things would go back to normal between her and Sebastian. Get better at the very least. Things spiraled downwards as she was sure why. For a week straight after their return he completely ignored her. If she initiated conversation, his responses would be one-worded answers. He sighed, stepped her hugs and avoided her kisses. Once, when he did it in public, it embarrassed her enough that she vowed to not do it again until he stopped being mad at her. To top it off, he delegated his previous task of picking her up after school to Jordan. He was the one who drove her to the Kushtz estate and back home for the week straight. You would think in his own home he would open up a bit, but that couldn't be more contrary. It became easier to avoid her and disappear in his room. With this new attitude of his, she was afraid of even approaching that door. He would probably bite her ass for real. Not to mention, if she had no success speaking to him anywhere else, his room would be worse. Not only would he not let her in, but he would probably close the door in her face. Now it was the Winter Wonderland dance and she was sure how much more rejection she could take. It was taking her toll on her self-esteem. Did he not want her now? Was her mistake that horrible? When she thought about this, her body filled with frustration. He was being so unfair. With the way he acted, it were as though she committed a heinous crime. Noticing Noah's distraction as Keisha laughed at something Sebastian apparently said he never makes jokes, so that was probably totally fake, she slipped a glass right under him and downed it before he could take it away. Wow, now she was really starting to feel good. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Noah scolded, pulling the glass away despite it now being empty. "I'm depressed, honey bear. This alcohol has helped me with my sorrows," she defended. Truly, it hadn't. It just numbed the feeling down until it was bearable. There is no need to be depressed. Sebastian is just. I'll admit Beatty has been an ass to you this week, but trust me, you're much better off than me. At least he cares about you. Marcy frowned, shaking her head. "No, he doesn't. Achias ignored me all weekend last night. He thinks I'm ugly." Noah laughed. He grabbed her hand and kissed it. "You're far from ugly. I'll prove it to you. When this dance ends, Go to the dance floor and find any person. It can't be me, or Jordan or Jaden. Someone we don't know. A human. Mercy looked at her hand in his. Kiss my hand again. It made me feel pretty. Noah chuckled and did just as much. That moment, the classic music ended and the beat changed to a darker rhythm. More people went to the dance floor at its raunchy beat. Mercy stood from her seat to do just as Noah told her. Screw Sebastian. She was a gorgeous woman in her own right, and it was time to enjoy her night. As she wove into the crowd, she felt slightly light-headed. It seemed the drinks were starting to take effect. Better for her. Now she could really release herself into the song. It reminded her of late parties and wild nights with her friends in previous schools. She was always a popular girl, easily making friends and having people naturally love her. Mercy decided she wouldn't find a guy. She would dance all by herself. She chased after a guy like Sebastian, and look where it landed her. No, she deserved to be chased. She easily fell into rhythm, shaking her hips and moving her body to the beat. She knew she looked sexy. Her dark hair moving around her only complemented her steps. It was less than a minute before a dark-haired guy with smirking lips and dark intentions approached her. Mercy let him come up behind her. She was used to those guys. They danced wonderfully and whispered empty promises. He pressed against her, one of his hands falling on her waist and another dangerous low near her bum. He kissed her neck. You look absolutely exquisite tonight. Mercy didn't respond. She wasn't looking for a one-night stand. She wasn't even looking for a rebound. All she wanted was a great dancer like him to make her forget everything else. Noah watched Keisha's retreating figure as she excused herself to go to the bathroom. In the midst of a crowd of scantily dressed ladies and gorgeous girls, in his eyes she superseded all of them. She has been drawing near to her each day, purposely developing a friendship with her just as Mercy suggested. While it did succeed in having them in friendlier terms, it in no way lessened her affection for Sebastian. What a hopeless cause. Until Sebastian gave himself to someone else, she would continue to pine after him and lock her heart away. Where's Mercy? Noah drew his eyes to his longtime friend. That has been his game for the past week. Ignore Mercy and keep tabs on her through them. For such a wise man, he was so unlearned when it came to relationships. In the same place your date is currently going. Sebastian nodded once before sitting himself down. Noah felt. To my 𝐴𝐴𝐿 𝐿, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐿𝐢𝐧𝐰. Mercy was a mess, and he was sitting here so calmly. He could relate to her, feel her pain on a similar level. The difference of this situation was that she actually had a handle on the man who strove so hard to evade her. You need to talk to her again. Avoiding her is messed up, and you know it. Sebastian didn't bother directing a glance at him. Mind your business, he responded, his tone void of any feeling or emotion. What exactly was he trying to play? He may fool Mercy, but he was fooling him. They've been antiquated since birth. And while 𝐿𝐤𝐳 been successful at avoiding women like the plague, this specific female's tenacity managed to break through his barriers. He was a lost cause, and he knew it. I'm telling you this because I care. Fine. No need to concern yourself. Noah's gaze flickered to the empty glasses on the table. Mercy had been trying to dull her pain. It wasn't fair. Noah clenched his fists. I had her tell me to kiss her hand twice because she said it made her feel pretty. Do you have any idea what she's going through right now? He boomed. Sebastian gave him a steely gaze. I'm doing what's best for her. Stay out of it. No, you're doing what you think is best for her. You keep throwing those stupid excuses, like her not knowing enough. Why not just tell her? Let her decide if she would be willing to be a mate of an alpha werewolf. Sebastian stayed quiet. Noah laughed, but it was void of any humor. You're afraid. Afraid she'll say no once she finds out that in order to mate you she has to endure hours of pain. That if she becomes pregnant with your children she may have many miscarriages. That everything that happened to your mother. Stop it. Sebastian slammed the table with his fist, causing one of the glasses at the edge of the table to fall and break into a million pieces. The table became severely dented. His eyes glowed with rage. 𝐻𝐸 always said he looked so much like his father in his youth when he got to this point. I want you to tell her and let her decide for herself. She thinks you hate her. I don't care what she thinks of me. Noah breathed deeply. Sebastian was being so hard-headed. Just because she, Wolf, don't deal with the same complications those mature do doesn't mean it happens in every case. If you keep ignoring her, she's bound to pull away. I don't care. Noah smirked. Doesn't care. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐥𝐼𝐬 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. Remember how I said Massey was in the bathroom? Noah chuckled as he saw Sebastian stiffen. His golden-eyed friend immediately stood to attention, his posture became intense. Jaden and Jordan were easily spotted near the food table, but Massey was not so much in plain sight. Where is she? Well, since you don't care, I guess. Noah felt his shirt being fisted, an aura of mist descending upon them, but he was scared. 𝐊𝐲𝐳 take a punch for Massey. Where's she? He demanded. Rather than answer him, Noah let his eyes do the talking. They went to a specific spot in the room, completely not visible with human eyes, much less in the muted darkness of the dance floor. Sebastian would have to activate his romance senses to even spot her. It took him less than 5 seconds to locate her. Noah felt the grip on his shirt loosen. They both watched her, dancing with a human stranger in a most provocative way. It was clear she had the man enraptured. He was all over her. Noah saw darkness fill Sebastian. The control he held so tightly evaporated as even his teeth shifted to a sharper state. It was a rare sight. He had been mad at him, but the way he felt towards that man holding Massey was absolutely lethal. He recognized that look in his face. It was the look of a man as he watched the woman of his dreams being handled in a way only he wanted to be touched in places only he wanted to touch, where men use touch to express many things. While to humans a dance like that may not mean much, to a worm and it meant mating. The exact thing Sebastian really wanted from Massey, to claim her as his own and care for her. It's the reason Sebastian only danced classical songs with Keisha. But Noah didn't care. Let him watch in pain. It wasn't fair that Massey should deal with his silence. Liar. Noah watched as the man who had so adamantly said he didn't care prowled the joined duo. It's the reason he told Massey to pick anyone who wasn't part of the pack. Sebastian rusted them, and they cared for him too much to ever cross the line with her. He knew in their care she was safe, but humans had no boundaries. Sex was commonplace for them before marriage. Noah felt it was fine for her to enjoy her night the way she wanted to. She was smart. She would make good decisions. He was watching over her if the dude didn't know the meaning of the word no. He hoped Sebastian heeded his advice. Now more than ever before it was too late. Massey found herself enjoying the dance. It felt nice to admire it in this way. To be wanted. At some point he flipped her around and brought them chest to chest. He looked the typical playboy, a pretty guy with styled hair that probably took him over an hour to style. Always smirking, of course. The complete opposite of him. He lowered his head, taking all of her in. His eyes were full of pure lust. The direction of his eyes told her he was going to kiss her. She was ready to pull away from him when someone did that for her. Massey gasped as a taller, more foreboding figure stood behind her. She saw her previous dance partner's face fall, his seductive eyes be replaced with fear. Don't touch her, Sebastian growled, beginning to place her behind him. She could hear the animosity in his tone, his desire to hurt him. The words weren't directed at her, but they still managed to sting her. Sorry man, I didn't know. Massey placed a hand on Sebastian's chest, giving him a withering glare. What gave him the right to intrude on them like that when 𝐊𝐲𝐳 had been ignoring her all week? The man who had danced with her scurried off at the vibes of imminent danger. Rather than leave her in place, Sebastian pulled her along. He was leading them back to the table, but he had another thing coming if he thought she would just do his bidding. No, I'm not going back to the table just because you feel like it. That was such a prick move. Sebastian clenched his jaw, his grip on her becoming tighter. He hauled her to a private corner, away from any eyes. To my 𝐊𝐴𝐺𝐼𝐻 Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His eyes turning darker. I just saved you from a man who wanted nothing but to take you to his bed. You think he has any intentions of taking you seriously? Marcy slapped his hand away from her waist. I'm not stupid. I know exactly what he wanted. I don't see your point here. Sebastian looked at her with repulsion. And you're okay with that? You're okay with him just shut up? Just because he wants something doesn't mean he'll get it. I just wanted a good dance partner and he happened to be it. I was ready to leave him the moment the song ended. At least he saw me and didn't decide to ignore me. Sebastian stayed quiet at her jab, deciding to only glare as a form of communication. Massey spoke again. Do you have anything to say about how you've been ignoring me and pushing me away? Nothing. He stepped away from her, beginning to back away. Marcy's eyes welled up with tears. The emotion that she tried to heavily drown with alcohol came to the surface. Seriously, you're going to walk away and keep ignoring me even though you know I didn't do anything on purpose? Sebastian looked at her with an expression void of emotion. The air between them felt heavy with tension. His silence and distance spoke in more volumes than any words could. Screw you then. I'm over this, she spat, spitting on her heel and getting out of there as fast as she could. Him ignoring her all week had hurt her dearly, his silence even more. But right now what hurt the most was how he didn't try to stop her as she left, and she promised to herself that until he stopped his resistance and reached for her, she would otherwise never direct a word to him ever again. It was 11 p.m. The dance wouldn't finish for another hour, but the prom dress she had so happily put on was now haphazardly in her closet. The tail of her studded dress poked out from her closet, further emphasizing how much she didn't care when she hung it in there, and caring of whether it would wrinkle or not. Her face was slightly red from all the scrubbing she did to get rid of the layers of make-up she had so carefully placed on her face. Maybe even from the bitter, angry tears she cried too. But for now she'd just blame it on cleaning spin, brush. A feeling of exhaustion rested upon her, so she plopped herself on the bed. The pillows and covers worst strewn around her in disarray. She had not taken the time earlier this morning to properly arrange her bed. The soft mattress beneath her provided little comfort. The pain radiating every pore was not an outward one which could be fixed with physical things. It was an inner pain she would have to bear until she got over him. Movies and ice cream would not help her. There was only one thing she needed now: escape. Lydia, Massey called, her voice reverberating through the halls. I need help. Any other night it would be too late to screaming so loudly, but today was Saturday and her family always stayed up to the wee hours of the morning. I'm busy, she hollered back. Massey rolled her eyes. She highly doubted her sister was doing anything of much importance. Most likely her head was stuck inside a textbook. It's an emergency. Everything's an emergency with you. I told you I'm busy. For a moment, Massey paused, considering what would be a good course of action to convince her sister to come to her room. I'll pay you. Massey sighed victoriously when she heard the light footsteps of her sister dashing toward her room. Lydia entered, raising a curious brow at her platform. Yes, sister dearest. May I just say you look quite lovely today. Her voice lowered to her regular tone. This better be at least $20. $30. I need you to find me a cruise ship that will take me away from this place for at least a week. This is my budget. After signing into her bank account, Massey threw her phone in Lydia's direction. The device landed softly at the edge of her bed. Lydia pried it off the bed, but did not hide her expression of inquisitiveness. Not for nothing. But why do you suddenly want to go on a trip? I thought you were, and I quote, spending winter break in my future husband's house. Massey sighed and closed her eyes. It's not meant to be, and Ivy accepted it. Today at the dance we had a massive blow-up. I've been on this crazy wolf chase, feeling one moment like I'm making progress, and the next as though I never went anywhere in the first place. I get it. Mating is a serious thing, but I'm just so tired. I'm tired of chasing. of being putting all this work with nothing to show for it. I need some time to clear my head and just be on my own. Lydia nodded, her mouth dropping in a silent tone. Her attention dropped to the phone at hand. Well, you've saved quite a bit of money. Exactly how soon are you planning to go? As soon as possible. I would go today even. I just want to leave as soon as possible. I know it's going to happen. Jordan's going to call me and apologize for his friend. If not him, Noah will. I don't want to hear it. I'm just tired. So tired, she repeated. And truly, tired was the best word to describe what she was feeling. 𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐿 𝐂𝐥𝐻𝐬 Out of energy and enthusiasm, she needed some time to recollect herself. And when she came back, she would purposely distance herself from Sebastian and stop pouring so deeply into him. Instead of seeing her future in Dark Falls, she would take into consideration cottages outside of here. Why should she invest so deeply a man who refuses to acknowledge how he feels for her? While 𝐿𝐸𝐻 scared away any man that would even consider dating her, 𝐿𝐸𝐻 left it wide open for any Wolf to test the waters. And what hold did she have over him to stop them? Marcy was glad Keisha went to the dance with him. It hurt her heart, but it helped refocus her perspective and show her that although Sebastian's did indicate his desire of her, at the end of the day, unless he fully acted upon them, she would be left in a limbo. But no. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'll see what I can find. Lydia made way to leave, but before she exited the door she hesitated, as though wondering if she should say the next thing or not. I want you to know that Micah are actually talking now. You were right. I let myself be too guarded when it came to relationships. Your dynamic with Sebastian is an interesting one. In a way, Micah is with me the way you were with him, and I'm glad I ended up giving him a chance. I'm not saying you should be open to him like before. I'm just saying perhaps you and I were unbalanced at opposite sides of the scales when it came to relationships. I became more open, and things adjusted. You just need to be more reserved, but just don't close off completely. I almost lost something very valuable, and I've seen the way he is with you. 𝐿𝐸𝐻 just being stubborn. Micah stepped away from me and I came to the realization of things. So if when you come back 𝐻 is ready to move things in a new direction, don't resist him too much. That's all. And with that she scampered away. Marcy was in awe of her sister opening up to her like that. She knew Micah and her had shifted things in a new direction, but she didn't think she'd be so changed. It amazed her how Lydia wasn't so against Sebastian anymore. Her words were encouraging in a way, but at the end of the day, Marcy did not want to think about Sebastian's reaction to her leaving. She didn't want to think of him at all, and so she wouldn't. Until the time came to dealing with him, she would just focus on herself and enjoying her winter break, far away, preferably in a warm place, surrounded by a large body of water that would make her forget about the wooded area of Dark Falls. Half hour later, Lydia came back with great news. Apparently, there was 2 open spots at a cruise in Florida. It would leave tomorrow afternoon, so she would have to take the adjoining plane at 6 a.m. to get there in the morning. Surprisingly enough, the ride was cheap. I can't believe this is the price. Marcy beamed, staring at the confirmed purchase at hand. The vacation was all-inclusive. In the cruise she would dorm in a single bedroom. All food, drinks, and activities were included. They would even make a stop in the Caribbean, where tourists can go shopping and explore the surrounding area. Lydia shrugged good, naturally, and pat herself on the back. I know. Some people cancelled last minute, and since the ride goes out tomorrow, they sell the remaining rooms super cheap. You are the best. The money is in my wallet, Marcy said, pulling her sister into a tight hug and then gesturing towards her hanging purse. The rest of the night passed in a hurried teasel as she packed in super speed. Since the weather would be warm, she was glad to pack in many shorts, crop tops, light dresses, and open-toed shoes and sandals. She would only have to dress warmly on the way to the airport. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. It's by freezing cold. At 12 p.m., when the dance was officially over, she received her first phone call from Jordan, and then Noah. Even Kristen called her, but Marcy promptly ignored all the calls, replacing it with a short text message she was safe at home. More messages. They were probably confused. They saw her argue heatedly with Sebastian in a corner, and then excuse herself from them to hang out with her other school friends. Emma and Lily didn't question her when she joined them. Her fake smile and hyped demeanor was enough to fool them. They were the perfect cover-up as she called a cab and sneaked out. Jordan was supposed to be her ride home. They were probably just now connecting the dots that she was not with Emma and Lily anymore. Too bad. As much as she loved them, the idea of showing defeat in front of Keisha and having Jordan take her home sounded too repulsing. Her actions made her feel independent. It was time to distance herself. It was time to heal. 38 Candy Jordan heard him before he saw him. Like clockwork, Sebastian joined them in the living room as he played video games with Jaden and Micah. To outside eyes it may give the impression that he actually wanted to join them in the fun. But Jordan knew better. He came to ask him the same questions 𝐊𝐲 has been asking for 3 days in a row now. Have you been able to contact Marcy? Sebastian asked, momentarily crouching to meet him at eye level. Jordan's gaze momentarily flickered to him before returning to the bright screen. No. She didn't answer my phone calls. How many times did you call her today? At what time? He interrogated, seemingly unsatisfied with the given response. Jordan sighed. Both of them knew Marcy was never this hard to contact in the first place. It was clear she was purposely avoiding them. The tension boiling between her and Sebastian was a palpable one throughout the whole Wonderland dance. Now it seemed Sebastian was the only one playing the avoidance game. I called her twice. Once in the afternoon and then again after dinner. Nothing, Jordan answered. Sebastian's nostrils flared in irritation, a vein popping near his neck. This news made him none too pleased. It was just the ignored phone calls, but also the empty visits. Twice Jordan has tried to pick her up from her house, and twice Lydia has told him that Marcy wasn't even there. She was doing other things that apparently required her to not be home. It got to the point that Sebastian himself went today to pick her up. But the answer didn't change. Both of them could smell that Lydia was lying. Marcy's scent was absent in her home. She truly was there. Go visit her early in the morning before she goes anywhere. 𝐊𝐲𝐳 adjusted, sensing the rising rage in Sebastian. It was strange seeing him at such odds over not seeing Marcy. It had only been 3 days. And anyway, he hadn't exactly been the kindest to her recently. He couldn't blame the girl for trying to evade him. I'll take that. I beat you, Micah yelled, jumping up and doing his victory dance at having beat both his older brothers. Sebastian stood to his true height, giving Jaden a nod. I will visit Marcy tomorrow morning. At his statement Micah paused, giving him a weird look. That's a dumb idea. Why would you visit her when she's away on vacation? All of them froze. Hup, explain yourself. Where exactly is she? Micah took note of their shocked expressions and began to wonder if perhaps he shouldn't have said that. He tried to remember exactly what Lydia had told him of the situation, but he hadn't been paying attention at the time. Too busy smelling her and hugging her close. Micah frowned when the details came to him. Oh no, Lydia's going to kill me. Mass IE's phone laid on her bed. It was turned off, the screen black. She was tempted to turn it on, only to see if Sebastian had cared enough to text her. It's been 4 days. By now they must have found out she wasn't home anymore, if they had cared enough to reach out for her. That is, before she did something she had come to regret. She stuffed the phone into the very bottom of her suitcase, covering it with a tumble of clothes. This vacation was to help her get over Sebastian. How was she supposed to get over him if she kept desiring his attention? It's not something he would give her. She needed to let it go. Marcy reached for her two-piece bikini. She shimmied into a light dress and headed to the pool. The afternoon sun beat upon her skin, filling her with warmth all the way to her toes. It was beautiful outside. The only misfortune was her missing sunglasses. She really wished she hadn't oversold them when packing. Eyes squinted. She made her way to the cruise shop. The sunglasses would be overpriced, no doubt about it. But after 4 days of dealing with the brutal sun, she was willing to part with a few extra dollars to land in peace. Little children pranced around behind their parents, begging for ice, cream or candy. There were also numerous couples holding hands. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐜 Heartfelt thanks to your unfailing patience, 𝐿𝐢𝐳𝐳, and hugging. She would be lying if she said she didn't want to be like them, sharing intimate moments with the person you love. Perhaps she could have invited a friend to come with her. The trip had been so spontaneous she hadn't considered that. Air-conditioned air swept up her ankles when she stepped into the shop, causing goosebumps to rise on her flesh. It held a variety of things from purses to hats to souvenirs. The whole get-up looked like an exclusive boutique. They even had a section dedicated for jewelry. Despite coming for one thing, her hands found themselves on the clear glass. There was a ring in specific that caught her eye. It reminded her of the one Sebastian gave her when she pretended to be his fiancé. Marcy bit her lip. She should hurry up and get her glasses before she got sidetracked. An elegant couple came to the display just as she withdrew her fingers from the glass. The tall, slim man led the busty brunette to the ring section. "Pick whatever you want, sugar." Marcy found it interesting how his blue eyes did not look at the woman with love, but with detached interest. The scantily dressed woman did not notice this. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐷𝐞𝐜 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, 𝐿𝐢𝐳𝐳. She kissed his cheek, leaving a red imprint, and greedily surveyed the ring selections. Swiveling on her heel, Marcy navigated to the proper area and quickly to the darkest pair she could find. She sighed in dismay when the cashier rang it up. Oh well, at least now she wouldn't be squinting everywhere she went. The rest of her afternoon was spent lounging in the high sun and people watching. A waiter would periodically approach her to offer refreshing drinks. She slipped into the pool when the heat became unbearable. It felt great to use her muscles in this way, to slide across the pool with ease. As she gasped for air, she couldn't help but wonder if her absence made any difference. "I wish my mind forget you with the same ease I escaped you." Marcy smiled as she sunk deeper. Even though it was difficult now, it could only get easier from here. Noah found himself gasping for air as the men reached the edge of the forest. Blood pulsed through his veins like a rushing river. His heart felt as though it were about to burst. The other men on the team were in no better state. They were sweating so profusely any outsider would think they came from a pool instead of a run. Each muscle felt strained to its full capacity. Sebastian, the one who led the team, was not much better. He had done everything he ordered them to do, partaking in the strenuous exercise as though his life depended on it. "I think I'm going to vomit," said Jaden, back arched as he grasped his knees. Running 30 miles inhuman from what's usually so bad. Except they had trained for triple the usual time beforehand and done some fighting. Not to mention, Sebastian chose a trail that was especially strenuous. A lot of hills, very few valleys, uncomfortable jumps and a need to balance. If they hadn't finished now, you were sure he would have passed out within the next 15 minutes. "That will be all. You have a free day tomorrow," Sebastian said, guiding them to the outside showers. Everyone sighed in relief. After a day like this, they would need it. Noah jumped into the pouring water the moment the lever was moved. His shirt had long ago been discarded somewhere. He honestly couldn't remember. The others followed in similar fashion, taking turns but showering more quickly than usual. A bed and some sleep were all they could think about. As the men emptied out, Sebastian cleaned up after them. As usual, he was the last to shower. Noah wanted nothing more than to drop in his mattress, but his friend had him concerned. He approached him under the frigid water. "Are you all right?" Today made 5 days since she left. It was different. No one knew that before. Sebastian had been content with watching her from afar. Even though he didn't talk to her, at least he had known she was there. Her presence had been palpable. Now, she was completely absent. Sebastian's golden eyes met his. They were full of exhaustion, but not of the physical kind. No, aside. He pulled him into a hug, the kind that conveyed comfort and hope. The troubling topic was something Sebastian would have to fix on his own. Enthusiasm, in the meantime. Noah would be the proper pack mate and offer all he could. The drink was sickly sweet as it went down 𝐿𝐈's throat. It was deceptively light. Anyone would think it contained no alcohol. It's a good thing she knew better. 2 drinks down and she would officially only drink the virgin kind for the rest of the night. There were surprisingly a lot of single people in the cruise. It seemed the unattached ones only came out at night, and not only to the club portion of the cruise. Massey shook her head as she spotted a familiar figure flirting with a girl. It was the blue-eyed tall stranger she had seen at the cruise store yesterday. Only this time, instead of the busty brunette, he was with a leggy blonde. His sly smile let her know he was whispering empty promises. He was that type. The way she giggled and gazed with unhindered showed just how taken she was with him. Another one. 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐸 𝐂𝐻𝐳𝐸 enthusiasm. The bartender asked, taking her empty glass. Malibu Bay breeze this time. Virgin, please. The bartender cocked her head to the side. 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐸 enthusiasm. She did her bidding nonetheless. If Massey wanted to, she could go to the dance floor and move along with some stranger. She didn't want to. 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐸 heartfelt thanks for your unfading enthusiasm. She felt quite content just sitting there and enjoying the music. The idea of any man touching her that way didn't sit right with her. What is wrong with me? After downing her last drink, Massey picked her purse and headed to her room. It was 1 a.m. She was only moderately tired though. In her room she would indulge in a book and fall asleep. As she maneuvered through the halls it became progressively darker. It was the cruise's designated quiet time, so only the noise of outside waves reached her. It wasn't until she made for turns that Massey realized she must have went the wrong direction, because the doors of these rooms were spread further apart and looked much fancier than the ones in her section. She was about to turn around when she noticed a couple against the wall. Normally, a sight like this would only make her want to turn away faster, but this was different. It was that she recognized his womanizing slender form, or that she recognized this guard as the busty one he bought a ring for. No, it was the fact that in this instant, he was sinking his teeth into her. Massey watched, frozen as he extracted from her. The girl hummed, seeming to be overtaken by something while he continued to draw from her. In a state of distraught puzzlement, she found herself gasp. She knew exactly he was a vampire. The man paused. An apprehension chilled her bones. The vampire detached himself from the woman. He murmured a few words she had trouble distinguishing before she saw the girl crumple to the floor, eyes closed and unresponsive. Massey gaped. Did she faint, die? Within seconds he whizzed in front of her, causing her to regain her ability to move. Immediately she stepped away from him, but it was too late. His cold hands cupped her chin and drew her face inches apart from his, forcing her to look him in the eyes. The man smiled deviously as his blue-dotted dark eyes seemed to spin, causing her to fall into a trace. He was doing the same thing to her as he had done to his other victim. You will forget everything you saw tonight. Go to your room and fall asleep. Drowsiness spread across Ms.'s body. An overwhelming exhaustion seeped into her every cell. Her eyes drooped with heaviness, and the last thing she heard was the sound of a dark, humid chuckle as her body moved and she fell into darkness. Massey woke up the next morning feeling oddly well, rested. It was a surprise to her as she cowed and remembered getting to bed. She remembered going to the club, but interestingly enough she had no further recollection after that other than fuzzy, muddled images that made no sense. Deciding to get up and start her morning, she washed up to eat some food and go enjoy the sun. She hurriedly donned some shorts with a 𝐶∨yellow shirt and rushed to the food restaurant. She didn't want to miss them before breakfast closed and they began to serve lunch. Much to her delight, when she arrived, the staff had yet to switch the breakfast food to lunch. 𝐵 grabbed a large plate and joined herself to the line where they made customized omelets. It was a medium-sized line, but she couldn't see much ahead due to the tall man in front of her. 𝐿𝐸's stomach growled loudly, astounding even her. We're already on the line. She poked the lower region of her abdomen for further emphasis, but it only earned her another growl. The man in front of her turned, his blue eyes appraising her with clear amusement. It was evident he overheard the whole of her conversation with her stomach. I'm certain a meal will be more effective in calming it down. Raising a brow, 𝐵 felt a sudden wave of dizziness. She massaged her temples in vain attempt to lessen the pain, but it only reduced minutely. Noting her distress, the stranger came to her side. She recognized him. It was the guy from the club last night, the one she's seen with 2 girls. Hold on to me. His voice was smooth and reassuring. She felt a hand encircle her, and another mold itself into her waist for additional support. His hands felt cold and sent a shiver up her spine. How could someone's extremities feel so cold in this kind of weather? Another wave of dizziness hit her, making her almost faint in his arms. Don't faint on me, Candy. Though if you did, at least you know it's on a wonderful catch such as myself. He chuckled after that, finding his joke hilarious. 𝐵 would have probably told him to not call her that ridiculous nickname, except the pounding pain on her head rendered her speechless. He led her towards a 2-person table, judging by the cup of coffee and assorted fruits on it. She figured he was already sitting there. 𝐵 tried massaging her temples again. That is so weird, she mumbled, mostly to herself. She was not one to be prone to headaches, especially one so sharp. Suddenly, like a fast-paced film, the events of last night returned to her, each image causing her more confusion than the other until they all formed a clear picture, and she had to stop herself from slamming a plate on this man's face. The very man in front of her was the one who made her forget everything she saw last night. Rather than fear, a wave of indignation rose. I know what you did to me last night. Interestingly enough, all the dizziness she felt earlier vanished away. 𝐵 grabbed the front of his shirt and hauled him to her. His eyes flooded with shock before molding itself into one of clear interest. A small smile graced his lips. It's been a mighty long time since I've been gifted the opportunity to meet one with mature. A beautiful one as well, might I add. Now I really want to be your friend. I thought I had given up on the werewolf, but suddenly he started caring for me again, paying for my meals, giving me his jacket, and showing me his gentle side. �39 his eyes shook before molding itself into one of clear interest. A small smile graced his lips. It's been a mighty long time since I've been gifted the opportunity to meet one with mature. A beautiful one as well, might I add. Now I really want to be your friend. 𝐵 started to regret her rashness in pulling on his collar. He seemed to appreciate their close proximity. As a matter of fact, he was getting closer. Stop calling me Candy, she demanded, growing irritated with the nickname. I know you're a vampire. How astute of you. Emphasizing the name to further irk her. I'm glad there's a brain in that human skull of yours. I'm impressed you know what I am. His head tilting with wayward thoughts. Though I do guess I made it quite obvious. I've been told about your kind by my friends. They're werewolves. I prefer to be referred to as 𝐿𝐸, as that is my given name. 𝐵 scrunched her nose. What a weird name. You sound ancient. She babbled the first thing that came to her mind, and was rewarded with a hurt pout from said man. Whether she hurt his feelings or not, she didn't care. She didn't appreciate being induced to fainting. You wowed me. He placed his hand above hers and began to disband her fingers from his collar. The material remained slightly crumpled. 𝐵 was about to reply when they were interrupted by shrill, Female voice. I've been looking for you all morning. Massey felt herself being shoved as a short brunette pulled Theo into an affectionate hug. Massey instantly recognized her as the chick he had sunk his fangs to. Judging by the off-the-shoulder shirt she sported, there was no markings on her neck that gave way to anything the man had done. At least she knew they were as harmless as she learned them to be. Hey sugar, I had a late morning. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐫𝐬. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'll introduce you to my new friend Candy. He motioned to the purple-eyed beauty. Massey stuck her hand out to shake, but the girl merely acknowledged it with disgust. Deciding she was not worth more than a passing regard, she fixed her attention back to the dark, headed on us. You weren't in my room when I woke up. I expected you to stay after such a fun night. She gave Massey a victorious smile after mentioning the last two words, as though lording something over her. Massey yawned at her obvious display of possessiveness. Theo shrugged. Sorry, sugar. I had some things to attend to. Will I see you again tonight? At this he smiled rakishly. You might. I'll meet with you later after spending some time with Candy. Though her voice indicated she felt anything but. After sending Massey a withering glare, she stumped off. Massey could see dark fumes rise above her like a boiling volcano. Running her fingers through her hair, she regarded the vampire. Do you have a habit of naming women after sweet things? She finally said. She highly doubted that girl's name was Sugar. Why do you say that, Candy? Does it make you feel less important? He grabbed a hand of hers and kissed it. Massey let him. She already knew his type. She has no bite mark, she stated, purposely ignoring his question. Quite frankly, she didn't care what the man called her. I guess your werewolf friends didn't tell you much of our kind. Let's go get some breakfast and I'll be more than happy to tell you. Maybe then you will be inclined to marry me and move to my estate. Massey almost laughed. They were also as ready to marry as she had heard. She thought James had been exaggerating when he mentioned they do quick marriages when they find mature females. The downside is they were allowed to have multiple wives. Are any of the two girls I've seen you with your wife? Massey asked him this after they retrieved a plate full of food. Theo stuffed his mouth with bacon before shaking his head. I don't have a wife yet. You're the third mature I've ever met in my 80 years of life. Interesting. So he was actually a young vampire. He didn't look a day over 25. Theo began to openly inform her of his kind. Some she had already heard, but other things she hadn't known, such as the fact that he could bite someone without leaving a mark. The more interesting thing to know was that vampires didn't take blood for the taste. The bottom of their teeth had actual blood vessels that pulled the liquid into their system to replace the rapidly aging blood cells. They sucked blood not for the taste, but for the feeling it gave them depending on the quality once it entered their system. Apparently mature blood gave the best feelings of all. Don't get any ideas, Massey said, noting how he was staring at her neck rather appreciatively. He was quick to mention he enjoyed the slope of her neck equally as much as the slope of her breasts. Massey was quick to tell him her reason for coming on this cruise. The least she needed was this vampire thinking her friendliness meant she was available. Her heart was not ready for any sort of relationship. It's a shame your heart is someone else's. I don't mind being the rebound. At least not for a bit. Massey giggled. Theo was extraordinarily playful yet childishly serious at the same time. Aren't you moving a bit too fast? You should figure out the kind of woman you're chasing before you ask something so quickly. Theo shrugged. I love women in general. Contrary to what most men think, I don't think you're that hard to please. He gave her one of his panty, dropping smiles that would have worked on any unsuspecting woman, but was an easy fail on her. I hope the next mature girl you find is free for the taking. You're not too bad. Massey complimented. Theo winned over the fact that she didn't properly supplement his ego. He much preferred dashing and charming over her lacking adjective. The rest of the morning was passed with surprising ease. She hadn't realized how lonely it felt on the cruise until she spent the remainder of the day in his company. There were a couple times at the pool where he would leave her to flirt with another random chick. but he would always come back to her after a few minutes. Did that make you jealous, Candy? Of course not. You buffer one. Mercy passed a hand over his wet hair. He was like a little puppy. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Masculine. Good-looking puppy. He was especially interesting when a waiter had come by to offer her a drink. In his 𝐊𝐲𝐧𝐬, the waiter ended up dropping the glass. The smell of 𝐼𝐴 invaded her senses, and immediately her own waiter senses took over. She foolishly began to pick the sharp shards in an attempt to help the nervous boy, but it ended up with her accidentally cutting herself rather deeply. This made the waiter even more panicky, as apparently he had a strange aversion to blood. Theo couldn't be more different. His blue eyes glowed and continuously wandered from her face to her injured digit. Can I lick it? He finally asked. Once the waiter left with a miniature version of a broom and dustpan. I thought you said you didn't taste it. Only felt it. Theo opened his mouth to reveal the underside of his tongue. Mercy didn't notice anything different, but he explained he had tiny vessels there too. They open and absorb the blood if I lick it. He explained. Mercy pondered his request. The idea wouldn't hurt. And besides, it was only just her finger. Theo seemed to take note of her unperturbed expression and got excited now. Then she smirked and leaned back to get more sun. Rejecting men was fun. Practice makes perfect. Right. It was the last day before she had to return home, and the crews had made a pit stop in Puerto Rico before they reached the Florida shores. Up until today, Theo had occupied the greater part of her vacation. In the mornings he met her for breakfast, and at night they indulged in one of the many activities the cruise provided. Some of them required paying additional out-pocket money, as they were not included in the average cruise package. But Theo was more than prepared to pay. While he was a womanizer, he was a gentleman in every other sense. The stop in Puerto Rico afforded them a large, extravagant, more open to tourists. They just had to return before nightfall, otherwise risk the cruise leaving without them. As they walked around the shopping area, Mercy paused in front of a clothing store. The display held beautiful casual dresses and form-fitting outfits. Because this mall would cater to tourists, it was guaranteed to be more expensive, but maybe she could grab a dress or two. Let's go in there, she said, redirected them inside the store. Theo assessed it with clear distaste. Shopping is not my cup of tea. You females take forever, he refuted, frozen to his spot. Mercy continued to pull on his hands with much effort, but he remained unmoving. Please, Mercy begged, grabbing a hold of his shoulders and shaking him. Theo remained disinterested. That sounds like an awful lot of work. Mercy configured what she could possibly do to get him to comply. A light bulb flashed in her head, and her eyes shined with glee. I'll let you suck on my finger for 2 hours. To make the offer more tantalizing, she wiggled her index finger in his line of vision. His eyes followed them, mesmerized. His voice was darker as he addressed her. Why, Candy, this is indeed something I will not refuse. Mercy smiled victoriously. Let's go. This time when she pulled him, he easily gave in and followed her. When they entered the store, the all figure garnered a couple of admiring gazes. He winked at a cute brunette who stared at him for an extended period of time. The girl blushed in embarrassment to look through a rack of shirts. Mercy B lined to the area of dresses. She wanted something that would be form-fitting and complement her curvy figure. Something that would make a man succumb to his baser instincts. Deep down, she knew who she had a certain golden-eyed man in mind, but she pretended it was only for herself. Inside the fitting room, the first one she tried was a purple one that cinched at the waist and flowed loosely to mid-thigh. When she walked, the dress moved after her, and the thin material moved appreciatively with her movement. Yes, this was perfect. The second one was a yellow sundress that made her look like a rectangle. She immediately took it off, displeased with how it made her figure. The third one was a plain olive green dress that also accentuated her small waist. But unlike the purple one, it hugged her behind and remained fixed on her knees. A slit on the slit exposed some thigh. Now this was definitely a winner. Pleased with her findings, she put away the yellow one, but kept the other two. A quick glance at the price tags had her frown. She would only be able to afford one. Unless, looking around the store, she was not surprised to find Theo busily talking with the brunette from earlier. "Theo," she called. If it were any regular person, they probably would not have heard her. But like a puppy responding to its owner, Theo lifted his attention from the girl with him and said a rush goodbye before joining her. Much to the girl's annoyance, he rubbed his nose against her cheek. "I gotta say this dress really suits you." Massey smiled mischievously. "Well, your sweet candy needs money for this dress. Do you have cash on you?" Theo handed her his wallet. Massey cooed happily at his unrestrained willingness. Opening his wallet, she found numerous $100 bills and a couple of debit cards. She studied. "Why do you have all this money? Are you like, rich or something?" Theo scratched his chin. "My family manages a couple of businesses, so I have more money than I know to do with." Massey beamed. "Perfect. Then you can buy both of my dresses. You can be my sugar daddy for this vacation." Massey clapped her hands. She was probably taking advantage of his goodness. But who cares? Theo threw his head back and laughed. "Whatever you want." Changing back into her clothes, Massey grabbed her two favored dresses and brought them to the register. Theo stayed close behind her, this time deciding not to be a flirt with any other passing girl. After paying in full and receiving her items in a cute bag, Massey returned Theo his wallet and opted to hold his hand as they exited out. To any other outsider, they would appear to be a couple, but truly Massey was just thankful to have a good, generous friend. Massey sat on the OS lap as they watched the old version of Dracula. Theo was clearly much more entertained by having her finger in his mouth. A side glance gave her the image of him sucking her finger with an expression of pure content. It amazed her to see him so enthralled with her blood. Feeling her gaze, his eyes shot up to meet hers. They were filled with bright swirls of blue that shined even in the darkness of this room. What an interesting creature. This color only popped up when he was taking blood or compelling someone. His eyes gleamed wickedly. She felt his tongue caress her finger as he pulled her tighter against him. "What? Are you reconsidering my marriage proposal?" If she hadn't been so immersed in Sebastian and met him first, she probably would have given him a chance. Theo was handsome and very much taken with her. She sighed. She refused to lead Theo on when she knew her heart was elsewhere. Maybe in the future when she got over Sebastian, she would revisit him now that she knew where he lived. Rather than answer him, she rolled her eyes and turned her attention back to the movie. Tomorrow she would be returning to Dark Falls. A part of her hoped Sebastian took great notice of her absence and even missed her. Another part wanted to not care and mind her own business. She found it quite annoying how her heart refused to heal on her terms yet. A part of her wanted him to suffer the way she did. A sinister idea coming to mind, she fixed her attention to Theo. "Teddy, I want you to bite my neck." Massey felt her finger drop from his lips. Much to her surprise, the OS gaze was concerned. "What's wrong?" Massey shifted uncomfortably on his lap. She didn't expect him to ask that. "Nothing is wrong. You did me a favor in buying me those expensive dresses, so why not? Besides, I want to know what it feels like." Theo shook his head. "I need nothing as payment for those dresses. I bought them for you because I wanted to." Theo caught her wrist and kissed the inside of her hand. "You can tell me. In your friend." Massey groaned. She felt slightly pathetic for even planning this. "I'm going back home tomorrow and I want my ex-lover to think him over him," she admitted grudgingly, hiding her face in his chest. Theo laughed. She felt his chest vibrate beneath her ears. "If you were any other person I would happily say yes, but unfortunately for you, I will refuse." Massey pulled away from him. "Why not?" She knew he enjoyed drinking her blood. Theo took a large breath. "To be honest, I know we're friends and everything, but at the end of the day you still have mature. You're 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐿, and at any point while drinking your blood I might accidentally mark you as my own." Mercy pouted. That's not true, Teddy. You have great self-control. Please. Just do it. I don't care if you accidentally mark me, she said desperately, not realizing the weight of her words. Time for you to go to bed and sleep over this. Theo started to push her off his lap. Gosh, who said being the good guy was fun? He mumbled to himself. Unwilling to lose this battle, Mercy began to lift up her shirt in order to expose her neck. She could care less if he saw her bra. Was the bikini essentially the same thing? Taking note of her plan, Theo's hand went up to cover his eyes. Oh no, don't be doing that, Candy. Put on your shirt, he commanded sternly. For a moment Mercy was blown away at his sudden care for propriety. Was he the one that easily flirted and slept with a number of girls on the boat? Why was he acting up now? Frustrated, she peeled off his fingers. After some resistance, his fingers finally gave way. When he opened his eyes, she was met with glowing blue dots. Theo seemed to be a war against himself. The blue would come and disappear. Mercy pulled her hair to one side to expose her neck. I know you want to. Just do it, she urged. She grabbed the back of his head and drew his mouth to her neck. She felt his teeth graze her skin. Warning. I hope you don't come to regret this. I won't. The moment these words left her lips, she felt a sharp pain. Mercy closed her eyes as the sensation progressively dulled. It felt odd having his fang in her. The gesture felt morbidly intimate. After a few moments she felt his fangs retract. He finished by licking her skin at the open wound. He pulled his face away from her. His eyes were still blue, and slowly spinning. Mercy, you are going to be the death of me, he murmured. It was her turn to laugh, though she figured he must have been serious since he said her actual name. She kissed his cheek in gratitude. Thank you, my sweet teddy bear. Yeah. Now put your shirt on, Candy, unless you want me to lose control in a different way. Deciding not to be a further hassle, Mercy quickly threw her shirt over her head. She didn't miss the hand under his chin, or the slight tilt of his head. He was perplexed. What's the matter? The OS tongue swept over his fangs. You told me that one man rejected you, but he didn't want you. Mercy scrunched her brows. He didn't talk to me for a whole weekend then, son. The OS eyes met hers. The blue gleam from them gone and a return to normal. I don't believe that. I felt it. Even if I wanted to mark you, I wouldn't be able to. There was a blockage. No one can mark you without his permission. Mercy sighed. How could she have forgotten? Oh, yeah. He is the power of Alpha over me, I'm under him. Theo lifted an elegant brow. A man who truly wants nothing to do with you would never hold on to that. He wants you for himself. Mercy rolled her eyes assumption. All right, Theo. Don't get too sidetracked. I'm serious. Trust me on this. I am a man myself, I would know. His thumb brushed where he had bitten her and he smiled. Like a little boy who managed to steal some candy. It's why I purposely left a bruise on you. I think I was being petty. Mercy went to a nearby mirror and laughed. Sure enough, there was a heavily obvious bite mark. Now I know who to call for Halloween if I need a free bite mark. Theo winked. At your service. The rest of the night was spent in nervous restlessness for the impending trip. When morning time came, she exchanged contact information with Theo before boarding her plane. Good luck with your boo thing. He is not my boo thing. Despite her argument, she pulled him into a hug. Goodbye, Theo. This vacation would not have been as enjoyable if it hadn't been for meeting him. He snorted and kissed her cheek, a little too close to her lips before smiling sneakily. Goodbye, Mercy. Now it was back to the wolves. 40 home. Mercy knew returning to Dark Falls would involve her imminent reunion with the cult. No doubt they would hound her with questions regarding her abrupt disappearance and why she didn't tell them. She did leave without warning. There was no contact the days she spent away. The missed phone calls in conjunction to the numerous text messages was enough to let her know they had done more than their part in seeking her out. She just didn't expect the reunion to be this soon. Standing at the edge of the terminal intermixed with awaiting families and expectant couples with the cult in all their golden glory. They were quite a bunch. Despite their regular clothes and off-set dispositions, they didn't fail to garner attention from curious onlookers. They sensed her before she even stepped foot on the sloping runway, and by the time she made it halfway they were over her, grabbing her bags and softly chiding her for not letting them know. "How could you abandon me so, princess?" "No, a wind." He pulled her into one of his back-breaking hugs. "Was something wrong with your phone?" Jaden took hold of her electronic device and assessed it, checking for any glitches. "Look, you have a turtle neck on but no jacket." Jordan fussed, disapproving of her clothes. He made a move to remove his own jacket, but before he did, a large coat descended on her. Sebastian quietly zipped it to her chin. Mercy noticed his expression seemed troubled, but she didn't think to question him about it. She was too surprised to see him that his name was in the heap of missed phone calls along with the others. The familiar smell of woods and his masculine musk made her heart ache. Several days away in a tropical vacation felt like it helped some. Seeing him again made all the progress seem imaginary. She still wanted him. The truth was disappointing. She never saw herself as the type to stay hung up on a man who didn't want her. Mercy bit her lip. As long as she kept her distance, the pain of her heart should dull eventually. "I missed you guys too." Mercy purposely faced away from Sebastian and engaged the rest of the guys. As they chatted to the parked car, Sebastian remained steadily behind her like a bodyguard. She would catch girls staring at him as they moved. She could tell because they wouldn't look at her, but somewhere directly above with appreciative eyes. Then they would whisper behind their hands and point at their group. Perks of walking with obnoxiously tall men. Handsome ones at that. The ride to her home was filled with chatter. When they parked outside her home, there seemed to be a silent agreement that Sebastian would be the one to walk her to the door and carry her things. Mercy pretended to not notice. She went to her home without a glance back. The door of her house opened easily, and Sebastian placed the luggage on her hardwood floor. "Do you want me to bring them to your room?" His hair fell slightly above his eyes, making him look more mysterious. She would have told him it was time to get a haircut again, but he was not a man to be suggesting things like that. "No thank you." She was about to say goodbye when he pulled her into a hug. The first one he gave her since her return. The first one he's given her for weeks now, since he had ignored her before the trip. His arms felt warm and reassuring. Even so, she forced herself to remain still. There was no way she'd return the gesture. He pulled away slightly, but kept his arms in place. "What's wrong?" Mercy shrugged. "Nothing is wrong." His hold loosened. His hands then trailed from her shoulders to the end of her fingertips. His way of saying he noticed how she didn't hug him back. Perhaps a way of question, but she wouldn't gift him with an answer. Silence hovered over them. It was like the silence between them before she left. This one felt different. It was sadder with a touch of nostalgia. When he realized she wouldn't grant him more conversation, Sebastian sighed. His fingers latched to her neck and brought her close. Mercy tensed when she felt his lips meet her forehead. He kissed her. "I'm glad you're safe," he mumbled. His words pulsed through her skin, soft and comforting. Before she allowed herself to indulge this pleasure, she pulled away from him. "Goodbye, Sebastian." Sebastian respectfully stayed in place as she reached for the door. His golden eyes didn't waver from her face. He kept staring at her, as though imprinting her image in his mind. It was at the sound of her lock that she finally heard his retreating footsteps. It didn't make any sense. He ignored her and didn't talk to her for over a week. Now he shows himself at the airport and drops her off home. Mercy felt her anger spike. Why did he even bother? In comforts of her room, Mercy put her clothes away. It was relatively easy, seeing as the things in the suitcase were mostly summer clothes that would go in a separate bag until May. The used ones in her hamper. While she folded, Lydia had joined her, and "Sorry I couldn't hold them back. Micah told them you left for a cruise and after that it was pointless to keep it a secret." Mercy waved away her apology. "I don't mind. It's not like they could reach me when they found out. Seeing them at the airport was nice. And truly, she didn't realize how much she missed them. As she placed her suitcase in its proper spot, Marcy noticed a particular black book at the edge of her dresser. The gold binding solidified what she thought it was. "I thought I lost this," she said out loud. Lydia eyed the book. "Oh, that. I borrowed it for a bit. I finished reading it. Didn't think you'd notice." She snorted, probably thinking of how her older sister barely read books. Marcy felt her eyes narrowing. This book would have saved her a 𝐾𝐤𝐬𝐩𝐿 if she had only read it prior to going to 𝐿𝐻𝐳. The book had disappeared, and she hadn't read it before going. Knowing its contents beforehand could have potentially prevented the huge quarrel she had with Sebastian. Deciding to dispel all frustration, she placed the book back down. Lydia had not done it on purpose. In the end, it was probably good things happened the way they did. It only hastened the inevitable. "I hope it was more useful to you than it ever was for me," Marcy said bitterly. She would have to return it now that she had no use for it. What was the point in learning about werewolves if she wouldn't marry one anyway? A useless waste of time. Marcy grabbed her last articles of clothing and hung them in her closet. It was the nice dresses Theo bought for her. It's a shame she would have to wait some time before she wore them. The hot sun made her forget about the true weather at home. "Those look new. You bought summer dresses in winter?" Lydia inquired. She raised a disparaging brow to show her disapproval. "It's not like I would find pretty coats and jackets in Puerto Rico," Marcy countered. "Besides, I didn't pay for it. Theo did." The new name raised her interest. "Theo? Who's that?" Marcy smiled. "A friend I met in vacation. She's a vampire," she added smoothly, feeling rather cool when her sister's mouth dropped. There's no way her sister met one before. "What's he like?" Marcy went into detail about all she learned. Vampires were an interesting kind of their own. She sincerely hoped Theo found himself a good partner in the nearby future. By the end of their discussion, the purple-eyed beauty was in front of her mirror in only a bra with her old sister eye in the bite mark. "That looks painful." She made move to touch it. Then, she seemed to think better of it and let her finger retreat. If the goal was to show Sebastian you didn't care, why wear a turtleneck on the way back? Marcy eased into one of her short shirts, discarding the turtleneck in her hamper. While it was cool outside, inside her home was warm. It sounded like a good idea at the moment. By the time I was in the plane I changed my mind. If in getting over him I'm not supposed to care about what he thinks. She rationalized. How long does it take to heal? It's not like you have an endless supply of turtlenecks. Lydia motioned to her dresser. Her sister was right. Marcy was more the type to wear off the shoulder sweaters and typical long sleeves. She had only packed this turtleneck because she knew she needed warm clothes on her returning plane ride. That top was the best to offer warmth without taking much space in her suitcase. "I don't really care." Marcy played with her hair and placed the thick strands in front of her shoulders. "Besides, I can cover it like this. No big deal." A skeptical, throaty laugh escaped her sister's lips. "Yeah, no big deal until you forget." A sour mood descended over her at the thought of Sebastian. She forced her features into a look of indifference. Even if he did find out, it shouldn't make a difference. The things they do shouldn't concern him. Lydia winced. "About that, I wouldn't think so negatively of his affections for you. He also came to see if you were here in the beginning of the vacation. I don't care to hear it." Marcy interrupted. The least she needed was stories that would get her hopes up. She already felt vulnerable. Listening to that would only make her weaker. "How about you tell me about you and Micah?" It was the best she could think of to change the subject. Not to mention, she was genuinely curious about the status of their relationship. Lydia fell for her bait like any girl in the honeymoon stage of the relationship. Marcy patiently listened, inserting her comments every now and then. They ate dinner and retreated to their respective rooms. Marcy was brushing her hair when she felt her phone vibrate. At the view of his name, she calmly placed it back down and continued brushing. What business did he have calling her at this time? The number on her clock showed it was still relatively early, but she still refused to answer him. She was streaming videos on her tablet for the next hour, when she felt it vibrate again. Mercy huffed. Him again. It felt nice to ignore him the way he had to her. At the same time, her eyes wavered to the green button. She kind of wanted to answer it, just to see what he would say. Should she? After a few seconds, the phone sent him to voicemail, having rang too many times. Well, there's her decision then. She returned to the video. Only this time it was more difficult to concentrate. The preppy makeup artist didn't hold her attention as much anymore, and the video she had previously seen with rapt interest was now dull. Why did he make things difficult? He was supposed to leave her alone like her had before, not reach out to her. Rather than watch a tutorial, Mercy switched to a TV series. Perhaps getting into someone else's life would make her forget about her own. She was midway through an interesting pilot when an unmistakable howl reached her ears. Disbelieving, Mercy went to her window. His thick brown fur and powerful hinds were impossible to negate. Cinnamon was here, even though he was a few meters away. She knew he could see her from there. It was clear what he wanted. To talk. Mercy mouthed a no before bringing down her blinds. She was just beginning to get comfortable at her bed when she heard her window slide open. Mercy groaned. How could she forget to lock the thing? She hadn't thought he would go as far as this. Fed up, she pulled her blinds up and was met with a scowling Sebastian. Then, she smiled, because at least he was grumpy and that was a good thing in her eyes. What do you want? She snapped, crossing her arms. She had quickly positioned her hair to one side to purposely hide the bite mark. Take that, Lydia. She didn't forget. Sebastian clenched his jaw, making her notice the slight shadow of stubble. It looked good on him, made her want to run her hands through it and pull him into a key. New thoughts. New thoughts. New thoughts. She mentally chanted the 2 words, willing the images to go away. He was perched on the thick branches of the tree beside her room. Never has this tree been so inconvenient. Thankfully, Sebastian looked heavy enough that maybe the branches would snap. That would be extremely helpful. I came to talk to you. You're not answering your phone. His gaze darted to the refer device. It was on her bed connected to a charger. No excuse for her to not have picked it up. Obviously, I didn't want to. Can you leave now? His eyes narrowed. You have 2 options. Either I go into your room, or you come outside. You decide. Mercy scoffed. I'm staying right here. You can't even fit through it, so don't bother trying. There was no way his massive form would fit through that window of hers. Sebastian remained undisturbed. You'll wake my family up. How concerning, he said sarcastically, reaching for the hinges. At this, Mercy panicked. Okay. Just let me change my shirt. Her sweatpants were appropriate. It was only the shirt she needed to change to not feel so self-conscious about the bite mark. Sebastian seemed amused she would say this. Nevertheless, he stayed in place. Mercy gave him the eye. Do you mind? I'm about to change. He grunted. It's nothing I haven't seen before. Turn around, she demanded, refusing to let him have his way. In actuality, she could care less if he saw her in a bra. He was right. She had seen her wearing much less, but that was back when she foolishly saw him as hers. He rolled his eyes and maneuvered on the branch. She heard a slight crack. Unfortunately, he was still in place, leveled with her window. Mercy grabbed a turtleneck from her dresser. What of the remaining two she had? While the inside of her room was toasty, the open window allowed a burst of cold air to enter. Mercy shivered when shut off. She was just reaching for the turtleneck when his voice arrested her. What is that? His deadly tone made Goosens rise. She finished putting the sweater on. You said you weren't watching. I didn't say I wouldn't watch. I just agreed to turn around. Mercy glared. His response was a glare of his own. Come. He hopped off the tree and waited for her with open arms. He seriously thought to catch her. She momentarily looked down before lifting her chin. He'll use the stairs. Sebastian waited for her at the back exit. His expression was vexed as she stepped out. but she refused to acknowledge it. She calmly closed her house door and went ahead of him to the spot they went to last time. Unlike before, she didn't bother making herself comfortable by sitting. This shouldn't last too long. Sebastian returned to the previous topic. I asked you what that was. The waves of danger he emitted made her feel misplaced. But she forced the unease away. I don't need to explain what it is. I'm sure you know yourself. He closed the distance between them. A vampire. Did he bite you? Massey smiled coyly. I don't know. Maybe he did. Maybe he didn't. Maybe in more than one place. She shrugged, as though disinterested by his questioning. Sebastian unzipped his jacket and placed it around her, holding it in place. Take off your shirt. Massey lifted his jacket with her finger before letting it drop to a heap on the ground. I don't want to. It's cold outside. And no, I won't use your jacket. Seeing her non-compliance, he grabbed the fabric. Don't rip it. Why don't you just force me out of it? She taunted, purposely feeding his ire. The jab worked, for his eyes flashed with restrained anger. You are the one who allowed me to have so much dominion over you. Why are you spitting it back at my face? Because you're either one who didn't think I was ready. You almost refused having me under you. He passed an aggravated hand through his hair. Take off your shirt. Massey watched as her arms did his bidding, even though he had done it more than twice before. It still amazed her when it happened. Sebastian inspected her carefully. His fingers left warm imprints wherever they touched. It seemed he was suspicious of the vampire biting her in other places, such as her back and certain parts of her stomach. When he saw that only her neck was bitten, his eyes fell to her jeans. Be honest. Did he see anything of your lower part? He asked seriously. A hand of his slid between her thighs, his thumb above her femoral artery. Mercy felt her breath hitch. This felt very personal. When she didn't answer, the grip on her tighter, and his free hand grabbed the edges of her sweatpants. She wouldn't put it past him to make her take it off so he could check no. His hand retreated and she was able to breathe again. You can put the shirt back on. Wonderful, she muttered sarcastically. Ready to leave. Now that we've had our little chat, I guess I can go now. She turned to leave, but his voice stopped her. Why did you let him bite you? Because he wanted to try my blood and I figured why not. His nostrils flared. That is something very intimate. What does it matter? It's not like anyone's claiming me. I'm single with no ties to anyone. I can do anything with anyone I will stop. He moved closer and closer until she had to keep stepping back to maintain distance. The moment her back hit a trunk, she knew she was done for. Don't say that, he murmured, his nose pressing into her face. Massey clenched her fist. Get away from me. You ignored me for a whole week and refused to talk. Now you want to talk to me. Demand all these things when I'm not even yours. You can forget it. She pushed against his chest to move him away, but against his strength her efforts made no difference. His hands went over hers, caressing them. His golden eyes fell to hers. They were full of regret and great sorrow. I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated you like that. I wanted to protect you and wound up hurting you. Massey frowned, her heart crashing. No, this was bad. This was dangerous. She didn't want to hear it anymore. I forgive you. Can you let me go now? She whispered, avoiding his eyes. They were too potent. They did things to her heart. You don't mean that. His thumb stroked her cheek. You're only saying that so I can leave. I won't make the same mistake again. Massey pulled away from his touch. I want to go home now. I'm tired and I want to sleep. Sebastian stayed quiet. He squeezed her hand and then nodded. The walk back to her house was a quiet one. She could tell by the way he looked at her hand that he wanted to hold it, so she purposely crossed her arms to make them unavailable. She was ready to just barge through her door and leave him, but before she did, a grip on her hips held her in place. What now? She snapped. Rather than answer her, he tore the fabric at the right side of her neck. Mercy gaped. He had used his claw to make a straight line through the tall collar. Now the vampire bite was in full view. His hands rose to her waist and tightened while his face lifted to the spot. He began to lick her, each swipe of his tongue more aggressive than the next. She stepped back in surprise, but the hands around her were ironclad, holding her in place. When he stepped back, he appeared more calm. His eyes met hers. Possessive. Much better. Massey didn't know what to respond. She was absolutely shocked. His chest pushed against hers, forcing her to step back until her feet were in the safety of her home. Then, he locked the door from the inside and closed it himself. But not before saying, "See you tomorrow." After staying frozen in her spot, the reality of what just happened came to her. She bolted to her room and turned the lights on without hindrance. Sure enough, the mark was completely gone. Her eyes, narrowed, stupid were men, but inwardly, her heart was tingling. 41 The answer is no. The next morning Massey woke up to a short text message. "Can I pick you up after school?" The heart emoji eyes and kissy faces next to his name mocked her. Gross. With a quick flick of her fingers, his contact became a simple emoji, less Sebastian. Pleased with the result, she then responded, "Massey, no." The gentle swoop let her know the message was sent. Within seconds, a ding made her look back at her phone. "Sebastian, why not?" Massey rolled her eyes and left him unread. Because she didn't feel like it, duh. Preparing for school was hassle-free. Neither Lydia nor her mother occupied the bathroom when she went, allowing her to finish with time to spare. With the bite mark gone from her neck courtesy of Sebastian 𝐊𝐲𝐽 back too, school selection became a wider variety of clothes. She settled for a simple sweater, dangled some earrings and left. In school she purposely remained around Emma or Lily. They were the ideal barrier against speaking with the cult. She didn't have anything against them. She loved them dearly, but the least she needed was excess attention and questions coming from her friends as to why they were suddenly so close to her. Before, she would have lavished on their all, considering herself proud for proving the naysayers wrong. Emily, to be more specific. Now she wanted to keep their close association under wraps, not only because they were bound to ask unending questions she couldn't answer, but because she was trying to recover from Sebastian. Aside from her sister and his friends, she didn't want anyone else to know what went down between them. It was best to forgive and forget. What she didn't account for was Sebastian's own plans. So when social studies came around, she thought no further of his figure sitting in his regular spot in front of her. His footsteps were met with heavy anticipation by the females in class. Wistful sighs and doe, like eyes fixated on his masculine form. Still, no one dared approach him and start conversation. He gave no indication that he noticed their attention. Most likely didn't care. Massey almost cursed when she saw him. She sat in her usual seat because she was not one to scamper like an injured dog. But why did he have to wear a white shirt today? That was her favorite color on him. The worm Anne probably picked the first thing he saw this morning. Now she had to deal with extreme self-control to keep her eyes off him. It makes his eyes look brighter, and his bronze skin more glorious. The purple-eyed beauty forced her eyes down, pretending to proof read the essay she edited over 5 times. There were no errors to be found, but she'd keep herself distracted with this in the meantime. Unfortunately, because her editing was genuine, her ears were open to the chatter between the "Oh my gosh" duos 3 desks down. "Oh my gosh." The first one started. 𝐻𝐸𝐴 wearing black boots today. It gives him a strong worker appeal, don't you say? 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐳𝐸𝐬𝐿𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬 enthusiasm. The second one agreed. And oh my gosh, look. 𝐶𝐤's even wearing matching black socks. 𝐶𝐤's dependable. I knew it. I always knew that about him. The other one gushed, holding a hand to her heart. If you pay close attention, 𝐶𝐤's wearing a white shirt today. My horoscope says people with white shirts have transparent personalities. She puckered her lips and nodded as if she just informed her friend the biggest insider. A deep voice broke through her fake proof, reading. You didn't respond. Massey slowly looked up. Her Sebastian's eyebrows furrowed in discontent. My text message. I asked a reason for your refusal to come to my house after school and you didn't respond. He clarified. None too happy. She remained reticent, unrevealing of her emotions. I don't need to give you an explanation. I no means know. What difference would it make? Massey had to stop herself from laughing, as she could hear the two girls gasp and banter. Oh my gosh, did he just beat to a girl? 𝐏𝐤𝐳. In trying to hear what they're talking about. She's actually really pretty. Oh my gosh. Cannot you not compliment the competition? If only they knew. She was no competition at all. She was rejected by the very man who stood before her. Sebastian regarded her silently. He opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by the late entrance of Mr. Barman, who was quick to direct them into handing in their assigned winter break essay. After receiving the packets from those behind her, Massey passed them over to Sebastian. He took them from her, his fingers brushing over hers unnecessarily. She hastily pulled her hand back and hoped he didn't notice. His gaze remained on her as he passed it up. The frown that fell over his lips let her know he had indeed noticed. Oh well, her feelings take priority over his. Sebastian felt sorry about his actions towards her before that much was clear. However, there was the sinking knowledge at the pit of her stomach that reminded her his need for reconciliation was tied to wanting to restore their easy-going friendship. As for Massey, there was no way she could just be friends with Sebastian. At least not now, while her emotions were prone to waywardness now. She needed to keep her distance from him until she got over him. Class went rather smoothly with Mr. Barman speaking non-stop about some revolution. When the bell rang, Massey sighed in relief. She could now escape the presence of a specific wormer. However, it seemed it was not to be so. Ever the predator, Sebastian was poised to catch her the moment she bounced from her seat and darted to the door. A hand easily closed around her hips and pulled her to his side. I won't be satisfied until I have an answer. His hold was unrelenting as she attempted to maneuver herself from under him. He kept pace with her, his neck craned downward to keep her in his line of sight. He was an umbrella, shielding her from the hallway bright lights, but he did not keep her from the whispering words of those who saw him. Is that Sebastian with a girl? No way. I guess him and Keisha are no longer a thing. You never held Keisha like that. Massey's heart quickened with alarm. If people kept seeing them like this, they would assume the worst. Sebastian, people are staring. She stressed. She placed her hand over his large one on her hip, plucking each finger off. Rather than heed her warning, his grip tightened. This staring is not my concern. I'm talking to you. Massey groaned. She didn't have a specific reason for not going to his house. She just didn't want to go. No doubt that admission would get her nowhere with him. She would use a different technique. I'll think about it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. In the case I decide to go, I'll text you. PSH, no chance of that happening. She didn't plan on stepping foot in his home anytime soon. He grunted. Good. Can you let me go now? He released his hold and Massey kept telling herself that she didn't miss it. As they neared the cafeteria, she gave him the eye. Why are you doing this? She grumbled, referring to him following her. He used to always arrive ahead of her and wouldn't to walk beside her regardless of them going the same direction. As much as she tried to override him, her quick footsteps were matched with relative ease by the long-legged, handsome woman. I want to, was his simple reply. What was his problem? At some point during her cruise vacation, someone forgot to mention their roles switched. For much to her grievance, there was a golden-eyed man who wouldn't let up. We're here. Why don't you go find your people? They enter the cafeteria and it's just like the hallways. Curious eyes follow her, but it's not necessarily her. More like the person stuck to her. Sebastian's close proximity makes it undeniable that he is walking with her regardless of the annoyed expression she sported. Massey went off to her usual table and let him break off to his secluded one. Except he didn't. He is still following her and she doesn't know why. Before she reached it, he grabbed her arm. "Come to my table." Mercy heard a set of startled gasps. Great. They were 3 feet away from her table. Evidently this was close enough for them to overhear the conversation. "I want to hang out with my other friends. Maybe another day." Despite his nod, the line his lips formed show H is displeased. Mercy makes move to leave, but before she does he plants a quick kiss on her cheek. The action took her off guard. Since when did he start doing that in front of onlookers? A semblance of a smile threatens to escape, one she destroys by hastily scooting her features into one of disregard. Weeks ago he publicly humiliated her by pushing her away from a hug. Mercy feigned ignorance at the gaping mouths in her table. Their expressions vary from shock to dismay, the most potent of all being jealousy. She didn't mind. They could seek that cold, block and keep him for all she cared. "How was vacation for you guys?" Mercy asked. She removed her backpack, placing it at the side of her seat. She figured she might as well start the conversation since their awe-struck expressions left them rather speechless. Mercy was truly acquainted with many of the girls except Emma, Lily, and Emily S. herself. Emma was the first to come out of it. "Oh, it was great. I didn't see you at the diner much. Did you lessen your hours?" Her eyes trailed to Sebastian, almost as though she was silently asking a different question. "No, not really. I just used some of my vacation time." Lily played with her fingers, looking at her shyly. "Did you spend time with family or friends?" Their hawk eyes waited. "I went on a cruise ship by myself to unwind. It was great," Mercy chirped. Then, to stop any further questioning, she looked towards the lunch line. "Are you guys hungry? I'm about to join the line before it gets too long." They quickly agreed to follow her there. Ironically enough, the moment she got up to get food, the cult just so happened to get up as well and right behind them. Thankfully, Mercy was in front of all the gals from her table, so there was a good 6-girl distance between them. She kept her eyes forward. Pasta in bland tomato paste and meatballs entertained her as she slid forward. She maintained light conversation with Lily, who gave her updates on her continued relationship with her boyfriend, Derek. The cash register rang her up. "The total is for .50. Mercy zipped open her wallet, only to be dismayed as she realized she forgot to bring cash. The worst part is the school was so archaic by not accepting debit or credit card. "Hey Lily, do you have some cash I can be all?" A large bill was handed to the cashier before she could finish her sentence. Mercy blinked. How on earth had he gotten here so fast? The lady behind the register took a moment before grabbing the bill. Caught off guard herself. "Thank you," Mercy mumbled. Without waiting for a response, she gathered her things and left. Why did Sebastian pay her things? His actions left the girls behind her shocked. Enough that the cash register had to bring Lily to attention so that the line kept moving. As she walked away, she heard no groan, a loud complaint. "How come you don't pay for me when I forget my cash?" Mercy giggled behind her hand. As she sat on the table, she pondered how weeks ago she would have jumped on the opportunity to sit at his table, would have swam in joy at his attentiveness to her a few moments ago. The need to evade him was a wave that kept her from sinking her toes golden depths. Was this what it's like to be burned by heartbreak? To shield oneself from the possibility of being hurt once again? As the others walked back from the line, she noticed 2 girls prodding Emma. They really had to work on their whispering levels, because even from him Mercy could hear their high-pitched voices saying, "Ask her and bring it up." Emily lingered behind them with an irritated scowl. The grip on her tray was enough to rip the styrofoam to pieces. The envious girl was curious, that the ample attention erected to Mercy was grieving her. It always bothered her when the purple eye beauty got too much attention. It just wasn't fair. Mercy was the new girl to her school, yet in a short time span she managed to do everything she ever wanted: work at the diner, befriend the cult, and worst, somehow attain Sebastian Pierce's attention. He was an impenetrable wall to every female in the school. So what made this girl so special? Once situated at a table, the girls tried to simulate regularity. It's unfortunate their expectant glances at Emma gave them away. Mercy fought a sigh. Could they just get this over with? In the end, it was Emily who lost her patience. Since when were you and Sebastian on such friendly terms? She asks nightly, lifting her nose with distaste. Are you guys romantically attached? The girls waited with bated breath. Lily gave Emily an aghast frown. Yet the innocent red hair would not dare speak out on it. She wanted to know just as much as everyone else. Emily could have delivered that question with more tact. Her jealousy was very obvious. Marcy forked one of her meatballs and slowly chewed, allowing them to bake in that tension for a bit. She cleared her throat. I don't know what would give you that impression. We aren't dating. A handful sighs of relief. If only they knew just how hopeless their plight in getting him was. At least Marcy stepped out and reached for him with all her being. These ladies were too nervous to initiate good conversation. What small chance did they have? Then why did he kiss your cheek? Why did he pay for your food? If Emily's tone hadn't been so derogatory, Marcy might have been more open. As it was, she already wanted to avoid all things Sebastian. She wouldn't bother giving them an inch. Let them assume whatever they wanted. If you're so curious of his actions, go ask him yourself. She prompted, shrugging her shoulders. Did she look like Sebastian's mind reader? Assuming got her nowhere. It'd be foolish for her to think he meant anything by his previous actions, despite the wormman's cold demeanor. What these girls failed to notice is that embedded within that icy cage was a gentleman. Of course he would pay for her food. He held the power of alpha over her. Thus, it was instinctual for him to take care of her, but they didn't understand this. Nor could they. They didn't understand there was no deeper meaning to Sebastian's actions. Later on in the day it seemed Sebastian knew how to play dirty. She hadn't texted him the remainder of the school day, making it evident that she wouldn't go to his house. So what does he do? Instead of it being him at her locker at the end of the day, it was Noah. And who can say no to Noah? Honey bear, I really think I should go home. No way. You spent the majority of winter break in the Bahamas. Now it's our turn. Mercy giggled. She told him she went to a cruise that left Florida, had left 5 times, yet he still referred back to it as the Bahamas. There was no point in correcting him anymore. There was also no point in arguing any further, for they were already parked at the pack house. So much for not stepping foot at his place again. I just don't think it's wise. She trailed off. Noah was with her the majority of the winter wonderland dance. The night Sebastian so coldly left her, he more than anyone else would understand her hesitance. He kissed her temple, a gesture to bring her comfort. Don't worry yourself, princess. I wouldn't bring you here if it wasn't for your best interests. Do your homework while we train. Afterwards I want to hear more about your trip. Do the same as before. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobin, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He wanted her to resume the routine of coming to their home regularly. She could sense it. Did he not remember that for a week straight Sebastian purposely ignored her here, in his very own territory? That the wormman ceased to pick her altogether and delegated the drive to them? He didn't want her in his home back then. Why did he want her here now? With a weary sigh, she allowed the bleak musings to fall on the wayside. The prospect of seeing Sebastian again did not sit right with her, but she was willing to his presence to be with them. And so, with a small smile, she followed the easygoing, buff woman inside. The spot had a nice store where I found some dresses. Unfortunately, I can't wear them until the weather gets a little warmer. I got them for free though, so I can't complain. Theo bought them for me. Theo? Who's Theo? Jordan questioned, bringing notice to the foreign name. They were sitting around her, listening as she recounted her trip. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobin, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. There were some things she opted to leave out, such as the fact that she offered her neck to the vampire. She'd leave that out. She settled for a simple description. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobin, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐾𝐥𝐳𝐬𝐧. Handsome vampire I met at the cruise. How nice of you to remember important facts of him, Sebastian said 𝐶𝐲𝐬. He elected the seat next to her, making it impossible to miss his remark. Massey ignored him, keeping her eyes on Jaden and Jordan, who were at her feet sitting in front of the couch, on Noah, who sat on her right side. Theo and I became fast friends. He was my companion the last half of my trip. You met a vampire. Who would have thought? Jaden commented, putting a hand to his chin. Noah tugged her arm. Did he find out you had mature? The question incited their interests. All except Sebastian, who appeared more annoyed than anything else. Massey nodded yes. He found out the day after he compelled me. Once I remembered everything, compelling didn't work again. A mirthful laugh escaped her lips. He asked me to marry him and move into his home suddenly. A foreboding aura evaded her senses. It forced her mouth shut, for the weight of it made it hard to breathe. The others felt it too. They shuffled uncomfortably, their eyes on Sebastian, like soldiers waiting for the orders of a general. I want to be alone with her, he requested. To her dismay, they scattered, leaving her alone with the one man she didn't want to be with. When he stood, he loomed over her like a dark, heavy rain cloud, his strength a palpable electricity that shook her to her very toes. She had the feeling he was upset. But why? She glared at him. Why did you send them away? She snapped. With a swoop of his arm he pulled her up. Come, we will speak of this privately in my room. His voice was rough, like he really wanted to damage something. It almost made her laugh. Did he really think he could control her like that? No, did you forget? It's inappropriate for a werewolf to be alone in a room with a woman he has not mated. She quoted what he once told her when she had entered his room uninvited. His dangerous rumble made her question her choice of words. But it was true. Yet, woman. I said yet? A woman he has not mated yet. But fine. I will cater to you in this. A different place then. And with that, he called her to a room unknown. He once pushed me away, but now he says he misses me and wants to pursue me. Brought it to friends only. The room was one Marcy had never seen before. A variety of books lined the four walls from corner to corner. It was impossible to count the number of hardcovers she saw. Even from a distance she could tell they were old and exquisite. A curious finger trailed down one of the bindings nearest to her. It was just as she thought. Their old age did not destroy their quality, as the books were amazingly sturdy. Two small comfortable couches curved around a blazing fireplace. The perfect cozy spot to cuddle and read a book. She would have labeled it as a library, except it contained a handful of features that deemed it a type of office. A large mahogany desk stood at the far opposite side. Positioned on top was a large, silver computer screen with a matching wireless keyboard and mouse. A set of intimidating files perched at the very edge, almost as if the person who sat there dreaded the idea of doing them, but knew to keep it close. This is my father's study, Sebastian said, answering the question in her eyes. One day when I become Alpha, it will be mine. This place will offer us the privacy we need. Massey followed him as he guided them closer to the fireplace. What did you want to talk about? As they halted in front of the couches, she noticed he was frowning. When you mentioned you let that blood sucker bite you, there was no mention of him pursuing you. Are you allowing his advances? Massey pursed her lips. She recognized he was upset about her relationship with Thea. He is only my friend. I'm not seeking anything deeper with him. Her response did not seem to quell his stiffness of his shoulders. Let me pursue you. His features taut with determination. He looked like a man with a mission, one he was unwilling to back off from no matter what dangers faced him ahead. 𝐸's eyes widened. What? No, why on earth would you do that? He was the one who pushed her away. He should let her to heal her wounds and get over him in peace. The other side of her heart, the hopeful one, heard this with tearful expectations. Sebastian looked down and whispered a response, but it was too low for her ears to catch. Why? She repeated, this time more softly. Because I miss you. His voice was thick with emotion. She couldn't believe this. Why was he doing this to her? Her heart. It could only take so much. You miss what? Somewhat doubtful. His deep eyes poured into her, heavy with fondness. They held a reminiscent edge, almost as though you were replaying memories from his heart. Everything. He gently took hold of her arms and laced them around his shoulders, bringing them close together. I miss your hugs. His fingers then combed through her hair, softly, as though they were made of the finest threads. The gesture made her release a gentle sigh. I miss how you played with my hair. He kissed her forehead, then her temple, her cheek, the corner of her lips. I miss your kisses. He squeezed her tightly. I miss the way you used to hold on me. Like you depended on me. Like you trusted me. Marcy looked down. Sebastian. Enthusiasm. Listen. He caressed her cheek, frowning deeply. You never used to call me that. His voice trailed off to a saddened end. Before, he was her Sebi. Nowadays she purposely addressed him through his full name, as she didn't know what to say. Sebastian continued, connecting his forehead with hers. I miss your declarations of us getting married. That I would be your man. Your ownership of me is something I did not properly treasure. Please, Marcy, let me pursue. Her heart was being put through the shredder. He was holding her as though she were his biggest treasure, and she didn't know which way to go. I should give him a chance, only to wound up hurt in the end. What he tells me is genuine. Does that make what he said and did before any less real? People make mistakes. We're all human. You don't want to make the same mistake twice. Her words remained caught in her throat. She desperately wanted to give him a chance, allow him to prove himself. But yet, Sebastian, I don't know. Messi released the rigid reins of her composure and exposed herself for what she really was, completely heartbroken. The pain was evident, from her downcast, teary eyes to the deep-set, quivering frown. If he didn't stop now, she was sure to cry. Her arms fell from his shoulders, drooping at her sides like dead limbs. It's what her hope with him felt like. Dead. I did this, he whispered to himself, his eyes filled with regret. He brought her hands together and cupped them into his own. I need you to know that by the time we were in the plane to Everglades, I already had plans of courting you. I wanted you, but I restrained because I convinced myself you weren't ready for the sacrifice required to mate. I underestimated you, and in doing that I set up this disaster. He took a deep breath. When you said you would ask Stevens to show you the power of Alpha, I got so mad. His fingers laced through hers and squeezed, transmitting the depth of not just his anger, but great pain. When you told me the truth of not understanding, I should have just dropped it. But it only reinforced my previous belief that you weren't mature enough to make the decision to mate. I wanted you so bad. I wanted to have all of you to myself in every way. You know this because I lost control in a way I never had with a woman before. I added reasons for why I shouldn't mate you. My bite might be too painful. Pregnancy could be high risk in the future. I even feared you would grow to hate me for it. I was in error by leaving your choice out of it. He raised her chin to have them face to face in full transparency. The days I ignored you were selfish. I convinced myself it was right to push you away. Anything to keep you safe. But I still kept tabs on you like a jealous lover. If I really wanted you to have freedom from me, why did I not release you from the power of Alpha? Why was I holding on to this ability to keep you under me? The truth is I still wanted you to myself. I still do. When you left, his voice became heavy, as though an oppressive boulder was smashing his chest. There was no way for me to reach you, to hear your voice or see you. I had no idea where you were. I have never felt so agonized. I missed you so much. His eyes were liquid gold. They poured into her all the longing, regret, guilt, and tenderness he held towards her, washing over her like a dream. Sebastian brushed her nose with his. He asked for an inch. Please forgive me. If there's one thing I can get from this, it's for you to forgive me. Stunned tears fell from her eyes. She hid her face in his shirt and nodded. I forgive you. The words got lost in the fabric, but he heard them nonetheless. Sebastian buried his face into her hair, still holding on her hands, pleading, "Please let me pursue you." Mercy squeezed her eyes shut. "I don't know." He continued holding her hands desperately, like a hungry wolf willing to take her scraps if that's all she offered him. He drew their joined hands to his heart. His eyes were wide, almost child-like. "This area hurts me a lot. I've never felt this before. I have come to understand that when you're around it feels better and happy. You're the only woman I would ever want to be with. You don't have to accept me in the end. Just let me try," he begged. "I'm not going to stop. To my agent 𝐿𝐤𝐬𝐩𝐿, heartthought thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." She remained quiet. "Not unless you really want me to," he said softly. "I think we should only be friends for now." Sebastian frowned. Something that sounded suspiciously like a whine followed after. "Very well." And just like that, a heavy weight left both their hearts. "Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Massey, you are sincerely the best," Kristen cried. The woman pulled her into a crushing hug. As of today, Massey was officially Kristen's bridesmaid. While she was away in the cruise ship, she missed the news of her upcoming wedding, which according to human standards would be done relatively fast. 2 weeks to be exact. "No worries. I always wanted to be a bridesmaid. I really don't mind getting fitted for the dress tomorrow." Suddenly, Kristen wiggled her nose. "Were you just with my brother? I smell him on you. I'm glad you guys are talking again. He was starting to worry me." Massey didn't bother probing as she figured Sebastian was in a mood the time of her disappearance. "Yes, we're back in good terms." "Good. Because you know 𝐿𝐤 your partner for the wedding, right?" "I do now." Massey mused, wondering when anyone planned on telling her she was a many things in her absence. Not waiting for her response, Kristen continued rambling about further information. Massey had been busy calculating her new schedule when something she voiced grabbed her attention, and so because of that, we will have visitors coming from other packs. Mostly Alphys and their immediate families. To keep relations, why no? Massey nodded, but then she realized the implications. "Wait, does that mean the Everglades people will be coming here?" she asked delicately. Kristen bobbed her head, a stress escaping her lips. "That's right. It's sure to be interesting." Not only would Massey be faced with seeing Stevens and possibly his 3 fiancés, but in addition to that, even Sebastian's mother would technically be meeting her husband's ex. That pack was such a mess to deal with. She determined to stay away from their men with all her being. Kristen shrugged. "Good, naturally. I try to plan everything to a T. I just need help with the minor details." "What could wrong?" "Right." Massey laughed, but smiled nonetheless. "Chapter to reinforce the soon-to-be bride." "Right. 43, it's what friends do." Mercy was freaking out. It was one day to Kristen's wedding and everything was going according to schedule. There was just one itsy-bitsy problem: the pack from Everglades would come. And because her and Sebastian had pretended to be engaged in their territory, it would look off if they suddenly weren't together again. The purple-eyed beauty ran her fingers through her hair. What was she going to do? For this reason, Sebastian sat beside her in the kitchen, munching on an apple as he waited for her to explain some recent concerns she's been having. "So basically, I'm worried because they're all coming and will expect us to be engaged still." "I know." The worm-man relaxed languidly on the chair, the ideal picture of calmness. Sebastian was one to foresee things before they happened. Shouldn't have he brought this to her attention before? Why was he not as stressed as she was? "Obviously, we're not really engaged. We're just friends," she reminded, waiting for him to see the issue for what it was. It's as though he didn't care. Massey groaned. "Sebastian, focus on the issue at hand. The only difference is you won't have the ring on, which isn't even a part of my culture. You're my date throughout the whole ceremony. I'm sure they'll assume we're still together. I guess." "I'm convinced." Sebastian leaned in. "If you're so concerned, I don't mind kissing you a few times in their presence." His eyes fell to her lips. They darkened with hungry intent. Marcy shifted in her seat. His breath smelled sweet. Of apples and many deep things. No, it's fine. Like you said, they'll probably assume we're still together. 𝐨𝐵𝐴𝐷𝐼𝐸𝐵𝐵's lower lip protruded ever so slightly into the semblance of a pout. Like a child who had his plans thwarted. She tried to refocus. Why did she even care what the people of Everglades thought? It's not like she would lose face in front of them if she suddenly wasn't with Sebastian anymore. Relationships fail all the time. It wasn't anything new. Suddenly, Sebastian sighed. Great. Marcy tried to figure out what was wrong. There was nothing amiss as far as she could tell. What is it? Sebastian didn't answer her. Then, the sound of two grumbling voices reached her. It was Sebastian's parents. Papa 𝐶𝐸 behind his wife, who was currently holding a decorated box. Who is this, Tobias? Papa 𝐶𝐸 asked, his tone spiteful. Mia lifted her chin. I already told you. He is the owner of the flower shop I go to in town. Why is this human sending my wife flowers? Mia shrugged, not sparing him a glance. What do I know? All I care is that I got free flowers. Marcy was surprised. She was accustomed to seeing a sweetened, kind Mia. This side of Sebastian's mother was more on edge, as though she had a bone to pick with her husband. Papa 𝐶𝐸 would try to hug her, but she would purposely evade his advances with an air of defiance. None of his kisses landed where they intended. They all met empty space. It was clear they had been arguing beforehand and Mia was still not over it. Mia pulled the flowers from the box, bringing them to the sink to cut them at a few places before eyeing them with admiration. It was clear to Marcy the woman could care less about the sender. She was truly just enamored with all things flowers. Papa 𝐶𝐸, however, did not seem pleased with this. His once dark eyes became dotted with gold, a most interesting manifestation. With a swipe of his hand, the flowers no longer inhabited Maya's sweet hold. Now they were in the hands of a jealous husband. Hey, what do you think you're doing? She cried, reaching back for them. It was too late though. Papa 𝐶𝐸 held them high above his head, much too far from reach. The only person my wife will be receiving flowers from is me. Maya's eyes flashed. Give them back right now, she demanded. No, give them back. He gave her an evil smile. Why don't you come and get them? It was easy to see the man was baiting her, but in her frustration Mia did not see that. Then, Marcy watched in awe as the woman did not go on her tippy toes as expected. She began to climb her husband, as though he were a tree. Just as her fingertips were within range of the flower stems, he swooped for his kill. Got you. An arm swarmed around her like a constrictive snake and another easily tossed the bouquet of flowers in the trash, to which she gave a sharp gasp of horror. Come, he said this as though she had the option to go with him, when in reality he was in full control of her direction, maintaining her in his arms. We will settle this argument in the bedroom. We won't be fixing anything in the bedroom. We most definitely will. With that said, Papa 𝐶𝐸 carried a peeved wife out of sight and to their bedroom. They always do this, Sebastian said, appearing amused at his parents' display. Something's bothering you, Mum, though. Marcy mused. Women don't accidentally sweep their husbands' hugs and kisses. They are always deliberately done. No doubt something occurred to make her frustrated. The couple was so focused on each other they didn't notice their spectators. That, or they didn't care. Father told her of the Everglades packet endance last minute. Today, to my agent extraordinaire, my Lindolben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐾𝐥𝐳. Jasmine once did something in our home to upset her. Since then she avoids having her come here. Marcy wondered what Papa 𝐶𝐸 had done here to make me so repulsed. Sebastian grabbed her hand, bringing her attention back to him. I'm going to go training with the others. I'll see you in a bit. Marcy stared at their joined hands. I thought there was no time for training with all the wedding preparations. It's how it's been all week. Rather than train, the men used their time to completely revamp the entire estate. They had done an excellent job in climbing the upward angles of their home and littering it with bright lights of gold, red and green. 𝐿𝐿𝐸 were positioned. They moved slowly from side to side, adding a playfulness that made the kids ecstatic to be outside. Despite the cold weather, the sound of their laughter permeated through every part of the home. They were frequently playing games with the snow. The inside was no different. Christmas trees of varying sizes were positioned in each living room space, holding shiny balls in its branches. Fireplaces were lined with stockings bearing different names. The remaining spaces were supplemented by snow globes, candy canes, and wreaths. The frequent warm drinks left an endearing smell of hot chocolate and cinnamon waft through every room. Mercy was enjoying every single aspect. Aside from the wedding, it's the reason she's been sleeping over the last few days. She couldn't get enough of this home and wished she lived here. While the wolf men focused on these two aspects of the home, oftentimes helped by the children, the werewoman took over the estate's ballroom, which was only ever used for large events. Kristen was in love with this season, and so her theme for the wedding would be a gold Christmas. So far everything was turning positively lovely. Marcy had just finished arranging the centerpiece. It would be a small white tree with hanging flower lights. We're only going for a run. My men are getting antsy. This should help them a little bit. Sebastian stood, pulling her up with him. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬𝐑𝐞𝐝. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I have a favor to ask you. His smooth voice made a shiver run down her spine. Since when did he ever sound so suggestive? What's the favor? Sounding a little breathless. He was only holding her hand, but he was standing so close she felt his heat transfer to her. She saw a glint in his eyes she never saw before. It gave her the sense he was plotting something. Our wolves are getting washed today. I want you to wash me again. Mercy blinked. Oh, I thought after you washed your packmates Jaden was in charge of washing you. She recalled him telling her that the last time she tried to help, he had been so against her helping. Why was he requesting this now? But you're my friend. Friends wash each other. So you can do it too. His thumb grazed her palm softly. I'm not sure you did it before. He interrupted, taking a step that made their chests collide. We were friends before. Right. Deciding to let go of her resistance, Mercy bobbed her head. He was right. They had been friends at the time. Besides, it was only washing his wolf. She loved when he was cinnamon anyway. It brought sweet memories. Okay. He'll be outside when you guys return. And so it was that when the pack of wolves returned from their run, Mercy waited patiently in the interior. Once Sebastian finished brushing the majority of wolves, she stepped outside clad in sweatpants and the hoodie typical attire these last few days. Although the outside was cold, the biting wind did not reach them. The tall estate was large enough to occlude any breeze through this area, so she did not need to be very bundled. At the sight of her, the twins licked her hands, making her smile. She petted them beneath their ears, watching as their tails wagged with joy. Feeling left out, Noah pushed Jaden out the way and took his place. Jaden growled lowly, apparently enjoying the petting much more than the warm soapy water that typically calls his name. Noah let his tongue slide out and gave him a look, as if to say, "What are you gonna do, punk?" Before any argument could ensure, Sebastian gave a loud whistle. The three wolf heads snapped to their chief. He shook his head, mildly entertained. "She's only washing me. Don't bother trying to claim her favor." In a line, all three of you. There was jostling and whining as they went to him. Sebastian ignored their mini outcries and did a quick workout of them, shifting into his wolf form once they were under the outside showers rinsing. Mercy grabbed a brush and began cleaning Sebastian. He was not as soiled as last time, probably because they had settled for a simple run. When she finished cleaning him, she was surprised to see him go to a bucket and trot back with a conditioner in his mouth. Mercy giggled. "You're finally learning the benefits of conditioner." However, as she applied it and combed her fingers through him, she found his nose would skim parts of her face. She had an odd feeling it was not so much the conditioner he cared about, but the feel of her hands taking care of him. He would make low rumbling noises that sounded rather pleased. Mercy was crouched on the grass, enjoying the feel of 𝐿𝐸𝐵's thick hair when she heard the approaching steps of men in sleek Oxford shoes, a stark contrast to the sturdy sneakers and thick boots of dark 𝐸 Wolf men. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬 𝐂𝐷𝐼𝐬 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Female voice became progressively louder as they neared. This is another living room. If you remember, out those doors is where our men train. They recently finished, so they'll be properly welcoming you soon. Marcy didn't have to look at them to feel their eyes on her. They called from her damp sweater to the very end of her sweat. It was the Everglades pack. Immerse's eyes widened. The wedding was tomorrow. Why were they here a day, eh? It was Alpha Stephen, his son Stevens, and 2 other wolf men. They stood idly by the door watching as they washed up in the outside showers. It was probably foreign to them. Watching were men freshen up after doing a solid workout in the outside terrain. The people of Everglades were a refined bunch. They preferred unsoiled activities like swimming, or an inside gym. Why was Stevens leering at her so intently? She had half mind to ask him about the whereabouts of his fiancés to keep him in check. Come to think of it, Alpha Stevens' wife was nowhere to be seen either. Rather than ponder this, she settled for remaining focused on 𝐸𝐵's mane. Her detangling conditioning left it shimmering. He was such a beautiful wolf. Mercy pulled away. Done. You can rinse now. Rather than troll up under the water as customary, Cinnamon stayed in place. He trod around her, circling her with slow ease. His steps were not light. They were purposeful and heavy, making her unable to tear her gaze from the majestic creature. His tail whipped around her, curling around her calves and sweeping upwards to her thighs. Then, he stood right in the center of Stephen's vision and poked his nose under her shirt. A languors. One tongue slid across the base of her abdomen, slow and intentional. He was marking his territory. Mercy flushed. Friends didn't do that. Right. She would bring it up to him later. I'll wait for you inside. And with that, Cinnamon went off to rinse. Mercy gave the familiar faces a smile, deciding she'd be polite since they were still standing there. Did the flight go smoothly? It was excellent. Alpha Stephen boomed, making her almost trip at the intensity of it. That man was just as loud as she remembered. His eyes ate up the outside. The pack had not stopped at merely lighting the house. They went as far as lighting a set of nearby trees in the forest. The Dark Falls home appeared absolutely majestic. What gorgeous decorations. Son, we must not leave our home so bare. The moment we return, we will hire a professional designer. Stephen seemed much more immersed in eyeing Mercy than listening to his father. He nodded absently. Sure thing. I'm glad we came early to admire her beautiful things for much longer than a day, he responded smoothly. Mercy had to hold in the urge to roll her eyes. Some men just didn't know when to quite. Her smile widened, becoming sickly sweet. Where are your women? I miss Raven and Blair in particular. Screw Ruby. When she had been engaged to 𝐸𝐵, she tried to flirt with him. The seemingly easy-going girl had lost her respect after that. The Alpha's son appeared disinterested with her question. The ladies were taking long to prepare, so we left ahead in our private jet. They were joined soon enough in a few hours. Alpha Stephen nodded, agreeing with his son's response. That's right. My wife wanted to search for a new dress as well. You know how women love their clothes. Not wanting to speak to them any further, Mercy stepped into the warm estate to stand beside the werewoman whose voice had filtered outside previously. I'll let you both finish the tour. See you later, she said nicely, totally aiming to avoid Stevens for the length of his short stay. Seeing her opening the 𝐊𝐸 began, continuing from where she left off. If we continue walking through here, you'll find the kitchen. It's this way. And so they went, and Mercy happily went the opposite direction, gearing to 𝐸𝐵's room. She wanted to talk to him about his actions outside to discuss some boundaries. Before entering, she knocked his door. Come in. Mercy took a few steps inside, only to freeze when she saw him shirtless. The contours of his defined torso was enough to make her heart race, and as her eyes lowered, they jilted over every curve of his ABS. Oh, you'll come back later. She rushed, stepping back to escape. He was looking way to mouth, altering, and that is a view she could not afford right now. Friends are not supposed to see each other in that way. Just as she reached the door, Massey felt a rush of air. He whizzed by her, closing the door and locking it before she had a chance to leave. "You may stay," he said into her ear. Massey looked down, wanting to avoid his face. It was a mistake, for it was then she realized he was Stephen wearing his typical sweats. He was wearing boxers, fresh black boxers. She had most definitely interrupted him while he was in the middle of changing. Massey crossed her arms. What game was he playing? "You better get dressed in less than 2 minutes or in leaving." She had meant to sound strong and authoritative, but her eyes betrayed her returning to his muscled abdomen. His dark hair left a trail that led lower, and lower until it reached to V and disappeared beneath his boxers. She was so distracted she failed to see the small smile he gave when he noticed her staring. "Sure, you should change too. This is wet." He grabbed onto the fabric of her hoodie and undershirt, both which indeed were wet from washing him in wolf form. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Her eyes had been too busy appreciating his strong legs that when he called her name she blushed. What was he doing to her? "You have 1 minute left," she warned. Sebastian casually made his way back to where she found him, rummaging through his drawers and quickly throwing on a laid-back ensemble. With his sweats and shirt on, Massey felt a prickle of disappointment. Dang it. Stupid female hormones. Friends. 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 Just friends. She chanted. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Wear another shirt until that dries. Sebastian handed her a grey t-shirt. He leaned against the wall to wait patiently. "Turn around and this time don't watch." She specified this because last time in her room his eyes were still on her when he turned around. She had no idea how. It's not like the dude had eyeballs behind his back. Friends can watch each other change. Massey raised a skeptical brow. "Since when? In Everglades you changed in front of me. From a towel to being completely dressed. Friends are allowed to see." He sustained, reminding her of the time she had indeed dressed outside the bathroom, right in front of his eyes. He didn't see any privates, but it had happened nonetheless. Massey was amazed. Her brash behaviors were now all catching up to her. Since when was Sebastian so suggestive? Whatever. She turned around to switch shirts and decided to bring up what occurred outside. "Outside? After I washed you I noticed you started to lick me, and that is not something friends do." She pulled the dry shirt down and threw the damp one on his bed. When she turned to face him she jumped. How had he gone from being against the wall to an inch behind her? That move was so silent. Sebastian answered her question. "Licking is a part of friendship." She gaped. She would really have to sit down with him and explain what friends do and do not do. She humored him. "What reasoning do you have for that? You allowed Theo to bite you, and you said he is only your friend. You should let me your friend. To lick you, at least in not consuming your blood." "Sebastian, that doesn't have any logic." His lips fell to her neck. "Vampires bite. Werewolves bite too. Since my bite is at risk for leading to only one thing, I lick you instead." Massey felt something warm and wet swipe against her neck. Her crazy actions were coming around to her again in the form of this crazy monster. What defense could she use to counter that? And this was all her fault. 44 is what friends do. Part 2, a soft waltz floated from the speakers. It wove over the dancing crowd, a beauty melody that drew men and women together. Sebastian pulled Massey close when the song began. It was much closer than needed for this dance. Enough that their chests constantly brushed against each other in movement. The hand on her back was lower too. It felt large and heavy. Without a doubt a slight downward movement would have him graze her bum. The wedding ceremony had passed without a cinch. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. wearing a shimmering, trailing white dress, accepted James' hand in marriage. The couple was officially now husband and wife. Everything had gone smoothly. The ceremony began on time. Everyone was situated in their position. The music flowed in perfect beat. Kristen appeared down the aisle like an angel descending from heaven. The joy in her eyes were evident for all to see, and James couldn't stop himself from crying when he saw her. It punched Massey in the gut, but in a good way. Love so genuine and pure. Her purple eyes flickered to the worm man before her. He has been very persistent as of late. So far, she's been making it difficult for him by playing the friend card, which didn't seem to be working. If he continued at this rate, she may give in soon. And that was just the truth. Their chests were really touching this time. Massey used strategy to place distance between them. She noticed, however, that every time she managed to get a couple of inches, he would swirl her in a way that would force them right back to the closeness they had before. After 4 failed attempts, Massey felt it right to voice something. "Sebastian, I don't think friends dance this close." She looked around her. Only the married couples use this level of closeness. Yes, they do. His expression remained calm, unruffled by her concern. She felt the hand on her back caress her ever so slightly. Its warmth seeped through her dress and transferred to her skin. "You weren't this close to Keisha in the Winter Wonderland dance. And she's your friend." She hoped that by bringing attention to this 𝐿𝐸 put a gap between them. As friendly as it may seem to him, she felt the number of eyes on them, specifically from the elders. They were hawks watching with interest and excited whisperings, no doubt speculating the nature of their relationship. Sebastian did not respond as she expected. He gave her a small smile. "Keisha is not my friend. She is a packmate, a sister of sorts. You're my friend, and friends dance close. Is that so?" "Yes. At the Winter Wonderland dance I saw you dancing very close to a human who was barely your acquaintance. I am more your friend than he is, so we will dance close." Massey sighed but giggled nonetheless. 𝐊𝐸𝐬𝐾𝐜 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, 𝐿𝐸𝐬𝐳. He technically had a point. Besides, she quite liked him this close. He smelt of woods and spice, a scent that was making her dizzy in the most lovely way. A row of brilliant white teeth appeared. It gleamed against his darker skin and made him look youthful. Happy even. Massey stared at him openly, slightly dumbstruck at the gorgeous man in front of her. When the song came to an end, another waltz streamed softly through the speakers. This was the time when people exchanged partners or went for a beverage. "If I may, I would like to take Massey for this next dance," a voice requested from behind her. Sebastian's smile went tight at the new appearance. "Stevens, I'm glad to see you enjoying this evening." Sebastian's large hand settled around her waist possessively as he turned her to face the alpha sun. He further pulled her against him, molding her firmly at his side. With his free hand he pat the worman's shoulders, a slight bit too harshly for Massey's taste. Sebastian then decided to address Stephen's request. "Unfortunately for you, Massey has all her dances filled up." Massey looked at him. She did. "Since when?" She kept her face carefully blank, allowing Sebastian to take control of the conversation. Not like she wanted to dance with that woman anyway. Stephen seemed critical of his statement. "Is that so? With who?" He looked around them, noting how the other wolfmen of the Dark Falls pack were all busy dancing with new partners of their own. Sebastian smiled. His head then tilted towards a particular corner. "Your fiancés seem rather unoccupied. I'm sure you'll have a better outcome with them." And with that, he led Massey away. They continued dancing close for the next dance, and Massey had to admit that she was enjoying herself. The music was great. The appetizers were awesome. And the wolfman she was dancing with was moving so smoothly. Who would have thought Sebastian could dance so well? By the third dance, Massey was starting to feel thirsty. Her eyes kept going to the beverage table. It seemed Sebastian noticed. For immediately he said, "Come, let's get you a drink." Before she could mutter a yes, Sebastian tugged her to the beverages. Only, Instead of making a straight beeline to it, he took an odd detour. Not thinking much of it, 𝐿 followed him, making a turn. A voice stopped them. "You're under the mistletoe. Now you have to kiss," a young voice exclaimed. His small hands pointed at them. He looked to be no more than 6 years old. 𝐿 was ready to explain they were just friends, but before she could, a pair of soft lips met hers. Her heart fluttered with a mixture of shock and delight all the way to her toes. His arms tugged her close with the intention to make it deeper, but last minute he thought better of it and delicately left her in place. Sebastian cleared his throat. "Let's get going to those drinks then." Almost as casually as he continued to lead her to the table, 𝐿 peered at him suspiciously. He most definitely made them go this way just to kiss her, but she'd allow him this one pass. "I just want to clarify that the kiss only happened because we were under the mistletoe." "Only for the mistletoe." Then 𝐿 noticed how one of his ears perked, as though he heard something. Molten eyes returned to her full of heavy intent, his voice turning raspier. "They'll make this one for our friendship." Without a second's hesitation, he lowered his lips down to hers, bringing her body completely flush against his. This time, the kiss was heavy with him biting and pulling on her lower lip. When the hand on her back went lower, 𝐿 took a slight intake of breath, and with that he invaded all of her. She lost herself in perceived desire and want. His tongue kept pulling her, drawing her in with its sensual movements. It was the realization that they were at a wedding where anyone was sure to catch them that forced her to pull away with panicked eyes. "Sebastian, we are in public," she berated. It would be a disaster if anyone in his pack caught them like this. Then they would think the two of them were together and make a huge mess. 𝐿 gave him a pointed glare. This kiss from him would not be ignored. She needed to tell him this friendship of his was getting out of line, rather than be annoyed by her glare. Putting his chin on top of her head and looking above her, "You're right. But wait until we're in private for these types of kisses." 𝐿 disentangled from his arms, seeking some fresh air away from this monster that still had her tingling all the way to her toes. When she turned to go the opposite direction, she was surprised to see Stevens a few feet away, holding 2 glasses of champagne as though he thought to share the other with someone else. Again, it's official. The Werman was a masochist. Stevens clearly got high off of chasing unavailable women. It just didn't make sense that he would be interested in her. 𝐿 knew that if circumstances were different and she gave him the time of day, he would discard her the same way he was doing to Raven, Blair, and Ruby. Without a doubt about Sebastian kissed her that way to do it in front of Stevens and further exert his entitlements as her friend. As 𝐿 walked away, she heard the last of Sebastian's smooth voice as he directed it at the Alpha's son. "That other drink was for me, right?" 𝐿 made her way to the beverage table, the place she was supposed to be in if it weren't for all those detours. She shook her head as she grabbed a drink. After tonight she would be setting things straight with that man. He gets it from his parents, a voice suddenly said, pulling her from her thoughts. 𝐿 followed the voice to a beautiful woman with long brown hair. It was Noah's mother, Samantha, her black eyes filled with mirth. It told 𝐿 she had witnessed everything Sebastian did and said. 𝐿 blushed. Great. Now that was embarrassing. This woman happened to also be Sebastian that Stanton was sure to say something to the others. That deviousness, she clarified. He gets it from his parents. My brother Saurus is bad, but Mia is probably worse. 𝐿 decided she might as well be open with it instead of pretending it didn't happen. He was like that before. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐿. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What happened to the more subdued, quieter Sebastian? It really was the quiet ones. Samantha took a sip of her glass and nodded. Yes, my nephew was always a gentler version of his parents. I can't barely picture Mia as devious. She was way too nice. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐿. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Perhaps she witnessed the other day when she was annoyed with her husband, but not devious. Samantha coughed, and it was then 𝐿 realized she was laughing. My girl's my best friend since high school. She loves play games. Then, she seemed to catch something from her peripheral view, and the smile on her lips took a mischievous tint that reminded Marcy of Noah. Come, this is the perfect time to show you an example. Samantha led them near Papa 𝐸⁸ table, where the couple were apparently talking to the women who came from Everglades, as this was their first public appearance since their late-night arrival the day before. Mercy immediately recognized Jasmine. Ruby, du er 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐿 Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience in enthusiasm. And Blair, you ladies look lovely. Make sure to try all the drinks. We have a large variety, Mia said, ever so welcoming. Then, Mia suddenly looked down to her right, a worried expression taking on her features. Oh honey, I think I just heard my phone drop. Did you push it over? Samuel seemed genuinely confused. I'm not sure. I didn't hear anything. To please his wife's concerns, he looked down to his right, searching the edge of his seat, which just happened to be the perfect angle to display a large hickey on his neck, previously hidden by the fancy collar, but now exposed for all to see. Marcy noticed as Manette's eyes widened, and how she gripped her dress a bit tighter. Samuel shook his head as he came back to his previous position, accusing the mark once more. Sorry, honey, I don't see it. Mia then suddenly remembered she left the device in her room, so the sound must have been something else. Having to ensure a perfect wedding must have made her nerves a little on edge. Marcy had to stop herself from laughing because she never knew Mia could be quite that funny. Samuel kissed his wife's cheek tenderly, staring at her as though she were his biggest treasure. The stress of the wedding is over. Let's enjoy your hard work now. His gestures and sweet words made Stephen's fiancés all gaze in admiration at how he clearly cared for his wife. Mia raked her fingers through Papa 𝐸⁸'s hair. She turned to her guests again, as though magically remembering their and smiled sheepishly. As I was saying, the drinks are great. Stop by the 𝐊𝐳𝐳 and let me know what you think. The ladies all nodded, with the exception of Jasmine, who looked slightly uncomfortable. Her eyes kept going to Papa 𝐸⁸ as though she wanted to say something, but had no other option but to join the girls as they walked off. Papa 𝐸⁸ continued to be immersed with his wife. He put a hand to her hip and brought her into a hug, as though this would lessen her worries of the wedding. Then, he grew still. His fingers had felt something and he pulled the object out, his eyes narrowing as he brought it to their forefront. Mia giggled shamelessly. Oh, there's my phone. I was worried for no reason. Papa 𝐸⁸ clearly didn't buy it, seeming used to her ways. Mia, why did you my favorite song? Let's go dance. And with that she hauled her husband away to the dance floor. At the sides, Mercy and Samantha laughed together. Without a doubt, Mia was most definitely a devious woman, which meant her son could be devious as well. Marcy's heart thrummed faster. Secretly, she was enjoying this hidden part of Sebastian too. Sebastian was doing things 𝐿𝐲𝐻 never done before, running purely on instinct without thinking things twice. He reacted, doing the first thing his heart led him to do, and it was easy to see his heart wanted Marcy. Her smile, her laugh, her attention, her touch. He wanted everything. This must mean what it was to be desperate. At this point he was willing to do anything to get her, and he could sense it. Like a sweet, soft touch, he could sense she was no longer associating him with bitterness and pain. Her walls were chipping away with each interaction they had. There was no way 𝐿𝐲𝐻 stopped until she was back in his arms. Typically, women shied from using their werewolf senses in huge gatherings to avoid sense overload, but experience has taught him to focus on one sound. So he focused on Marcy. He could hear the small intake of her breath, hear her heart rate accelerate whenever he did something friendly. It was reassuring. He was rather enjoying these friend privileges. It was clear she was catching up to his hoax, but 𝐻𝐸 milk it for as long as he could. I wonder who my nephew likes. 𝐻𝐸 never mentioned any girl. Samantha, his aunt, said quite loudly, swirling her cup of tea and looking pointedly at him and Marcy. He knew it was a matter of time before his aunt got nosy. And everyone he knew, there was nothing casual about Aunt Sammy's questions. Might as well get this over with before she continued. 𝐿𝐤𝐷𝐞𝐝 Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. He said clearly, loud enough that anyone near him heard the answer. I like Mercy. There he went again, saying the first thing that popped in his head. Would he ever go back to being the same overthinker he used to be? He was being spontaneous to get her. But with the way she clutched his hand under the table, it was working. Following after his mother's example, Noah asked the next rhetorical question. I would have never known. It's not like you danced with her all night and let no one else touch her. Totally slipped my mind. Who would have thought? This would be the perfect time to hit him if it wouldn't have been considered improper. Not to mention, Noah was not lying. He really hadn't let any other man touch her, much less dance with her. She looked gorgeous today. The dress was appropriate, but tight and snugly around areas he wanted to place his hands on. Her silky hair was done in curls that made her look playful and fun. Even her lips were tinged a deeper red. It rather drew his attention. He wanted to kiss it again. But her beauty was the reason why. It was simply because he was a dry man trying to lap up as much of her as he could. Why hand her over to someone else when he was still wanted more? It appeared the table found this funny and endearing. There were chuckles mixed with a round of AWWS around the table. His mother in particular seemed giddy. Son, it seems Massey didn't know this. You have her blushing. Sebastian looked down. Indeed. She was blushing, but not of pleasure like her family thought. He knew all her blushes. This one was of embarrassment. 𝐿𝐤𝐷𝐞𝐝 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. If she didn't know, she knows now. Looking right into her purple eyes, he wanted to dive into them. That way he could swim into her thoughts and see what she thought of him. Was she considering him at all? Did he have a chance? She more than anyone else in this table knew exactly how he felt about her. He displayed all of it on a platter the day he professed his deepest thoughts and feelings. Sebastian, work on your charms, his father joked, evidently finding he was not being romantic enough with his bluntness. Sebastian sighed. He sucked at flowery wording. He just expressed what he felt. Did Mercy want poetry? He could try. He could ask James for advice. James knew a lot about poetry. His mother slapped his father's arm, unpleased with his negativity. Oh honey, shut up. You were no charmer yourself. Oh reptile. That's what you used to be. His dad bit into a piece of chicken sorry. Don't remind me. His mother then kissed his cheek and whispered something in his ear. And, of course, his father responded well to whatever she said by nuzzling her neck like a dog, making his mother annoyed he got grease onto her neck. Gross dad. Where's your charm? Sebastian countered, saying the same words back to him. His family laughed and dinner continued smoothly without further interrogating into his private business. Good. He had things to work on with Mercy before his relationship went public. Once that happened, it would be clear the only road he would be taking mating. But first, he needed her acceptance. Mercy knocked on Sebastian's door. By now all the guests were comfortably in their rooms, prepared to leave early in the morning after breakfast. Mercy herself would be leaving tomorrow. Her constant help would no longer be needed now that the wedding was over. Throughout the night she hadn't found the ideal time to bring up the kiss to Sebastian. Since the kiss he made sure they were always around friends and family, so if she did bring it up it would be outing their actions. So far, Samantha was the only one who witnessed it. She had a vague feeling she did tell Sebastian's parents. As their eyes seemed more glued to their son with curious excitement every time he became particularly close to her, Sebastian opened the door, craning his neck down to see her. Did you come for the private kiss? Mercy was stunned silent. Just when she thought he cowled and get any bolder, he had to go ahead and say this. That's precisely the topic I came to speak to you about. There will be no more kissing like that between us. Friends don't kiss. He opened the door wider, as though inviting her in, but she was determined to not step foot in there. He would probably pull a slick move again. Yes, they do. Not on the lips. We both know that. Massey could see he was fighting to maintain an innocent demeanor, but a sneaky smile was fighting his tight hold. You kissed me on the lips the day of my birthday. We were friends then, weren't we? Again, Massey felt at loss for words. It was difficult to refute him because he continued to bring up valid point. That was only once, and it was a light peck. Not everything you were doing when Stevens was watching. Sebastian said, sounding not sorry at all. He gestured to his room. Did you want to come inside? Massey knew it was a trap. He was crazy if he thought she would do that. Absolutely not. I'm going to sleep. Just no more kisses like that. Got it. Sebastian sighed. They'll give you an appropriate goodnight kiss then. On the cheek. Massey felt her heart begin to race. She was kidding herself by lying that she wouldn't like the idea of an inappropriate one. As much as she was refusing his advances, she deep down enjoyed every single one of them. Sebastian leaned down and kissed her cheek. Massey internally argued with herself for being disappointed. Good night. Good night. As she turned, he landed a quick peck on the lips. I'm sorry. That one missed because you moved. Massey couldn't stop herself from laughing. He really was being funny. Sebi, we both know the truth. Sebastian froze. At first Massey wondered if she had mentioned anything offensive. However, the joyous smile that filled his face spoke otherwise. Within seconds he rubbed his cheek against hers. An act of pure affection. Massey stared, dumbfounded at his action. Noting her expression, he gave her an explanation. I missed hearing you call me that. Before she knew it, she was in his arms, and he was hugging her very tightly. You will be mine. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Her heart sped faster. If anything, she already was. 45 hold you. The delicious smell of waffles and sausage permeated throughout the whole table. A colorful assortment of fruits perched near the center, circled with juices of every flavor. Massey herself remained seated, as Sebastian insisted he wanted to serve her breakfast. Not seeing any reason to object, she allowed him to do as he pleased. What girl didn't enjoy being catered to? She most certainly did. All he filled to plate, she noticed he came across various people. Some from their pack, others from foreign ones having their last meal before they leave. He greeted many, but there was an exception. Sebi, why did you ignore Stevens? It's obvious because he was right next to you. Achia's the only one you didn't greet, she mentioned, pulling back slightly as he placed her plate directly in her center. He disregards boundaries. I don't like associating with men who are disrespectful, especially when they make moves on my woman. His hand went right above her knee and he kissed her cheek. Massey let her hands graze his beard, which she found suited him wonderfully. Then his curly hair. It's time for a haircut. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Making no intention to move away from her for as long as she kept her hands on him. They looked at each other, and probably would have kept doing so until she noticed from her peripheral view someone scoop half her bacon slices. Hey, turning, she saw an unapologetic Werner munching on them as though he didn't have some of his own on his plate. Honey bear, I should have known it was you. Sebastian gave Noah a look. Most likely annoyed he went through all the trouble of getting her the food, getting her already Noah was eating it. Your lovebird seemed distracted. I didn't want it to get cold. He justified. Sebastian looked ready to say something about his manners, but Massey stopped him. You served me a little bit too much, so Noah might as well help me. You know. Noah started, feasting Massey with heartfelt eyes as he shoved half a waffle into his mouth. I knew there was a reason I loved you, princess. And this is why. Massey giggled as she reached for the syrup. Whoever mates you needs to be aware that food is the way to your heart. In the middle of eating, Massey caught sight of 𝐶𝐸𝐴𝐤 as entered the dining room. They must still have the habit of entering as late as ever. As she munched on her blueberry waffle, she planned on talking to them before they left. Last night she only managed to wave from a distance, seeing as Sebastian took up most of her time and attention. If it wasn't him, it was his family or packmates. Jordan and Noah could be very needy and talkative when they want to. So her night was full of distractions. To avoid issues, you would wait until Stevens was out of the way. It shouldn't to be too hard. The man barely paid attention to them as it was. He was so neglectful of them, Massey wondered what was the point of bringing them in the first place, much less keeping them as his. She always thought one woman was hard enough to manage. Now imagine 3. Yeah. Good luck, buddy. There's a reason those bachelor shows always end in failure. That's no way to meet a mate. An opportunity is half hour later, when Stevens shook hands with some man of another pack and went to his table for further discussion. Picking up her empty plate, Massey was ready to leave it in the sink on the way when she felt a tightening on her leg. "I'm going to drop this off to lesson Jaden's work," she told Sebastian. Not once during breakfast had he removed his hand, and it seemed he had no intention of removing it now. "I will do it for you. I want to speak to the girls on my way back." His shoulders tensed, his lips forming a tight line. She knew he didn't like it when she went near them, and she understood why. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." As sweet as they were, for some reason trouble always came when she was close to them, all because of who they were connected to. However, today she would talk to them in his home. Nothing would go wrong. Massey pressed a kiss to his cheek, the soft hairs tickling her cheek. "It will be quick." She not at the table. He relented. Not wasting any time, she did exactly as planned. Funnily enough, once the girls noticed she was heading in their direction, Ruby seemed to whisper something to them and whisk her off in a different direction. Whatever. Massey didn't hold anything against her at this point. It's not like anyone could take Sebastian from her if they tried. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm." The 2 girls chorused. It made the purple-eyed beauty smile. "I didn't get to speak to your guys yesterday. Have you been enjoying your stay? Are you freaking kidding me? The food here is off the wall fantastic," Blair exclaimed. Mercy giggled. She had a feeling they would feel that way. The food at Everglades had been especially bland compared to the one at Dark Falls, despite their larger variety. "And your people here are so awesome. Respectful. Kind." Raven started. She paused, and then shook her head. "I'll tell you this only because I know you will keep it a secret." Massey drew her body closer to them at her lower tone. "What is it? You didn't meet someone here, did you?" Raven cracked a smile. "No. Though I wouldn't be against a werman from here. They're much cuter and definitely stronger. But actually what I was going to say is that after we return to Everglades, Blair and I are leaving Stevens." Maria's mouth dropped. She had not expected this at all. She remembered how the girls enjoyed the life of luxury they received at no cost. The ability to possibly be with a man of high status and power. What changed? "And what about you? Blair, didn't you say you were talking with the beta? If you leave, won't it mean you can't talk anymore?" The blonde-haired woman shrugged. "Honestly, I haven't thought yet. I'm actually considering speaking to Stevens and letting him know how I feel. I don't believe he really likes me. If you knew the amount of girls he talks to on a daily basis. This all feels pointless. Well, I mean, it's a good wow. I don't see him as a good fit for you guys. Even Ruby, despite all her wild behavior, could use a better partner." Raven snorted. "Oh, that guilty potato. No mercy. They deserve each other. But whatever. I don't care what they do. Ruby has no plans of leaving, so that makes her the automatic winner." Blair scoffed at her conclusion as though it were a joke. "That's if he takes her. I have a feeling he has no intentions of keeping any of us. If a man is convinced, he wouldn't dabble so much. 𝐿𝐲's just not ready for a relationship. 𝐿𝐲's too childish still." Raven gestured to the table Massey was just in. "Take for example your fiancé. He was on you all night. Not once did he bother to check another woman. You found 𝐿𝐿𝐤𝐂𝐵𝐿𝐤. The three of them laughed. From her peripheral view, Massey saw Stevens head their way. He'll be heading off now. Glad to hear the great news. Take care, ladies. She slipped away in the opposite direction, missing his presence narrowly before it became rude to not give a greet. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading 𝐂𝐥𝐻𝐳. That's all sort of close. Instead of returning to her table, Massey visited Jaden again in the kitchen. She helped him and Haley wash the towering mount of dishes that somehow remained steady despite their glaring height. So basically they think your food is amazing. Massey finished telling Jaden the compliment the girls shared with her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐂𝐥𝐻𝐳. He merely blinked at her as though he didn't care, but the shine in his eyes told her he felt rather smug about it. I'm not surprised. Their food was trash. Haley rinsed a plate, passed to her and scrunched her brows. How bad could it have been? You don't understand, little one, as you never had the misfortune of tasting it, Jaden said. Massey bumped him with her shoulder. Okay, it wasn't that horrendous. You just have sensitive taste buds. It's a side effect of being master chef. I bet Noah scarfed it down with no issues. Haley lightly mentioned. It made Massey laugh, because that was right on point. Noah downed with no complications whatsoever. As the trio continued working the load less and considerably with 3 hands on deck, when they finished, Massey headed to her room to pack her things. Thanks for the help, Jaden called. My pleasure. In the guest room, Massey gathered her clothing and folded them somewhat neatly into her bag. Behind her, the door opened and closed. Then, a warm chest was on her back, and her strong arms halted her from continuing to organize her stuff. Yes, she tilted her head up, her eyes meeting liquid gold. You're preparing to leave? Observing the assortment of clothes on her bed. Yes, she said. All of the 4 unpacks left and were on their way back home. Only she remained as the only one who didn't live here. But there's no school tomorrow. You don't have to go. Well, the wedding is over, so my help is no longer needed. She moved to continue her organizing, but his hold remained steady over her. I still need your help. Massey cracked a smile. With what? Things. A lot of things, he said vaguely. And Massey knew he was totally making that up. She turned facing him and brought her arms around his neck. You really want me to stay, don't you? She teased. His nose fell to her neck, smelling her and rubbing it, affectionately, yes. It warmed her heart to hear this. Then, a curious thought passed through his mind. I always wondered. All those times you answered my questions with your I will not answer responses. Did that mean a yes? Or did it mean a no? Sebastian nodded. Yes, wait. Yes for which one? Yes for the yes for the no. She clarified. His eyes glittered with amusement. A hand that had gone under her shirt caressed the skin below her belly button. What do you think? It meant yes. Then, she smirked. You were so into me. I knew it. Sebastian uttered an indescribable before gearing her towards the door. Where are we going? Away from here. You're not leaving today. Sounding very self-assured. In the hallway he removed his hand from her stomach and pulled the shirt down to cover the slight sliver of skin that showed. It felt strange that only days ago she was against being anywhere near him. Now her defenses were gone again, allowing him back into her heart. The previous ache in her chest dissolved to nothing, as though it had never taken residence within her in the first place. It all felt so surreal. Was this really happening? Was Sebastian really hers? Noticing a familiar door, she gave the wormman a look. You're going against your own rule by bringing me in there, she asked, waiting to hear his rebuttal. He pulled her inside. You're the exception for many of my rules. He locked the door and drew her to his bed. Massey raised a brow but didn't stop him. Well, aren't you being a naughty woman? Why would you possibly bring me not only to your room, but on your bed? There are a variety of things I want to do to you on my bed. But today I'm only seeking to hold you. After taking off their shoes, he picked her up and carried her to the bed. I can walk, 𝐶𝐲, she teased, poking his cheek. He was being so extra, but it was rather endearing. I know. I take any excuse to keep touching you, he admitted. He proved his previous point by laying down and spooning her as though she were his favorite teddy bear. His arms wrapped around her waist, with his hand returning under her shirt again. He even entangled his own legs with hers. He really was kidding about wanting to hold her. It's too early to cuddle. It's not even nighttime. Despite saying this, she pressed her back further against him. He felt very warm and it felt lovely due to the winter cold. Sebastian didn't answer her. Rather, she felt something sharp lightly graze her neck. An involuntary shiver coursed through her, making her toes curl. Familiar warm lips latched onto her neck, a wet tongue sliding decidedly on an area. Immediately 𝐿𝐴𝐶𝐸 slapped the hand above her abdomen. Don't you dare leave me, 𝐿𝐴𝐸. As much as everyone in the pack figured they were together, the idea of walking around with that made her face red. Sebastian chuckled, his teeth replacing where his lips once were. He bit her lightly. Taking out her phone, 𝐿𝐴𝐶𝐸 started surfing through the internet, typing keywords to find exactly what she was looking for. There were many that had the general idea of what she searched for, but there was only one so far she found to be very pleasing. 𝐶𝐸, look, when you propose I want a ring this big and it has to have cute purple stones around it. She zoomed into the picture to show him. 𝐿𝐴𝐶𝐸 did this to ensure the ring he got would be one she actually liked instead of a basic one most girls generally preferred. Men were so clueless. They needed guidance in order to pick the right thing. She felt a low growl vibrate from his chest. It sounded very pleased. 𝐿𝐴𝐶𝐸 felt herself being turned over, bringing them chest to chest. Sebastian peppered her face with kisses. She had to close her eyes with all the assault she was getting. 𝐿𝐴𝐶𝐸 laughed as he kept going. Then, he landed one on her lips, holding still for an extended period of time. He pulled back, gazing into her eyes with deep emotion. 𝐿𝐴𝐶𝐸, 𝐿𝐴𝐸 ring. 𝐿𝐴𝐶𝐸 jumped at the sudden noise from her phone. She didn't realize she had left the volume up so high. She was about to shut it off and silence it when she saw the name on the screen. Before she could even send it to voicemail, Sebastian snatched it from her hand, his eyes darkening and the grip over her becoming more possessive. His lips tightened, the line of his brows deepening in an expression she knew clearly as jealousy. Why is this Theo calling you? 𝐿𝐴𝐶𝐸 covered her eyes. Great. Just great. Probably to just say hi, she said lightly. Again. We are friends, 𝐶𝐸. Just friends, she emphasized. Both their attention snapped to the screen as a voicemail popped up. Without hesitating, Sebastian clicked on it. Within seconds, the OS exuberant voice filled the void. Hey Candy, just calling up to check up on you. 𝐿𝐴𝐶𝐸 gave Sebastian a look. See, just friends. I missed you, gorgeous. Hope you're holding up well since the separation from that Tootsie Roll. Either way, even if he doesn't want you, I sure do. Sebastian glared at her, clearly communicating one thing of her statement, friends. Bullshit. 𝐿𝐴𝐶𝐸 tried to grab the phone away from him, but he locked her place, his one arm somehow managing to hold her prisoner as the OS voicemail continued to run. I was thinking of going to visit you, as I can't get you out of my head. How are the dresses I bought you? I'd love to see you wear them in front of me. I know it's cold in your area, so I can buy you warmer ones. Be your sugar daddy again. Theo laughed, and if she were in private she would have laughed with him. Except she wasn't. Oh gosh. This just kept getting worse. 𝐿𝐴𝐶𝐸 could hear the humor in the OS voice when he mentioned the sugar daddy part, but she could tell by Sebastian's features that he was taking everything seriously. Either way, Candy, I can make a stop by your area next weekend if you're free. Call me back when you can. Goodbye, love. The voicemail ended, and the beat of 𝐿𝐴𝐸's heart seemed to stop with it. Sebastian's hand was shaking, as though he was struggling really hard to not smash her phone into a million pieces. He carelessly dropped it behind him on the bed before coming over her like a predatory wolf. His eyes glowed with a fire of fury. very tenuously restrained, with her back against his bed, and his body caging around her. She felt like a captured prey. Sebastian spoke first. 𝐿𝐻𝐿𝐷𝐞𝐝 𝐿𝐻𝐿𝐷𝐞𝐝 Sugared Addy. He spat the last part, as though it was some sort of disgusting, vile carcass. We are just friends. Massey quickly intercepted. Listen. Theo is a naturally flirtatious person. You know. You listen. I am a male. Thus, I know exactly how males think. He wants you in a way that is deeper friendship. I should know. Him in the same position. His hands traveled over her, his head dipping as his lips hovered over hers. Massey softly caressed his cheek, a contrast to his hard, searing touches that branded her as his own. With a light tilt, she pecked his lips. I only want you. He was there for me when I was lonely and upset. I know. Growing agitated instead of calm, Massey reached to kiss him again, but he inched away right on time, his hands pressing her further into the mattress. Call him back. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. Call him. There. She blinked slowly, wondering if she heard correctly. Yes. I plan on meeting the vampire who calls my woman Candy. Before stealing her breath by capturing her lips with his tongue warred over hers like a knight fighting for his territory, a king marking his queen. His lips traveled from her lips to her neck. Like an overbearing wave, she felt his need to make her his own, the desperateness to claim her. Massey's eyes snapped open. He couldn't mark her yet. He still hasn't proposed in front of his family. Sebi. His hand squeezed her hip, reassuring. Let me. Before I succumb to something worse. She didn't understand what he meant until she felt him sucking her skin. Only, instead of one hickey, it looked like he would be leaving many. Massey relaxed. He wanted to mark her, so he released the natural instinct through this manner until he could truly mark her. Massey closed her eyes and held him close until he finished. She touched her bruised neck when he pulled back, feeling slightly dazzled by his contented hum and piercing gaze. When he spooned her again, Massey poked his hand. 𝐿𝐻𝐿𝐷𝐞𝐝 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You do realize I'm not leaving your room until you lick these 𝐏𝐻𝐳. Looks like you'll be sleeping over then. Massey bit her lip. Sleeping over didn't bother her. It's the fact that Sebastian wanted to meet Theo. What a mess. She's a clever girl. And 𝐻𝐸 domineering werewolf. 46 heated. The air draped over her like a heavy weight. It clambered over her muscles, causing them to remain immobile despite the serious eyes that watched over her like a hawk. Sitting before her, the werewolf remained deathly calm, still as a statue as he waited. His legs were crossed on the bed, his arms in similar manner, and she had to admit they were distracting her the tiniest bit because he recently took his shirt off, so his upper body was completely exposed for her perusal. Do it, Sebastian insisted, nodding towards her phone in between them. She thought he'd get over the voicemail after an hour of cuddling, but it seemed he had other plans. For here they were, him still waiting for her to call Theo and accept meeting up with him. Oh, and Sebastian was invited. How would she present that to him? Theo was a sweet friend whom she'd much rather explain the change of events in private without Sebastian's prying ears. She knew the OS flirtatious personality would only irk him even further. Why did he want to listen? Massey mentally prepared herself for the conversation. She had to be careful of not using any endearing terms. She had a habit of doing that with others, and she couldn't afford to let one sweet term slip at this moment. This was like speaking to Noah. At least he was Sebastian's pack mate, so he trusted him with her. Theo was a whole other ball game. and she allowed him to suck her blood. This can blow up very ugly. Fine. I'll call him myself, Sebastian decided. Reaching for her phone, Marcy snatched the device before he followed through. Knowing him, he was kidding. No, 𝐿 there really was no way around this. Taking a deep breath, she pointed to his contact. Can I just say that there are no emojis near his name, so obviously I wasn't into him. There aren't any near my name either, he responded. Such soreness dropped in every syllable that it made her tongue curl. Marcy felt at loss for words. Gosh, freaking horrible timing. You had them. I just took them off when we weren't talking. They'll go back, she promised. 𝐿𝐤𝐧𝐸 𝐑𝐞𝐝𝐬. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. I can do that right now. Sebastian clamped his hand over hers to halt her rapidly moving fingers. Later. Call your friend first. Yes, call her friend first. There went a failed attempt at stalling for more time. Why did the word friend have such a tone of warning attached to it? In the past few days when HED used that word with her detailing what friends do, it was said with lightness and an air of playfulness. There was no joking now. Okay, but I'm going to tell him you're listening in. He doesn't need to know. But I just think it's best if. Let me hear the man in his natural environment. But hell no if I'm using loudspeaker and I can hear without loudspeaker. Go ahead, Sebastian said. He tapped his right ear lightly and again Chess reminded 𝐿𝐤𝐳 Werewolf and can use enhanced hearing as he so chooses. There's no point in holding off any longer. Taking a deep breath, she pressed the button to call Theo. As the phone rang, Marcy awkwardly turned in the bed so that Sebastian's intimidating expression was not staring her down. Well, if it isn't candy. You made my day with this phone call, sweet stuff. Marcy laughed. Theo, I had to call you back. Especially after that voicemail you left me. Yes, I figured expressing my undying love for you would make you reply faster. Does this mean I'll get to see you soon? Marcy winced. Theo was so adorable, but it was time to set things straight. About that. You know how I went on the trip all sad about the guy who didn't like me. If by guy you mean the undeserving, unappreciates dog who. Well, him and I are actually together now. Marcy rushed, stopping him before he went on a spiel that would possibly have Sebastian react negatively. Thankfully, he seemed her golden. 𝐿𝐤𝐳 remained calm despite the obvious derogatory remark. Good. She heard a long sigh. I had a feeling that would happen. You're too cute to be pushed away for long candy. 𝐿𝐤𝐻𝐿 so adorable. Marcy gushed, smiling at his compliment. He truly was the cute one. Sebastian shifted and the temperature in the room suddenly dropped by 10 degrees. Marcy cleared her throat nervously. It was obvious to her now that Sebastian was much concerned with what seeing, but rather have a reaction to it. So if you want to see me, Sebastian would have to come. I know that's super awkward, so I completely understand if you don't want to. Sure. That sounds fun. Wait. What? Marcy stared at her phone. Did he just agree? What was wrong with these men? Theo, I said Sebastian is coming. I'm sure you don't want to meet him, she voiced, aiming to be direct. Of course I do, Candy. I want to see the man who beat me in your affections. Is he big and strong? I was told him kind of skinny. You know. Marcy smacked her face. You have a very nice body, Theo. Trust me. That was not the issue. A low growl reached her ear, and Marcy gazed at her worm and warily. She should have known better than to say that. I guess I'll see you this weekend. I'll text you some spots we can go to and you choose your preference. 𝐿𝐤𝐻𝐿𝐬. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. Theo voiced his agreement, and once things were set, Marcy said her goodbyes, making sure they didn't sound excited to see him or too animated. Once the call ended, she sighed in relief. That went much better than she anticipated. She just wished Theo would be a normal guy and not accept meeting her with Sebastian. Now she had to go through the hassle of dealing with these two males. See, I did what you told me. Can we go back to cuddling now? Marcy asked. pulling his arm and bringing him deeper into the bed so they could be where they were before. It felt so nice to have his arms around her. She wanted more of his warmth, especially now that he was bare, chested with no shirt on. Sebastian remained unloving to her pulls. It was like she was trying to move dry cement. It was then she realized his eyes were hard, and his lips were in a straight line. So, he started, his tone ice cold. "What parts of his body did you find very nice?" Sebastian quoted. Immerse's mouth dropped. There's no way he was putting so much weight on that little comment. "Sebby, please. I just said a basic answer. It's not like I was drooling over his body or anything. A chest all in good looking. It's a simple observation. So you liked it?" Sebastian accused, his eyes narrowing ever so slightly. "No, the only body I'd is yours." Seeing as he was grumpy and wouldn't come to her, Marcy went to him instead. She sat over his crossed legs and began to kiss him. He turned his cheek away from her the first time, but she squeezed his cheeks between her hands and forced him to face her. "Stop. 𝐿𝐤𝐘𝐜𝐤𝐬𝐑𝐞𝐝 𝐂𝐿𝐤𝐧𝐿𝐤𝐬𝐿𝐤𝐬𝐿𝐤𝐬𝐿𝐤𝐬𝐿𝐤𝐬𝐿𝐤𝐬𝐿𝐤𝐬𝐿𝐤𝐬𝐿𝐤𝐬𝐿𝐤𝐬𝐿𝐤𝐬𝐿𝐤𝐬𝐿𝐤𝐬𝐿𝐤𝐬𝐿𝐤𝐬𝐿𝐤𝐬𝐿𝐤𝐬𝐿𝐤𝐬𝐿𝐤𝐬𝐿𝐤𝐬𝐿𝐤𝐬𝐿𝐤𝐬𝐿𝐤𝐬𝐿𝐤𝐬𝐿𝐤𝐬𝐿𝐤𝐬𝐿𝐤𝐬𝐿𝐤𝐬𝐿𝐤𝐬𝐿𝐤𝐬𝐿 𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐸𝐿 𝐶𝐻 for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Sebastian frowned, continuing to be unresponsive. I can't be upset with men if they like you. You're too wonderful. But I'm not happy when you like these other men. Massey groaned. He was definitely overreacting. I don't like him. What I said was not serious. Would you like it if I told Keisha she had a very nice body? Massey gasped in betrayal. You find her body nice. It's the bigger hips, isn't it? You like bigger boobs. Sebastian rolled his eyes, as though she weren't getting his point. It's a hypothetical question, woman. I wouldn't like it, Massey admitted, somewhat annoyed. Why did he have to turn the tables? I get your point. Either way, I don't care for Theo, only you. 𝐶𝐮 wrapped her body around his. I want affection. Love me, Sebi. His stale face remained immovable, but his firm lips cracked the slightest bit upwards. Wow, look at you, Massey cooed, running her hands over his shoulders. So strong and fine-looking. She blinked her lashes up at him prettily, and he thawed even further. Massey rubbed her cheeks against his. I got myself the finest apple tree in the entire orchard. Trying to be poet. At this, Sebastian cracked a smile. She clung so tightly around him that when he stood from the bed she was still firmly attached to him. He pulled the shirt halfway over himself, unable to continue as her appendages were in the way. Sebastian pet her thighs. Come on. Where are we going? Giving him a strange look as she hopped off. Then, she frowned. Are we not going to cuddle because you're still angry now? We're going to your house so you can donate those dresses. Then, I'm going to buy you some new ones, Sebastian said decidedly. But I want to cuddle. Massey winced. She gazed at the bed with longing. It had felt so nice. I'm starting to feel heated. It's best we do other things to stay distracted. Massey let him gear out his room. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. She repeated. Sebastian kissed her neck, and she felt his sharp teeth. Yes, she couldn't argue with that. To the dresses it was. As extra as Massey typically liked to be when she went out, especially when it was on dinner date, she decided that for this particular occasion she would take the safer route by choosing an outfit that was more modest and subdued in appearance while still looking moderately cute. In dark jeans, a shimmering turquoise blouse, and short kitten heels, she looked pretty without appearing as though she put a lot of effort. She didn't even bother using makeup, deciding that curling her ends would suffice. Sebastian could not have the smallest inkling of doubt of her wanting to impress Theo. Knock. Are you ready? Sebastian inquired. his voice slightly muffled by the closed door. Seeing as it was the weekend, Sebastian had used the excuse of them going to see Theo as reason for her to sleep over his house yet, again despite her being here only a week ago for Kristen's wedding. This room she slept in was a guest room, but it was starting to look more like her room. Her imprints were undeniable. She started leaving extra sets of clothes here for the random days she would stay over late and end up staying even on school days. Yes, we can go now. Massey fluffed her hair one last bit to a volume. Sebastian leaned against the open door, wearing regular jeans and a black shirt. Obviously, he couldn't be bothered. He blinked slowly, assessing her from head to toe. It was unnerving, and he was spending too much time drinking her in. Did he approve of the outfit or not? 𝐿, let's go. He closed his hand around hers, bringing it to his lips to kiss it. The ride to the restaurant was spent in companionable silence. Sebastian appeared not the least bit worried, but Marcy grew more and more apprehensive the closer they drove to the place. Why did they have to do this? It seemed so pointless. The sleek, silver, toned glass doors of the restaurant were tall and impressive. As Sebastian grasped the golden handle to let her in first, Marcy stared around her amazed. The entire roof of this place was decorated with beautiful drawings of angels fighting against demons. In one story, the angels would use music to dispel them away. In others, the demons were defeated through gruesome battles. Of the restaurant list she had sent Theo, he picked none of them, settling for this spot he found online with great reviews. At the time she informed Sebastian, he had shrugged, easy agreeing despite the further drive. From what she'd seen so far, this place was great. Sebastian took the lead once the hostess went up to them. Even in his plain clothing, the girl's eyes streamed over him in awe, as though he were one of the very angelic beings in the ceiling. She was so flustered with Sebastian that he had to start a job for her. We have a reservation with Theo. Oh yes, she blubbered, coming out of her reverie. Right this way, sir. Fanning her lashes at him, Sebastian stared right past her and scanned the area for the vampire. Massey gave her the evil eye. She had half mind to pull Sebastian down and kiss him in front of her. Why is it only he was addressed and not her? The table they were led to was a secluded one, and judging by the well-dressed, wined, drinking, blue-eyed vampire sitting there, it appeared Theo had arrived first. The hostess excused herself, seeming rather disappointed she wouldn't get to admire the two handsome men from her post at the front. Hey Theo. Massey smiled warmly at her vacation friend, bringing him into a light hug. Just as pretty as I remember Candy. Complimenting her as usual. When they separated, his orbs went to Sebastian. The vampire held his hand out. The two are very distinct contrast to each other, as Theo was wearing a whole suit and tie, looking every bit the businessman. He looked well, put together and pristine compared to the raw warrior that was Sebastian. Sebastian stared at the hand offered to him. In flashing speed, their bodies blurred, and Theo ended pressed against the wall with a threatening hand on his neck. Bite her again, and I'll kill you. Rather than appear afraid. The eyes shine with child, like excitement. A true big, bad wolf. Your man is strong, Candy. I like him. He held his hands up in surrender. I won't bite her again. Sebastian stared at him hard, as though assessing how genuine he was before letting go of him. Massey felt like melting into the ground. This was so embarrassing. Thankfully, the restaurant was very packed, and from anyone's vantage point what occurred went in. She gave Sebastian a look that went pretty much ignored. The three settling into their seat. Theo first taking the time to fix his mussed-up shirt. He was more slender, as he had voiced of himself in the phone, but Marcy felt it suited him fine. Not everyone was like Sebastian, who trained with his packmates on a near-daily basis. A waiter approached their table. May I get you something to drink? Massey settled for a nice sweet drink, whereas Sebastian muttered water was fine. Once the waiter was off, Theo began conversing. Since obviously you're off limits now, Candy, do you happen to have a sister? Theo inquired, resting his chin over his fingers. Massey laughed. This was so typical of him. And funny thing was, she actually did have one. I do. But unfortunately Chef's taken too. Theo sighed in exasperation, swirling his wine cup with an air of dismay. You continue to break my heart, Candy. Trust me, you and my sister wouldn't work out much anyway. She's squeamish around blood and she's very strict. You guys are complete polar opposites. Mercy concluded. If Lydia went anywhere near Theo, she would probably go crazy. His overly teasing personality would drive her insane, and his gifting habits and generosity would place a sting on her eye. Can do it on my own persona. He would break everything she esteems. At distance. It's probably what Lydia needed anyway to stop being so hard-hearted. But she was currently trying a relationship with Mike Hart to see if it'd work out. Theo was better off finding a more submissive woman. Oh, serious. Serious types make me want to bother them, Theo admitted, looking at the ceiling in thought. She'd hate me. Good call. The waiter released their drinks and took their orders for food. Theo of course picked a steak, detailing he wanted it as juicy and rare as possible. Sebastian was lazy. He didn't bother checking the menu and merely settled the waiter with a whatever she gets. Way to put the pressure. Now she was compelled to get something he would enjoy. In the end, Mercy settled for lamb chops. The sauce it came with sounded very tasty from the way the menu described it. Underneath the table, Mercy stepped on Sebastian's foot. The worm sighed before feasting Theo with a blank look. What do you do for a living? Theo tapped his fingers at the table and gazed at Sebastian with an amused expression. If anything, Theo just admitted he enjoyed bothering serious people. And Sebastian, well, he was exactly that type. Oh, you know, things here and there. How productive of you. Sebastian deadpanned. I know. It's a very difficult line of work. It's not for everyone. Why no? Theo breezed, shaking his head as though he were a man soared in with many burdens only he could handle. They're lucky to have you. You're one of a kind. Sebastian was so straight-faced it could be taken seriously or sarcastically. Mercy silently groaned at their exchange. This was a horrible idea. She knew it. What business did these two have seeing each other? They were both so stupid. Sebastian for making her agree to meet up with Theo, and Theo for approving in the midst of Sebastian joining. Mercy excused herself to go to the bathroom. She needed a break away from those two. She stalled for a few minutes, fixing her hair slightly although it technically needed no prodding. When she returned, the food thankfully had been served. Oddly enough, once she sat at the table, Sebastian and Theo were actually conversing like normal men. Apparently they found common ground in regards to something about investing. Digging into her food, Mercy decided she'd happily stay out of that topic to not risk ruining their current flow. They were being cordial now. That's all she ever hoped for. Hours later, in the confines of the guest room, Mercy prepared herself to sleep. Dinner with Theo had not gone as bad as she expected. The two actually shook hands, and Sebastian very obviously whisked her away from the vampire mid-hug with a low murmur of "that's good enough," as though he were her personal hug meter that determined how well she could hug someone. On the drive home he had a pleasant smile on his face, and when Mercy had asked him about it, he floored her by stating he had only come to make sure she didn't have any semblance of feeling for the man by smelling her reaction around him. To this moment, it flustered her to think men could extend their sense enough to detect arousal. A set of knocks interrupted her as she brushed her hair. "Come in. You should ask who it is first before you accept." Sebastian closed the door behind him. His voice was light, but they held deep warning to it. His golden eyes crawled up her bare legs, stopping at the hem of her cotton bottoms. He slinked his way to her, prowling around her like an invasive wolf. She was in the middle of detangling the third section of her hair when she felt his hands brush behind her knee, siding up her thighs. These bottoms are very short. Sounding distracted, his warm hand stopped under the hem, where his thumb whiskered underneath curiously. Mercy felt her spine straighten. Her eyes met his in the mirror as hovered behind her. There was a dangerous glow to them that was darker. It was then he seemed to notice her shirt. From behind, it appeared normal as it covered all her back. but it was cut shorter in the front, exposing the bottom half of her stomach. As she had the room to herself, she didn't think it wrong to wear something so unconservative. The way his eyes were glowing made her very self-conscious of every inch of her skin. The other hand rose to her stomach. It was a bad idea to visit you at this time of night. Massey spun to see him face. She smiled and kissed his lips wide. Sebastian emitted a low growl. Be careful. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. He warned. Massey went on her tippy toes to hug him, pressing herself fully into him. He was solid mass against her, such a contrast to her soft form. Sebastian made a sound of a man being tortured. And you're not wearing a bra. He breathed, closing his eyes. One moment. Massey was quite content in the warmth of his embrace, and then the next she was on the plush surface of the bed. His lips crashed over hers, hot and full of heavy want. His tongue intermingled with hers. She could feel his passion pour over her like fine wine full of love that's been setting for a long time. With his leg he parted her thighs, placing himself in between them. His mouth lowered from her lips to her stomach, his tongue leaving a wet, fiery trail that made her back arch. He latched onto a particular spot and sucked, leaving her breathless, and his hands gripped her waist to him as she squirmed under his touch. He skimmed higher, his warm breath lavishing her with imprints wherever they trailed, until he reached her ribs, and slowly ascended until his nose touched the swell her breast. His hold on her tightened. How many times have I told you showing your stomach is an offer of submission? One, Sebastian growled, pulling back with shaking hands. It seemed like it was taking all his strength to keep his hands away from her. Massey sat up to pull him back to her, but he stepped further away. Already knowing what was the problem, she sighed. I'll put on clothes that cover me more. Then can we cuddle? Sebastian grunted. It's too late. Massey rolled her eyes. Stop being over-dramatic. No, I'm being realistic. You women never seem to get it. I'm a dry forest when it comes to you. Any spark you give me will burn up. Massey giggled at his analogy. Oh my gosh. You've been reading poetry books from James, haven't you? His eyes narrowed as he stiffly went to the door. Massey made a noise of sadness and pouted. I want to cuddle. Ugh, this is all your fault. You made me like cuddling. It was all your idea. Sebastian looked like he was internally fighting with himself between going with her idea or staying away for both their benefits. In the end, he gave her a serious expression full of meaning and left the room without another word. She could already mentally hear all the things he was telling himself it wasn't appropriate. They weren't mated, and he wanted to do things right by her. Massey dove under her covers and stared appreciatively at the moon. It was full tonight. She never thought she'd be the type to say this, but she wouldn't mind marrying young, especially if it was to a man like him. The next day Sebastian went inside his father's study. His steps were purposeful and full of intention. The thoughts on his mind were going haywire. He wanted to make sure his decision wouldn't be considered foolhardy. I wanted to speak to you in regards to something. His father's black eyes had been off the screen the moment he entered, calm and expectant, as though he expected him here. Of course, Sebastian. What is it? It's been more difficult to be around Massey. He went straight to the point. His father nodded. Is that so? What kind of difficulties? He took a sip from his customary morning coffee, one most likely loaded with sugar and cream. The sly smile he was trying to hide behind the mug made Sebastian annoyed. His father knew exactly what he was talking about. Yet he asked these unnecessary questions. Sebastian sighed. I cannot contain, placing his coffee down. The smile on his father's lips were as sweet as his drink. He responded, sounding rather smug. Well, there's only one solution for that problem. Sebastian nodded, happy with his father's approval. Indeed, there was only one solution. 47 proposal. Sebastian couldn't believe this was happening. Right now, with his parents, they seemed to have made it their mission to irk him to no end this morning. He should have processed better their reaction to his open honesty. His father gestured to him with his hand. giving meaningful eyes to his mother that easily transferred what was going on. Sebastian here said he can no longer contain, Samuel said, repeating the exact words Sebastian had spoken to him mere minutes ago. His mother gave a sideways glance, as though that sentence alone were not enough for her. Figures shared one it plainly said, "Is that so?" Looking at Sebastian with sly eyes. "You can't contain what? Your excitement. Your happiness." Sebastian sighed. "The urges." She nodded in understanding. "Yes, we men have many urges. You like to run, and to spend time in the forest." His father snickered. Sebastian's fingers twitched at her fake obliviances. "You shouldn't be this resistant. Why was he playing into her game? The urge you had with Dad." His mother smiled wider. "Before your father and I were romantically involved, I often had the urge to kill him, and in addition I want to mate her." Sebastian grunted, finally giving in to what she wanted. His mother immediately walked to him. Her sleeping robes flowed around her like the rising dawn. Looking like this, it reminded him of his childhood when she would put him to bed at night despite his insistence that he wasn't afraid of the dark. She patted his cheek affectionately. "You know, honey, I always thought you inherited the better side of the genes. You're handsome and hate spicy food. Just like Mommy." As his mother continued to drone about all the amazing attributes he so called inherited from her, he caught sight of his father doing something absolutely horrendous in the background. Sebastian's eyes wide and with horror. "Dad, that is so unnecessary." "What?" his father asked, looking innocent and devious at the same time. "I just want to make sure my son proposes properly." Samuel fixed a large human-sized teddy bear on the studier's chair. He even bothered to try crossing its legs in a typical female fashion, since the legs were too stubby and short. His attempt failed rather miserably. Sebastian could only massage his temples at the ludicrous ideas of his father. He turned to his only hope. "Mom, fix this," he demanded, rather than come to his aid. His mother giggled and clasped her hands together in excitement. "No way. I want to see this too," she enthused. Her curly hair, which he inherited from her himself, was out loose and spun around her wildly. She had been sleeping only moments ago, but had woken up once his father told her the news. Sebastian crossed his arms, his eyes narrowing to annoyed slits. "This is pointless." His mother's small hands went to his hair, combing it back as she placed a series of kisses on his cheek. Sebastian remained unmoving, his gaze fixed on the bookshelves that lined the wall in clear defiance. "Get up." Against his will, Sebastian stood to his feet and glared. His father chuckled. "Oops, did I do that?" His father massaged his shoulders from behind. "Go ahead, SEB. Make us proud. You've been carrying that ring in your pocket for some time now." Sebastian looked down to his jean pockets. It was true. The very day Marcy showed him the ring, she likely bought it. She has been carrying it, wondering the right time to do it. No one noticed the interesting shape of his pocket, as the ring box wasn't big, and could be mistaken for other nonsense people carry, except his father, who knew he never carried things in his pockets 24/7, not even his car keys and wallet. "However, I will only do this foolishness once." His mother hopped in place, squeaking in excitement. Sebastian held in his amusement and decided he better get this over with. Marcy didn't consider herself to be the clingy type. She always saw herself as the sort that gave people space and watched over them, at least in her mind. However, this morning she couldn't help but continuously look at the entrance of the kitchen in hopes of spotting Sebastian come in for breakfast. He was there. She knew how her man was. He never showed up late. If anything, he should have been here before she was. It was disconcerting to say the least. What on earth was Sebastian doing? "I saw him enter Papasaur's study this morning. In case you're wondering," Jaden cleverly inserted after her saw her look at the entrance for what felt like the 100th time. Mercy smiled shamelessly. "I was wondering where he was." Then, as though speaking of him out loud somehow summoned him, Sebastian entered the kitchen. There was an air of exasperation about him she couldn't quite place. Nonetheless, he softly kissed her cheek before going to serve himself. Noah munch on a buttered toast, his cheeks hued from all the stuffing he likes to do. "Where's my kiss?" he asked in between bites, poking fun at how Sebastian only bothered to acknowledge her. Sebastian's parents followed soon afterwards. Papa's aura said a general greeting to everyone, but it seemed he was more focused on gearing his wife far away from where they were sitting. Messi was surprised Mia was even awake. The woman loved to sleep in, especially on Saturdays. She was always guaranteed to be unavailable until noon. That it was 10 in the morning and she was wide awake, eyes full of glimmer and shine, was a complete surprise. Messi smiled back at her when she sent her a quirky smile. It even looked like she was about to say something, but Papa's jaw squeezed her side and forced her to keep moving to the adult table further on. But not before Mia made some type of signal to her son, who rolled his eyes in vexation and gutted a goodness. "Yes, Mum. Could they be more obvious?" Jaden muttered. He sipped slowly from his glass of orange juice, looking ever the wise sage. Messi always thought he must have been an old tortoise in his past lifetime. He took his time with everything. He didn't seem to grasp things before others did. His twin brother, Jordan, blinked at him with curious eyes. "Obvious about what?" he inquired, completely clueless of what was going on. Messi wanted to know too. "Yeah, about what?" Rather than answer their questions, Jaden ignored them, pretending he didn't hear them at all. His attention remained focused on his plate of food, slowly cutting his pancake into symmetrical pieces. Impatient, Jordan shoved him with his shoulder, causing his knife to make a jagged cut. Jaden was not pleased. "You ruined my pancake." Sounding rather piqued, he lifted the specific piece with the wrong cut. Noah's eyes shined. He forked him within 2 seconds and shoved it in his mouth. "Still tastes good though." Jaden feasted his brother with a direct look from her seating. It meant Jade and turned away from her. This would have been fine if Jaden said something out loud. Unfortunately, it seemed their twin telepathy was at play, for without a word Jordan went from confused to shocked to excited. What the heck? The purple-eyed beauty was prepared to interrogate them, except Sebastian chose that exact time to sit next to her, which made her lose all care for whatever it was they were telepathically discussing. Now that she took her time looking at him, he cleaned up rather nicely this morning. Rather than sweats and shirts he enjoys wearing on weekends, he opted to wear dark jeans and the deep purple button-up she made him by the day they went shopping for new dresses. As the ones Theo had bought for her he forced her to either donate or give to Lydia. Surprisingly enough, Lydia actually bothered to take them. Her sister's shorter height proved to be an advantage, as Lydia hated short things, so the dresses fit within the scope of her appropriateness scale. Messi didn't mind. She may have given Lydia 3 expensive dresses, but Sebastian replaced them with 7 new ones that she could actually wear during this winter season. And no more grumpy Sebi. "You look nice this morning," Messi complimented, dropping a kiss on his cheek. Beneath the table, Sebastian let one of his hands rest on her thigh. His fingers pressed on it lightly as a way of thanks. With his other hand he began to eat. Yet it didn't pass by Messi that he seemed a little distracted. The food didn't hold much of his attention. As a matter of fact, when he finished, he didn't even bother to get seconds, which never happens, and there was a slight glitch to his movements that belied he was anxious about something. "Messi, help me do the dishes," Jaden requested, sounding more like an order than an option. He didn't bother waiting for her response. He stood with a group of dishes he gathered from their table and walked to the sink in an untroubled pace, while the others started heading to the living room. Messi went alongside Jaden. There was something about watching the grime slid off a plate that made washing dishes relaxing. Not long afterwards Haley joined them, and together the trio managed to wipe the kitchen clean in no time. Messi joined the others in the living room. It was full of pack members leisurely enjoying a variety of activities. The young ones played cards and board games near the fireplace, and teenagers surrounded the large screen that hosted video games. The adults relegated themselves to casual talk, and those that were more quiet remained 𝐂𝐤𝐳 up to the couch with a book in hand. All in all, the Dark Falls pack felt like home. Massey could see herself staying here forever. Her eyes surveyed over the people. But Sebastian was nowhere to be seen. Where was he now? It's like he kept disappearing. Something was bothering him and she wanted to confront him about it. A hand waved her over. It was Kristen Sebastianing for her to sit in the empty seat beside her. Massey had just sat and began conversing with Kristen when the air around her suddenly hushed considerably. Massey allowed her gaze to travel to the source of attention, only to realize that it was her, and the worm and currently coming to her. Sebastian's steps were purposeful. Massey tried to distinguish what he held so tightly in his hand, but his palm was so large it engulfed the object out of view. He took a short breath, his defined chest rising ever so slightly before their eyes locked. Never had his golden eyes been as vibrant as they were now. Those amber orbs so full of fire they magnetized her. And when he stopped in front of her and went on one knee, she had never felt so stupid. Massey blushed. Her heartbeat accelerated as his palm revealed a pretty black box. The box was nothing compared to the gorgeous, gleaming gem it held inside. 𝐾𝐞𝐬, just as she asked, with tiny purple stones circling it and winding at the side of the band. Massey turned back to Sebastian, whose cheeks were an uncharacteristic tinge of red that made his rough features appear more soft. This woman requires another half. One to have, to provide for and always protect. Massey, I am in love with you. I offer myself to you wholly, and promise to cherish you all the days of my life. Will you be my mate? His head lowered to her lap, the dark wisps of his hair brushing her dress, his free hand clasped to the back of her calf, almost pleading as he waited for her answer. Everyone watched, waiting with bated breath. The entire air seemed to still until at last it all caught up with Massey, who squealed in place. Yes, Sebastian called back. The biggest smile shined on his face. He slid the ring on her finger and pulled her into a kiss. A whole series of 𝐊𝐲 and 𝐷𝐻 invaded her eardrums. Loud clapping rang all around her, with a series of yelling and whooping that included Nose and Jordan's particular rambunctiousness. Flash. Suddenly, flashes of bright light surrounded them. They were taking pictures. When they separated, Massey realized that their biggest fan was Sebastian's mother, who face high behind a professional camera wielded expertly in her small fingers. Bunny, hurry, pick me up. I want to take it at a higher angle. Mia cried. Papasaurus was ready and lifted her with ease. She ushered her son. Another kiss, 𝐶𝐸. Before she knew it, Massey was pulled into another sweet kiss, and more blinding lights surrounded her. Sebastian hugged her tightly to himself, holding her in the presence of his entire pack. He buried his face into her hair. He was still smiling, and his voice was elated. I love you. 𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐼𝐻𝐸 𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐾𝐜𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐾𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐿𝐻 way to her toes. She felt as though she could soar. "I love you too, 𝐶𝐵," she said adoringly. Mercy lifted her ringed finger in the direction of Maya's camera, her grin so wide she felt her face would break. Good thing she wore a cute outfit this morning. It was a warm sweater dress that went wonderfully with Sebastian's shirt. Mia was all for it, especially as Marcy started making Sebastian go into specific poses. People swarmed them with rounds of congratulations to the newly engaged couple. Not once throughout people's felicitations and blessings did Sebastian let go of her. She was attached to him at the hip. Once the amount of people around them dwindled, he brought her over his lap on the couch. Mercy felt like a princess on the throne. "When do you plan for us to get married?" Sebastian sighed contentedly as he pulled her back against his chest. Mercy admired her ringed finger. It looked like it was designed exactly for her. The ring was prettier than the one she showed him online. "How fast?" Sebastian kissed her neck, his teeth sharpening every so slightly. 𝐿𝐴𝐴𝐻𝐿𝐵. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐰. 1 year later. "Honey, why are you up so early?" Sebastian blinked the sleepiness away from his eyes. sitting up from the bed. His hair was in disarray and his shirt completely crumpled. He had returned late last night from an assignment. All she had felt was her husband slide into the bed and breath her in before falling asleep. It's a wonder he was up right now, as the sun had yet to peek over the horizon this early in the morning. Mercy went to his side, unable to stay so far away when he was looking so adorably clueless. Kristen and I have to look over the accounts of the diner. A truck is coming into ours and we have to make sure our inventory is correct. Sebastian grabbed her hand and laced their fingers together. Oh, well, before you leave, can you help me with something? Sure, what is it? The hand they had joined together he led under the covers on top of a very awake and alert member. Mercy blushed. Oh, Sebastian brought her into a kiss. I'll take that as a yes. 𝐿𝐷𝐿 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐿𝐷. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐂𝐮𝐧𝐬 enthusiasm. Mercy really had to go, but his deep voice and that morning tone was doing things to her. You better make this quick, he hummed, a nondescript thought that rolled over her like a caress. I don't make promises I can't keep. Mercy checked something off on her calendar and analyzed the 3-month data. She knew it. Sebastian was being a sneaky little husband, and she did not appreciate him meddling into things that were naturally. 𝐿𝐷𝐿. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐂𝐮𝐧𝐬 enthusiasm. She had passed it off as him going through a cycling man, period. Surely, men were not animals who wanted to have sex all the time. But it was just strange that he always chose a specific time of the month to not have sex with her. And he also tended to scatter his assignments, particularly the ones that required him flying out into other states in that period. The times he was required to fly out, he would be a twitching mess on the bed, and would state he was heavily tired despite the fact that Mercy knew he was primed and ready to go. It makes a woman question why it is her man won't have sex with her. Did she exude a weird smell during that time? What was it? It took a period apt to let her know that Sebastian avoided having sex with her the time she ovulated. In essence, he stayed away from her when she was fertile to avoid getting her pregnant. She knew he was concerned about her having a difficult pregnancy, but this was too much. Today was her day of ovulation, and sure enough she already saw the extra measures he took this morning by waking up earlier than her and heading to work. It was just her luck there were no out-of-state assignments, so he was forced to sleep with her tonight. She would make sure 𝐿𝐷 make love to her, or confront him about his unnecessary concerns. By the time it was midnight, Mercy was prepped, waiting for him in a silky one-piece that went obscenely high. The fabric so thin it was slightly sheer. They typically wore comfortable things to bed, but today was worth placing extra effort. She shook her hair out of her bun, letting it fall into messy waves around her. Then, it was time to wait. It wasn't until 2 in the morning that he entered their room. Mercy made sure to have all the lights off and pretend to be asleep. Sebastian was unearthly quiet as he prepped for bed, making near no noise in everything he did. 𝐿𝐷𝐿. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐂𝐮𝐧𝐬 enthusiasm. Mercy called out to him, and she heard something that sounded like a curse. Honey, why aren't you asleep? He had been in the middle of putting on a shirt, something he almost never did. He preferred sleeping shirtless with only sweatpants. Leave that shirt there and come to bed. Her husband obediently left the shirt in place and climbed onto the mattress. He strategically placed himself exactly a few inches away from her, enough for her to not question why he was close. Aren't you going to come under the covers? Mercy inquired. He had his arms crossed behind his head and was out in the air. No, I don't feel cold, he responded lightly, avoiding her gaze. Deciding she was done playing nice, Mercy frisked away the sheets that covered her. Like a magnet his eyes snapped to her, taking all of her in. I'm tired tonight, honey. His tone was leveled and monotonous, but his eyes told a whole different story. They watched her every curve as she closed their distance and straddled him. I missed you today, she murmured, running her hands up the rows of his abdomen. Sebastian growled, but it sounded more like he was restraining himself rather than feeling angry. Mercy, not in the mood tonight. Luck was against him, for the angle of their window allowed the light of the moon to penetrate in a slant that hid a coarser part of his face. He did not look like a Werner not in the mood. He looked positively feral, and his hands were doing that thing again, where he would begin to grab her possessive lie and then let go suddenly, before getting hold of her again. Mercy crossed her arms. She noted that the moment her fingers detached from him, his lips slightly in disappointment. He wanted her. She could tell. I know what you're doing. I've been watching you for 3 months and you're trying to avoid getting me pregnant. You don't want to have babies with me, she accused. Sebastian groaned. He leveled up with her, so that now her legs were wrapped around him while he was sitting. He stared down at her from his higher vantage point. Woman, not once did I say I don't want to have babies with you. You're my mate. Of course I want those things with you. Then why aren't I pregnant? Tell me, Sebastian. Her husband's head dipped. He immersed himself in her neck, rubbing his nose upon it with great apology and apprehension. I have been concerned, he finally admitted. Mercy sighed, pulling his face away from its hiding place on her skin. Listen, you can't keep doing this anymore. I know you're worried to have a risky pregnancy like your mom, but her and are two different people. Sebastian nodded slowly. Mercy kissed his cheeks. Besides, no matter what happens, I always have you. Then, she gave him one of her puppy looks. And I really want a baby. Sebastian exhaled, one of resignation, as though he were forcing himself to let go of all the worries and stresses that clouded his mind. With their positioning, her scout silk dress had risen up, making it all the more easier for Sebastian to slip his hands underneath. Very well. If a baby is what my mate wants. His eyes dark, and as he pulled the dress higher, revealing more and more of her smooth skin, they trailed over her as though he were reveling in a masterpiece. Then a baby is what you will get. His lips connected with hers, fierce and demanding. She felt his aura grow as his tongue swept inside, felt his eagerness to partake of her. Since their first time together, it always felt as though Sebastian were encasing her with all that he was. He never grew tired of displaying just how much he loved her. The extra one, fluffy love. Oh great, look at her, just like her mother, Sebastian grumbled, staring at his 6-year-old daughter in deep dismay as she clung to the older child. Beside him his wife was laughing. Mercy felt her daughter really was like herself once she picked the boy. She stuck to him like a leech. She's so cute. Then, deciding to address the situation before Sebastian did something drastic, she called out to her, 𝐿𝐈, why are you bothering poor Luke? But Mummy, the little girl wailed, still clutching the young boy with all her might. Her wavy hair was in disarray from all the exertion to stay attached to him. He said he doesn't want to play with me. Luke, though only 8 years old, sighed with a wisdom that preceded his age. He continued to try to pluck off the little girl gently. Myla, I told you we'll play later. You can't join us now because it's boys only. You joined last time and got hurt. I don't want you to cry again. No, she cried, refusing to let go. Sebastian rubbed his temples. The idea of his little girl infatuated at only 6 was enough to make him irate. What would it be like when she was older? How many men would he have to scare away? At least she favored Luke, who was a good kid in his eyes. Within seconds he snatched his daughter off and placed her over his shoulders. The little girl pulled her daddy's hair in displeasure. Put me back down. Sebastian ignored her and gestured Luke with a tilt of his head in the direction of the other boys. You can go ahead, Luke. Immediately he ran to join the others, a wide smile on his face. Mercy knew that would only be the first of Sebastian intervening with the kind of daughter they had in their hands. At 11 years old, 𝐿𝐈 grew concerned she wasn't cool enough to hang out with Luke anymore. He had so many friends he could barely hang out with her now. They did cool things, like jump off high distances into the lake nearby. They even got to play with the dirt bikes. It's okay, sweetie. Daddy gives you permission to treat all boys like their dogs with cooties, her father said, typing away in his study. 𝐿𝐈 gave him a look. Daddy, cooties don't exist. she groused. She then turned to her mother for what to do, as she always had the best advice. Mercy put a finger on her chin. Well, how about this full week you help me and Grandma with the gardening instead of hanging out with Luke? 𝐿𝐼𝐴 frowned, not liking the prospect of losing time with her crush. Why would I do that? She wanted to spend more time with Luke, not less. I'll tell you a secret. If you leave boys alone for a little bit, they start to miss you more. Her eyes shined. To my 𝐿𝐼𝐴, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. Her mother kissed her forehead. It's worth a try. And so it was. For the next 7 days 𝐿𝐼𝐴 followed her mother and grandmother into the flower fields and helped Aunt Kristen with some herbs. It was quite wonderful, as the flowers gave an amazing fragrance, and she was able to learn a few things about healing. Once next week crawled around, she would have totally forgotten about going back to spending time with Luke, except as she was reaching her room she found him at the door. "Luke, what are you doing here?" She was surprised. He never came to her door before. It made her really happy. Luke opened his arms wide. "Come, princess. I missed you." 𝐿𝐼𝐴 ran to him and hugged him with all her might. Her mother was right. Boys miss you when you leave them alone. She would do it more now. That way Luke would come to her door more often. At 16 years old 𝐿𝐼𝐴 felt true jealousy for the first time. Luke was talking to a really pretty girl. An older girl with nice hair and nice eyes. But most importantly a nice body. 𝐿𝐼𝐴 really wanted one of those. Her body was a little slow to grow into her curves. She looked nothing like her mother had at her age. What was wrong with her? Is she going to be your girl, friend? 𝐿𝐼𝐴 confronted him, crossing her arms in frustration. Any minute now she would blow up. Luke was hers first. Why did �K𝐿 now start to notice him? It must be because he was bigger now. He had filled out rather nicely and was one of the tallest one and very strong too. With muscles 𝐿𝐼𝐴 wanted to touch. Dad said it was inappropriate to touch a man like that though. He said to stay away. Mom said she could hug and kiss on the cheek. Those were safe. "Myla, why are you angry?" He ruffled her hair as if she were a little kid, which she was not. Soon she would be a grown woman. Emily needs help with her defense. In helping her so she gets stronger. Luke explained. 𝐿𝐼𝐴 didn't feel better though. She's seen the way Emily looks at him. She sometimes trips on purpose so that he catches her, and it works every time. One time she tripped and kissed him on the lips ever so lightly. That �K𝐿 was horrible. But thankfully after that Luke never let it happen again. Even pretended it didn't happen when she pulled away from him with a sneaky smile. Luke never had a girl friend before, and thus that was his first kiss. It made 𝐿𝐼𝐴 very angry that this girl stole that from her. But Luke said it didn't count because it has to come both ways. So by his definition she wanted to be his first kiss and that he be hers. "I still don't like her," 𝐿𝐼𝐴 expressed. Her face still sour. "You have no choice in this. I will help her," he said sternly. 𝐿𝐼�A pouted. That was so like him. Helping people all the time. She much preferred it when he helped the boys, not the girls. The girls flirted too much with him. Viewing her pout, Luke kissed her cheek and nuzzled her neck. "Go to your training 𝐿𝐼𝐴. I'll see you later." She snapped. She heard his soft laughter behind her as she stomped away in a huff. At 18 years old 𝐿𝐼𝐴 understood that women had amazing superpowers, and it had nothing to do with physical strength. She would use these powers against Luke, as after her 18th birthday he's been acting different. Before, he used to ruffle her hair and crack jokes with her. They would watch funny movies in her television and do homework together. But he was no longer in high school. He was a sophomore college student, and so he was busy doing most things at the campus. 𝐿𝐼𝐴 was disappointed he didn't hang out with her as much. She had even tried to stay away from him for a week, but it didn't work. He was at her door. She would use her superpower this time. "Luke," she said through the phone, feigning sadness. "I need some help." Immediately he stood to attention, his voice urgent. "Myla, what's wrong? Are you hurt?" Do you need me to come get you from somewhere? She heard him go to quieter place in order to hear her better. 𝐿'𝐸 had to stop herself from sounding elated. She loved it when he got all distressed and worried over her. It was very pleasing to say the least. 𝐿 not physically hurt. She heaved a sigh of desolation, one of great grief. Hopefully he put it. Can you please come home? I'm in my room and I can only explain this to you in person. 𝐂𝐥𝐻𝐸𝐬𝐭, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐂𝐥𝐳. He'll be right there, he promised. She could hear the concern that laced his voice. He would be leaving the campus right now and get there in no more than 20 minutes. They gave their farewells and hung up. Once she hit the red button, 𝐿'𝐸 smiled mischievously. Her mother said sometimes men need a little scare to see what they may lose. Just a little bump in the right direction. Today, she would be doing just that. She sat in the middle of the bed, wearing some nice shorts and a sweetheart neckline blouse. On her neck hung a beautiful necklace Luke bought for her birthday not too long ago. It was of two intertwined hearts. He evaded her questions when she asked what it meant, and quickly turned it to another topic. Every year he never failed to get her something. He really was a wonderful man, always so attentive to the days that mattered to her. Her dad even said he was good. So that must be true. As promised, Luke arrived. He knocked on her door. Something 2 years ago he would have never done, but he did so now. Come in, 𝐿'𝐸 called, morphing her features into one of distress. Her lips had a fresh layer of chapstick and her hair was brushed with no tangles. She made it fall effortlessly to one side so that it exposed a side of her neck. Luke burst into her room and closed the door behind him. His eyebrows tugged together with worry as he sat near her at the edge of her bed. What's wrong, 𝐿'𝐸? Immediately she flowed into her role. This is the first time it's ever happened before, so I don't know what to do. A man in our pack wrote a love letter to me a month ago. It was a lovely letter, but I didn't know who it was from. 𝐿'𝐸 saw how Luke's eyes went from worry to a hard look. She had to try really hard to keep from smiling, because she barely started and her superpowers were already working. Go on. His voice lowering to a clipped tone. I thought that would be the end of it, but then a week later he sent me another one. Then another the week following after. So last Friday I determined to find out who it was. He left it every Saturday taped outside my window, so I prepared to catch him. 𝐂𝐥𝐻𝐸𝐬𝐭, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐂𝐥𝐳. When I saw him I froze up. I didn't know what to say, so I didn't confront him and let him go. He still believes no one saw him, that I still don't know who he is. Today I caught him looking at me during lunch. Should I wait for him to confess himself or should I go to him myself to speed things up? I don't want to mess this up. She stressed, appearing to be at complete loss of what to do. Luke's lips fell to a straight line. She noticed how he gripped her bed cover tightly, causing his arms to flex ever so nicely. Do you like this guy? It sounded more like a threat. 𝐿'𝐸 shrugged. Good, naturally. He sounded sweet from his letters. But I think I should get to know him better. Do you agree now? 𝐿'𝐸's mouth popped open and he continued. I don't want to see you going anywhere near him. Who is the man? He interrogated. 𝐿'𝐸 touched his bicep. It doesn't matter who he is. Why shouldn't I go up to him? Are you saying he should make the first move? Perhaps she was having way too much fun easing him. But this felt exhilarating. She loved the flame in his eyes and the depth to his tone. Luke pulled her arm, drawing her closer. He was growing irritated. 𝐿'𝐸, tell me his name. I want to know who this man is that leaves foolish letters outside your window. 𝐿'𝐸 peered at him through her lashes, almost losing herself in admiration of his handsome features. She pouted. The letters are sweet, not foolish. She defended. I can write you better letters than he ever could. 𝐿'𝐸 appeared aghast. And why is that? His hand rose to the necklace she wore, brushing against the skin of her chest. Because I'm the one who loves you. Not him. Yes, she cried, losing her cover altogether and pulling him deeper into her bed. Luke gazed at her hugging form astounded. Did 𝐿𝐤𝐴 just play him? Only minutes ago she was distressed over a wormman who sent her letters. 𝐿𝐤𝐴 gave him a deepy smile. Finally, he admitted it. His eyes narrowed to slits, but she didn't care. The wormman loved her, and that's all that mattered. Get off. I am so mad at you. There's no guy sending you letters, is there? He began to push her away. Good thing 𝐿𝐤𝐴 was an expert in holding on in tight grips. She had this practice since over 10 years of them playing together. Oh, come on. Don't be so mad. We're in love. She celebrated. 𝐿𝐤𝐴 let go of him and plopped on her bed with a wistful sigh. Luke was ready to hop off her bed and give hop off her bed and get her a good scolding, except when she put her arms behind her neck like that her shirt rose and it was showing her smooth, flat stomach. He liked it. 𝐿𝐤𝐳 𝐊𝐢𝐳 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Luke blushed. The woman smirked. Time for her second superpower. Do you forgive me? Luke grunted, forcing his eyes away from her abdomen. 𝐿𝐤𝐴 sat up again and leaned into him, making the collar of her shirt fall just so it happens to give him a nice view of her breasts. 2 years did wonders for her, and she was plump in the right places. Luke had no idea the number of women that eyed her when he went away for classes. Had it not been for her intimidating father, they would have no doubt flirted with her. So, is that a yes? Luke gulped, his cheeks turning redder as his eyes betrayed him by lowering to see her heaving chest. With the necklace he bought her pointing right in the middle, it was making things difficult. He couldn't do something rash and make Alpha regret allowing him so close to his daughter. He was the only one with that privilege. The others were brusquely turned away. 𝐿𝐤𝐴, he said nervously. He looked away to his left. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, she said innocently, sitting up straight to not torture him any longer. At least he knew well and good she was no longer a little girl to coddle. She was a woman who wanted him. He cleared his throat. Oh, nothing. I forgive you. Just please promise to never wear this shirt outside your room. 𝐿𝐤𝐴 rolled her eyes. This shirt is cute. Why would I not? Taking note of her new posture, Luke drew a sigh of relief and met her eyes again. Because, depending on your position, I can see certain things that I don't want any other woman to see it. Will you comply or not? He returned to his previous stern voice. 𝐿𝐤𝐴 liked talking to his father better sometimes. He was much more fun and easygoing. His mother was a little more serious. Maybe that's where he got it from. Deciding to not rile him any further, she bobbed her head in compliance. Luke smiled, seeming pleased with her easy agreement. Then, to her surprise, she felt hands on her waist and a kiss to her lips. Their first one. It was soft and loving, and 𝐿𝐤𝐴 was more than happy to comply in this. She immediately opened her lips and their tongues danced as though they knew each other all along. He pulled her closer, hugging her with deep affection and peppered her with kisses all over her face. He dove to her lips again, taking his time as he explored her. She felt his hands trail up and down her sides, as though relishing the feel of her in his arms. When he pulled away, his eyes were shining. I really do love you, Myla. I was waiting for the right time. She nuzzled his neck with great reprieve. Her superpowers had worked. I love you too, she expressed, and their foreheads joined together with 2 warm, hearted smiles. Extra to Sugar Daddy. Lydia folded her clothing to the suitcase, careful as she placed each item in its proper spot. Jeans on the right, shirts on the left, nightwear in the deep center, and her additional clothing over the rest. The intimates she zipped up in the see-through compartment of the fold. She didn't comprehend how the girls in her college managed to fill more than 4 suitcases up with clothes. Having only filled 2, it was more than enough space for Lydia. Then again, she was particularly packing for frequent late night parties and weekend events. Her clothes were for the purpose of college, getting to class and obtaining her degree. She much preferred spending her late nights studying in the library than out drinking her inhibitions away. She had to focus if she wanted to accomplish getting a master's in business administration in record speed. I can't believe you and Mike have been separated this whole time. Why didn't you tell me? Massey exclaimed, watching her with awed eyes as she continued to methodically organize her things. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐥𝐼𝐬 𝐂𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐬 Lydia should have known better than for much have in from her sister of the break, up the moment she made the decision. Lydia shrugged. I didn't think it was that important. Him and I still talk. We're friends. It's just I didn't think it worth continuing if in the end I want to live in the city. And he wants to stay here. Lydia cowled and stopped her tone from changing at the last word. The truth was, after spending 2 semesters at the college in the city, she knew right away it's where she belonged. Suburban towns like Dark Falls didn't suit her. She much preferred the hustle and bustle of the city. Micah was the complete opposite. His entire life plan consisted of staying here and working under his family business connected to the diner. Who was she to stop him from that? But why didn't you tell me? Massey continued. Then, she started crying as though it were the most heinous crime ever. Her eyes became watery as big. Fat tears rolled down her cheeks. Lydia grabbed her prepped box of tissues and brought it to her sister. I didn't think you would be much of a crier during pregnancy. Massey resolutely took the tissues and wiped her nose. I can't help it. I'm so sensitive and I don't understand why. The violet in her eyes became brighter in hue. Within seconds she recomposed herself again and giggled. Well, if you guys have been separated for 6 months and I didn't know it, I guess you guys are taking it well. The bed dipped as Lydia sat beside her sister. She rested her hand over her enlarged stomach. We are. I'm glad for the relationship we had, but we both understand we're not compatible in terms of what we want out of life. Massey nodded in understanding. That makes sense. I guess. I thought you'd be like Sebastian. I should have known you were serious about living it out on your own in the city. Lydia winced. Yeah, about that. City life is not as easy as I pictured in my head. I love it, but sharing an apartment with 2 other girls hasn't been smooth. A sigh of frustration escaped her lips at the thought of her roommates. They were everything she was loud, rambunctious, and complete party girls. It's her saving grace that neither of them ever thought to make a party in their apartment, the space being too small. Rather, they were often invited into record parties on a continual basis. Don't worry, LYD. Once you get an internship and start getting paid, I know for a fact you'll be able to afford your own place. I know how you like to be a lone wolf. It's only a matter of time. Lydia raised a brow at her sister's terminology. She might as well be a she-wolf as far as Lydia was concerned. Remember how I told you I sent out over 30 applications? They all waitlisted me because they prefer some kind of prior experience, which I obviously don't have. She huffed, crossing her arms. It boggled her mind that she would be on a list with over 100 other people for a single spot. And how can she get experience if no one takes her? Did they ever think of that? If you want, I can contact a friend. 𝐊𝐢𝐳 actually in town this week if you want me to set you up. He works for, I don't remember. Genitex, I think. Lydia's mouth dropped. You have a friend that works in Genitex. You have a friend that works in Genitex and you never told me. Lydia held on to her sister's shoulders. She felt like fainting. That was the internship to get. It was so high up there that only seniors could apply for internships. Not mere sophomores like her. The prerequisites for getting in were off the chart. Genitex was not a place to only aim for an internship, but a straight-up legit career. And even those who partook of the internship were not guaranteed a spot there. Only experience. Most people who got in had years of experience stacked in for a permanent position. I'll have him come over tomorrow, Massey said, smiling good naturally. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Lydia crushed her into a hug. At least, as far as she could go with that bump in the way. It always amazed Lydia the kind of connections Massey could get. She always envied that of her sister. The way she made friends with people so easily. It came so naturally to her. Yet despite the sheer DNA that Jean totally skipped over her and stayed with Marcy. Even so, the grin on her face could not be swayed. If things worked out, she would get her ideal internship. "Honey, can you please take out the trash?" Her mother yelled this from across the kitchen, her booming voice traveling through the entire home. Beside Lydia, her father munched on a fistful of popcorn. His shirt was layered with a nice amount of remnants that didn't make it to his mouth. "Hey, sweetie, can you take out the trash for me?" he pled, eyes glued to the game on the screen as though it somehow held his lifeline. Lydia rolled her eyes, already closing her book as she expected him to delegate the job to her. It was always like this when it was game night. After spending the day with her yesterday, Marcy had left, promising her friend would pass to talk to her. It seemed that friend of hers could not be depended on, that he didn't come at all. Whatever, she doubted a general employee could do anything for her anyway. Internships were managed by another committee, so a recommendation probably wouldn't do much. It was fun to have hope while it lasted. "Oh, sweetie, not in that dress," her mother berated at seeing her lift the bag from the garbage can. Lydia blinked, and moved by her mother's fussing. It was some expensive dress Marcy had gifted her 2 years ago. Indeed, it was good quality, but Lydia was not concerned. "I know how to take the trash out, Mom." Her mother seemed unsure. "Be careful." She kept talking about some object that was in the bag. But by then Lydia was already at the door. As she walked down the pavement, she took time to admire the weather. The summertime sun was doing great things. Despite it being noon, the light was as bright as it was in its peak. Lydia dropped the bag into the bin. However, it appeared there were too many things placed, for Lydia had to bear down on the bag to make it fit. 𝐿𝐤𝐼𝐴𝐺𝐸 𝐿𝐵𝐿. She cried. Lydia quickly pulled back her finger, frowning as bright flow of red liquid coursed down her index finger. Crap, that's probably what her mother had been trying to warn her about glass. Lydia cursed. It was the most minuscule cuts that hurt most when she had to clean them. How unexpected. Foul language coming from such a beautiful girl. Lydia's back straightened at the smooth, velvety voice. She glared at the stranger, surprised she hadn't noticed him on her block. That did tend to happen to her, as at times she was so focused on a task she had tunnel vision. "How about you go on your merry way and minding your own business?" she snapped. Rather than recoil from her words, the stranger smiled, the magnetic type that most girls would squeal under the presence of. For she did have to hand him that he was indeed handsome. He walked up to her, but with his mannerisms it seemed more a glide, smooth and effortless. Why so serious? Lydia inwardly fumed. Still, she restrained herself. She didn't know this man. There was no point in starting an argument over something so minuscule. Whatever. Her steps faltered as she tried to go around him. It felt as though whichever direction she took to go back home, he managed to get in the way, without moving. What the heck? Her nose flared. This man was making it increasingly difficult to stay cordial. "Do you mind? Tu m'as agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." The stranger lifted her hand, the injured one, and brought it before his eyes. Blue, Lydia realized. His eyes were a vibrant blue that reminded her of gleaming sapphire stones. "You should clean this up," he advised. His eyes followed the trail of her blood down to her hand. Lydia tried to pull her hand back. If anything, the efforts worked to get her closer to him rather than further away. She had to crane her neck to send him one of her withering looks. He was so tall it was annoying. "If you let go of me, maybe I could be more productive in doing that, you freak." The man chuckled, as though amused by her words. Wow, she really was kidding when she said you were serious. His nose lowered to her hand, smelling it. "It excites me." Lydia gasped as his eyes seemed to swirl to an even brighter blue. He lowered his lips over her finger, licking the entire trail of blood all the way to its source. where he sucked momentarily before pulling back and smirking. Just my type. Lydia was mortified, almost speechless at his actions. Then, her anger seeped in. She lashed out at him in a thunder. How dare you? Who the hell do you think you are? He cocked his head to the side, surveying her from head to toe, then back again. Feel free to call me Sugar Daddy. The more she spoke to him, the worse it seemed to get. This man made no sense. To my 𝐊𝐴𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐿, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. Lydia squeaked, aghast at his audacity. The sheer nerve of this man. Sugar Daddy. In all her life she had never met a man like this. I don't know what kind of ward you belong to, but get the hell away from me. Lydia shoved him back. The stranger barely moved an inch, unaffected by her measly strength. Destiny must be pulling us together, Cherry Pop. For in case you're unaware, you're wearing a dress I bought. Marcy said you also wanted your own apartment, so I got you a suite in one of my complexes. It's conveniently not far from your internship. He smiled like a sly fox, taking out his card for her to take. Welcome to Genetics Enterprises. As of next week, you're my intern secretary. Lydia felt her heart accelerate out her chest. Her eyes scanned through the card, her pulse becoming more rapid the more she read. This man was just an employee. He was the executive. Lydia was about to faint. Did Marcy realize the kind of man she was friends with? Why, you're my new boss. His finger slid down her cheek, taking her in appreciatively, yes. But as for you, you can call me Sugar Daddy.